Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the quarterfinals of Ascension number 6. I am joined, as always, by a Scatumesk, who has a new power supply, and he is charged and ready to go and cast these games. What's up, dude?
I'm running a 7900 XT and a 1000-watt power supply, and the very first thing I'm going to do with it is play a 1998 game.
Hell
and
yeah.
by play, I mean watch.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be some demanding stuff for your hardware right here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are obviously happy to bring you guys a playoffs experience, starting off with Mystery Meat against the Beaver 99, random versus Terran. Now, I got to level with you guys, and I'm sure Meska already knows this as well. Mystery Meat is clearly the favorite here. He showed some weakness in groups, but the Beaver did not show enough strengths to me to make it feel like he could, maybe do more than get lucky and take a single map versus some bizarre, cheesy arrangement in the early game versus, maybe a Zerg roll from Mystery Meat where he might be a little bit weaker in that sense, right? But I would say Biddy, looking at the Beaver and comparing him to Moonhunter over in Group A, I feel like they're of comparable skill. Maybe the Beaver's a little bit better, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for that to really make a difference. And we saw Zerg on Nitro Valley against Moonhunter from Mystery Meat, and it was still more than enough to just comprehensively deal with the cheese. So I almost feel like at this point this is a shoe-in, a formality, and Mystery Meat should be in for the upper semifinal. Do you agree with that assessment, Mess?
I think that just generally, judging by the history, that it should be pretty much in the bag for Mystery Meat. I think it'll be a question of if he can end up dropping a round or two. But I think the series in general is fairly well and decided, unfortunately. But you never know. Maybe he had a hangover. Maybe his meat got stale.
Yeah.
He did indeed show some weakness in the group stages. So that if that persists to this point, I think that'd be more to watch out for is when he starts running against actually really difficult opponents.
Yeah.
Particularly when it comes to his Zerg. Now, I did watch some games between then and now with him in them, and a couple of them were with Zerg, where he performed a lot more convincingly. He seemed to have a favor to Lekizalisks. So I think you're going to... in fact, your and his play were very similar in the match we played, where you went Lekizalisks. It was very, very similar.
Interesting.
So... and I don't know if it's him or Neblime that basically said that Lekizalisks are just generally always good to go for. But, yeah, it seemed like he had more of an early game presence with Zerg. So I think that if we end up seeing his Zerg in these matches, I would definitely bank on that. And that can be difficult to deal with. I was able to kind of thwart your aggression with him, but then Gorgorkors, even though some of them would die to defenses, would start showing up and, as I went Bioterran. And it was it's very hard to deal with that pressure, even when you know it's coming.
Yeah.
It does require some finesse to deal with. So if you're even a little bit behind early on, it can be just, even though the Zerg kind of fumbles, it can be kind of hard to deal with just because you got to get early detection in if you didn't go for Ansil, something like that.
Yep.
So, he's definitely aware of that, and he's I've seen him do that. Right. So I think it was against Veek, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So and it felt one-sided. So, stronger showing in those matches outside of the tournament, so I kind of expect more of the same from this. So, but you never know. There's definitely the potential for something cheesy, something silly. Sillier things have happened in this, like Btyb is 4-0.
How did he do that? Well, we actually have a bit of an interview lined up for when we get to that point where we're going to be casting that fourth quarterfinal set later in the day. A little bit of a teaser there. Yeah, we even did shoulder content for this. Can you believe it? But looking at Mystery Meat's matchup, I think the most interesting thing is going to be to track how he does ZVT in the early game, because the Beaver can probably be fairly comparable in the early stages of the game. I don't think he's going to be a total, capitulation in terms of, over and shy. He could get rushed down, but that's not even really Mystery Meat's style most of the time. Maybe if he's up 2-0 in the series, he might try to do some cheeky cheese to close it out. But I think... the other thing to keep watch of here is that the second quarterfinal, the Shambler versus Keen, if the Shambler ends up capitulating to Keen there, then I feel like Beaver's just out of competition entirely, because the style matchup there is seemingly favored for the Shambler, I would say. But then if we look at Keen dropping down as that possibility, maybe the Beaver could actually take that, right? Like maybe in that situation, we can look at this game and see, okay, do we think the Beaver is capable of, surprising an opponent who has less project knowledge, who's maybe just more attuned to ZVZ because that's the matchup he just recently played, and maybe doesn't expect the Terran, right? Like the 2 times that or I guess the 3 times he went against Terran, 2 of them were against Luciferius, and there was some cheese and shenanigans and Paladin spinning, but not really anything of consequence. However, Btyb did illustrate a point where if you can just ambush him in the early game, that's where he's the weakest, right? That was also against Btyb's Protoss role as well on Highwater back in Group D. So we're thinking back to that. We're thinking about like future projections. We don't expect the Beaver to be able to do more than maybe take 1 match in a surprise role. The expected outcome, I think, should actually be 3-0 in favor of Mist. But if the Beaver can show a convincing hold, better fundamentals than what he showed in group stage, he could actually be on track to potentially, if Keen is the one to exit that second quarterfinal as the loser, maybe then the Beaver could actually have a puncher's chance against Keen in that sense. So that's one of the interesting narratives you can kind of hook yourself into, as we will see, of course, a double elimination lower bracket coming up after the quarterfinals, right? We'll be scheduling those matches for this Saturday. So definitely more stuff in action, more action on your way.
Yeah, I definitely would pay attention to Keen's performance in this. We did have an interview with him, and we kind of got sort of a beat on his mindset, but I feel like there's still the possibility that he won't take certain matches seriously. But his general mechanic flow and stuff like that is just generally well enough that the lower level players they might take rounds off of him, but they can't really take entire series off of him. So for like Btyb to go 4-0 against him, and then the resulting discussion thereafter, that would normally be very, very favored in his regard, even if he was not playing at his best. So if we see more of that, then definitely I feel like that it's just going to be like a roulette until we find one of these lower level players that can just consistently cheese him over and over again. And then he has to kind of like flip around and do what he did against Shambler, and he's like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm actually a really good Brood War player. And, I have the ability to adapt and stuff like that. And he just actually like really comes out and actually puts in the grade A effort, and then just, So I'll definitely be the Shambler versus Keen match is definitely the one I'm really paying attention to, because that'll be interesting to see that again.
Yeah, it almost sets the direction for the rest of the tournament for both of those players. Whether one of them wins or one of them loses, like that kind of tells you a lot about what's forthcoming. And again, Keen could conceivably drop to the Beaver, or at the very least, it could be a closer series than what we're predicting this first one to be.
Yep. So I haven't been paying enormous amounts of attention, what with everything else going on, but I have been paying a little bit of attention. But I don't think Beaver gets as many games in as some of the other people do. So maybe it's just I don't pay attention enough. But it seems to me like Btyb has been spent. I actually had a discussion with Btyb a little bit yesterday when Kian moved off to his match, actually.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I saw him hanging out in the voice chat while 3 Crow was showing off what was going on there.
So Btyb was saying, the biggest problem he has is he doesn't really have time to practice them.
Yeah.
But I still see him like getting in games every now and then. Like
just now today, he's literally as we speak. I think he's playing.
Yeah, that's what brought it to my attention. Is that he was just playing with Hamster. So Hamster generally performed pretty well. So Btyb is generally playing like fairly high level players in games like that. So he kind of just, even if he's getting his ass beat over and over and over and over again, he's still coming out of that with like some expectations, some experience, some grounding. And I think that's kind of what happened with Kian. And it'll be interesting to see those matchups as well, given that I've played against Kian a whole bunch. I can talk more about that later.
Sure.
But Beaver, I don't feel like has really benefited from that routine as much. So then his opponent is, of course, going to be Mystery Me. So it's definitely, the odds are definitely stacked against him. So, I don't feel like it's a really high pressure situation. I feel it's just kind of like you're expected that you're going to have a really rough time and probably drop 3-0. But, to take matches off of him is definitely something to be, feel like, there was some effort put in there, and it's definitely something to come out content with. So, shouldn't feel too unnerved by that, I don't think. I think you can come into this series very calm. You're not going to feel the kind of pressure that you might normally feel like in the Keen versus Shambler matchup for both of those players.
Oh yeah,
I would expect there to be some kind of pressure,
right?
Because I like how Keen was saying, like, I wish the casters would stop being mean to me. So, like, that gave me a good shot.
Yeah, he's like, I hope they're nicer to me because I feel like I tried harder.
yeah.
So
and then Shambler, he wants to get back into the grand finals. And he wants to beat Mystery Me, but he's got to get past his competition to get to that point. So
Yeah.
you know, there's at least some more pressure on them. Versus this matchup here, where I feel like Beaver probably comes in and is like, oh, I'm against the Mystery Meat. I'm probably just gonna get destroyed. But you know, at least try to cheese a match or two off of him.
Come on,
right? Like that'll be something that you can take away from this and be proud about.
Hey, we can also see if Mr. Meat's going to continue his style of saying his race in the playoffs.
Yes.
You know, he said that in group stages. We'll see if that happens here. So right before we get
I like
into
how
the
we
game,
adopted that.
yeah, of course.
We both went random and telling each other our reasons.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's kind of fun because if you're just using random as like, I don't feel like picking my race, that's one thing. But if you're doing it in a competition, you'd think actually, you know, this is an important part of the game. So this is like my only advantage.
It's kind of funny.
So, yeah, it is kind of interesting. On the Mystery Meat side, though, and of course on the Beaver side, it is worth noting the pick and ban. We are starting off on Derelict, and Mystery Meat, as the higher seed, chose to ban 2 maps, and he kept since he is such a favorite, he decided to keep the narrative. He banned Infinite Velocity and Ex Situ, the Beaver's maps, so that the Beaver could remain.
Ex Situ is always getting banned.
Yeah.
And we're always starting on Derelict.
Yes. Yeah, well, Derelict is the group stage starter. Maybe
Derelict
that's what they're,
seems becoming like more the standard go-to.
Yeah.
Repulsion was kind of like that in the last one.
Yes, because it was the group
like
stage
Derelict
starter.
was
Everybody always kind of knew, oh, okay, this is like a map. Everybody had a lot of practice on it.
It was a comfort pick,
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So the Beaver ended up banning Victory Square and picking Derelict, and that's where we're going to be kicking off our series. And I guess on that note, what are you thinking, Mask? Are we ready to get started? Are we ready?
I'd say we're ready to get started. Let's see what kind of dam the Beaver's going to build.
Let's see. All right, boys. Mystery Meat versus the Beaver 99. Maybe our analysis didn't get you hyped, but this intro will. Let's get into it. And now we are into the game. The Beaver 99, our Terran champion, the Turquoise, in the bottom left. And Mystery Meat, our random, who has rolled Terran. He is red in the top right. And same, absolutely same.
Well, he's not wrong. So, do you foresee an hour and 10-minute long match?
I hope so, dude. How else could you kick things off? You know, one of the things that's really nice about this for Beaver is that we're looking at a TVT opener. This is going to be comfortable. He just came from an all-Terran group. He's doing nothing but Terran all the time. His first Mason is going to proxy himself a stockade in the bottom for some reason. And,
what is this?
And, you know, he's going up against an fellow Terran. Now, if the Beaver chose to play this more standard, maybe he could warm into the series. It's not going to happen, though. He just wants the stockade over here. This is kind of like anti-helping. Like, it's late, and it's still about as far away as it could have been, so...
I'm not sure about this. This is something dastardly is afoot. I don't know what it is. There is some 4D chess going on here.
Yeah, there's definitely something happening here. All right, well...
Meat is not proxying either. That's about as standard as you get from Meat's turn, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, you know, Meat might not want to show too much at this stage. You know, he might just going to be playing fairly standard here. I wouldn't be surprised. Or maybe he's going to get down and dirty with the cheese. He's going to scout 2 Masons going across the map. That should be noteworthy. And the stockade is down, building a Maverick. This Mason also could go across the map. And, you know, he's going to be markedly noticing there's no Vespine. There's like hardly any workers over here. What the hell's going on? Stims a Maverick across the map himself, just leaving the choke of his natural.
Building an anchor.
And why not? Yeah, why not? Okay, well, boys, we're off to a great start here.
He's gonna help Beaver protect his ramp, is all.
Yeah.
He's gonna now Beaver's gonna see this and be like, "What the fuck? Why there?" Not even gonna try to hide it. No. But only one Mason is accosting it, and they're not even accosting the one building it.
No.
This Maverick's gonna it's gonna be a disaster. Oh, it's
all right. Shoot the guy who's there. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna get him. Nice. Okay. You might want to shoot the actual Mason here. It looks like he will actually manage to make that happen. All right, this is about as stupid as we could start off the quarterfinals, and I'm loving it. No Vespine.
He might be a little bit confused. Like, where did that Maverick come from? No, he's looking. See, he's looking.
Yeah.
He says, if there was a proxy, it would be in my base.
Right.
Why is it in his base?
Right, yeah. Well,
he's so confused.
His anchor is going to spot it. No. Oh, yeah. It's going to go. It's going to go right there, and I think he'll just barely have enough vision to see.
Imagine being Meat right now. You're sending your Mavericks all across. See, he's looking everywhere. Where is it? Now he's going to find it. He's like, why?
All right, I love this. I love this. Now, okay, there's 4 Mavericks back here for Mist. He's just going to sit at his ramp and go for an expansion. He's actually a little bit behind the tempo there, but he's obviously up in worker count since half of the workers for Beaver at one point were leaving the base. And yeah, the stockade has now switched positions. It's going to go on the other side and keep watch on the anchor. You know,
the anchor is on fire, but it's not in the red. So presumably, 10 minutes later on in the match, it might decide the match still.
Second stockade being added for Mist. I absolutely do want to see. I do want to see more. More
4 and 8 gas respectively. Oh no, Beaver is harvesting just with 1. So Meat was harvesting gas.
Yes.
And then just immediately stopped.
I think as soon as he spotted no stockade and like such a low worker count, he was fearing some kind of death push from the top. Obviously, that didn't happen because the Beaver is playing 4-dimensional mind game chess and continuing to produce in full view of this anchor, which obviously now it's a little bit dark. And here comes the anchor. He's just going to see what's going on.
I think Meat wants to see if there's any other tech over there.
Right, yeah.
But he doesn't see anything. I mean, it would be pretty weird for it to be all the way over there, but I think this game's already pretty weird as it is.
It was also weird for it to be on the other side of that tar cliff there, Mesk. I don't know. Well, Beaver's got about 400 minerals. Let's see what he wants to spend it on. He's being a bit lax. He's caught up a little bit in workers. He was down by 3.
A watchdog over there to try to thwart the anchor from maybe getting over to his mat or something. I'm not sure. It's oddly specific.
Yeah, it seems like he's just adding more coverage in case, another float comes in or maybe a Trojan. There's a lot of Mavericks here. It looks like about 13 for Mystery Meat. Adding a couple of Hurricanes to the mix now. That's
Meat
3
wants
Achmeds
to check
at a
this
time.
Front here, see what's guarding it.
Yeah.
Or he might just leave it there. He doesn't have vision on it yet. Oh.
Single Maverick over in the choke. That. Yeah, just checking things out. He will see the move out, and it looks like a Cyprian is going to be stockading that anchor.
He's going to repair this. He's bringing over the Mason.
Yeah, he wants to use it. Why not? Your opponent didn't hunt it down.
Now, that watchdog, hypothetically, if it was a little bit closer, Meat can drop this on the ledge here and have cliff advantage, but if he goes too far, the watchdog will get a couple of shots on it.
I feel like, at this point, Beaver should know, okay, the enemy's at my doorstep. He only has the 1 Cyprian, though. He's not building any others. He's adding more Mavericks. He's finished a Fulcrum in his main. And yeah, it's going to be a Huracan elevator. Not your average Huracan drop here, but
Beaver pulled all his workers expecting the all-in, but it's not coming, so he sends a bunch of them back. He's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he's going to put them on the elevator here, and
yeah, here comes the Mavericks with the Watchdog. Stim pack going. I think he'll get maybe 1 or 2 out. Yeah, it looks like he's going to get them all out. Just barely. And I don't think it's going to account for too much damage there. So Mist's plans have been foiled by a Watchdog and a Vulture popping out of the Fulcrum, which is a little bit more data for him.
Well, that was bizarre.
A lot of idle workers back at the natural. I think Mist is sort of just waking up. He's had his morning coffee.
I figured he kind of wanted to drop it on the ledge with the Mavericks in it and then charge the front and just have extra ledge advantage there for whatever reason, but he didn't go for it.
No, this is how you defeat Mystery Meat. You just do something really bizarre and kind of pointless, but it just confuses the ever-loving shit out of him, and he'll never, ever recover. He's only now taking a 3rd. I mean, okay, Beaver's not taking a 3rd, but he's
saving up for tier 2 is what he's doing now.
Yeah, they're actually going to get tier 2 at around the same time. There's plenty of gas. Beaver probably built 1 too many vultures or something, so his tier 2 will be slightly later, I think. Depends on how quick on the draw he is. Looks like maybe at the very same moment, essentially, is when the tier 2 went down. Behind the mineral line for Mystery Meat and above the geyser in the main for Beaver. 2 anchors guarding that. Vulture is going to go ahead and start disrupting the construction methods and attempts. That's pretty good.
There's a Starpad coming from me. I suspect he'll probably just continue to drop. He's at least going to send out a Wraith or something to scout that, see what's going on back there. But I think it's pretty telegraphed at the moment, seeing the Vulture. There's probably going to be eventually Phalanxes. Maybe Madrigals.
Well, Madrigals have definitely given the Beaver some pain in the past. I think they've probably given us all some pain in the past, but especially Beaver against Neblime in the groups.
Yeah, the massacre, that won't soon leave my mind. It's definitely some PTSD flashbacks there.
Yeah, shout out to It Depends, who's watching this live. This could have been you if you had not died to the Cyprian A move across the map on Ex Situ. Or
yeah, you
or
could
the
have been dealing
Huracan
with the floating anchor.
Oh, a Trojan is
yeah,
on the
it'll
way.
be a Trojan first.
Yeah.
Yep. So I suspect he might just try like just to drop these Mavericks into there. I mean, he had enough vision that there isn't any Watchdogs down in that bottom corner for now. He also ends up killing a Mason on that third for Beaver, so
Yeah.
he trades Sass.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting, right? The Beaver just got a little bit of a, not really a tempo advantage because the Ministry was already done now, but the Ministry obviously is in a
Triple
state
Covenant.
Where it's
It's going to be quadruple Covenant, so he's going to spam Eidolons too.
I like this.
Taking advantage of the new cloaking.
Yeah, I like this. Okay, so the thing about the Eidolons, right? Proximity cloaking, a new mechanic in CMBW, even by CMBW's standards, right? It's new to this very patch. Replaces the cloaking that was previously permanent for Terran units. And it's essentially going to call out to you, like, do you have Shamans? Do you have Ancials? If not, then I can just attack a lot of your stuff from afar. We have never seen it played in a tournament setting. I've practiced it a bit. And, you know, versus Protoss mostly. And actually, I think versus Protoss is probably the weakest because their units are sturdy enough that they can just walk in and reveal you. And versus Terran, in theory, you can have, like, good detection from the Ancial. Versus Zerg from the Avaleth. I mean, obviously the Witness as well. But a quicker trigger finger on the Maverick in the bottom, that 6 o'clock base, gives Mist a 3 HP unit to walk around with.
Yeah, so the Eidolons do, I think, 15 damage with no armor pen. Now, normally, against another Terran, anyone who goes mech, they have armor. And even at tier 1, the Cyclops is not very sturdy, but it has 1 armor.
Oh my god, look at the middle.
But his... Yeah, he took that just for the extra gas, I suppose, just because Eidolons... I mean, he's floating a lot of gas. He could go right to tier 3 if he really, really wanted to.
He's queuing even more. He's adding star parts as well.
Like, the bio-heavy army right now that is slowly switching into mech could be... definitely easily picked apart by the Eidolons. They're going to be more of a nuisance, but if they get in a large enough number and there isn't any heavy armor to deal with them, they could be really annoying. So one's already been dropped there. He's just kind of using them to tickle right now, but the Durandal just murdered him.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal there. There's 2 more left in the Trojan, but it's 1 Watchdog shot away from death, so does need to be a little bit careful here. Now, the Ministry that's being accosted at that 9 o'clock position for Beaver is not the only one he's got. He's also got another one floating around. It looks like the Eidolon narrowly managed to escape and now will call upon additional units to reveal itself. But this is like the weakest that an Eidolon can be, realistically speaking, because, you know, you can just walk into it in order to decloak it. What we really want to see is the Eidolons sort of taking their own ranged fights. Now, in the interim there, the Masons did get cleared out of the middle, so no additional free gas there for Mystery Meat. Beaver being a little bit proactive on the map. He looks like he was able to step on that other Eidolon over at the 9 o'clock, but he's not mining from either of his additional ministries. So he still had a pretty big economic deficit, now down 40 workers. And I feel like that alone is going to be enough to be a considerable advantage for Mist. The fact that he's also going for Eidolons and Sundogs, I think is just going to add fuel to the fire.
Yeah, the Sundogs in particular are going to be a real pain in the ass to deal with. The Eidolons aren't really too dangerous on their own. You can just walk up to them and kill them. They can't really get away from you, so... The biggest issue is if he gets enough of them that they turn into like a firing squad in certain parts of the map, they kind of just start killing units trickling through it. Like, they could probably kill workers pretty quick. But the Sundogs, they can just kind of fly in and snipe tech. They can snipe workers. They can snipe defenses. They're very, very good at killing structures, even in relatively small numbers. So... you definitely have to have some awareness of where they are, and Watchdogs alone are not going to deal with it.
Pretty big fight at the choke here for Mystery Me. He's losing a lot of units to the combined splash of Cyclops and Imperioso Madrigals. Only now deploying, but they're a little bit out of range for Furia to do anything at this point, so looks like they're going to come back into their more longer range mode. I think the Sandseal will also be going down. Now, meanwhile, there's a Trojan with 7 Eidolons down at 530-ish on the map, but not really making any moves yet, and it looks like the force is held. That could have been a lot of worker kills if Beaver's force was a little bit more reinforced, or maybe came at it from a different angle. Looks like he's going to snoop around, not going up towards 12 o'clock where a new base is being set. He's just going to try flanking.
Yeah, it took so much damage from the front line that the Sentinel just finished everything off. Meat just has free reign to the base here, stopping only momentarily trying to muster some defenses to the expansion.
Yeah.
It will probably go down at this point here, or at least that Sentinel's probably eventually going to go down.
Yeah, there it goes.
Damage. The Eidolons, however, have been set free, and there's nothing to contend with them at the moment, so they're going to start getting in some worker kills quite quickly here.
Yeah, not only that, but the Mavericks plus the couple Sentinels finishing on the low ground have allowed the force at the third to be cleaned up. Not too many worker deaths, but Beaver is catching up slowly. And the Trojan was not evacuated, so a little sloppy play from Mist. I don't think he almost is playing down to the level of his opponent a little bit here. Not actually going for the season, having some interesting novel.
Well, it's an opportunity to try it, right? Like, if you think you're not in much pressure, you may as well give this a shot, see how effective it really is. It's very expensive, and it's not proving to be very effective.
Yeah.
Even though there's not really a lot of existing countermeasures in place at the moment.
Yeah.
It's just being a little annoying. And, well, Beaver can still very slowly lose this, but there's probably more effective things he could be spending his money on right now than Eidolons.
Or, he could be using them more as a frontal option to attack, like the anchors from impunity, right?
Died.
Yeah, indeed. There's also the 9 o'clock base. Once again under attack. The Masons will go ahead and try to fight back. Not super effective, but they're keeping them decloaked, and the rest of the units can try to clean them up. 5 HP, it lives. Honestly, with all of the Eidolons, I'm really surprised there's not a single anvil for nukes, but, to each their own.
He's spending all of the rest of his resources on Sundogs at the moment. He's got 4 starports pumping them out as he takes that 12 position. Beaver not able to get a large enough army to actually stamp these out.
And the other thing, too, that is worth pointing out here is he had the mantle, but he didn't go for any cataphracts. Not that, Sundogs would be pretty effective at sniping that. He's been constantly dropped, and all of this area could have been covered by watchdogs. The Sundogs, on the other hand, a different sort of dog, are going to start revealing themselves in that location. Madrigal's in Furia mode, cleaning up a lot of Mavericks right now. I think it might just be able to stay alive long enough to... Yeah, indeed it will. So the counterattack here from the Sundogs, they're going to rip apart that watchdog. No more anti-air towers. The Vultures here, not really going to be too useful. Maybe the Cyclops could be in greater number, but it's just a little bit of stutter stepping in Beaver's base right now.
I'm going to watch over those Madrigals. They deal a lot of damage. A lot of the Sundogs got very low, just being grazed by them.
Yeah,
Just has to dive them since there's only 2. He is able to kill them quite easily, but if there was just a handful more, Beaver probably would have been able to pull out from that. Both players have got a lot of money.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Beaver's in a bad state now. There's nothing to defend against this. That tier 2 can be easily sniped. He doesn't have to run from this.
No, he could just stick to it, but it looks like he wants to go elsewhere and do some more economic damage. He's already sniped the Ministry in the main as well as all the workers, since none of them were ever evacuated to go to the third. A bunch of idle ones are now tasked to the third, and the fourth at 9 o'clock. It's happily lining, but there are no anti-air defenses, and only now are we seeing watchdogs go down.
Yeah, he's trying to chase it around with the Durandal, which they could just turn on it.
Yeah, it's dealing 8 damage a bop here. I feel like this is probably going to seal the deal. Beaver will almost certainly call GG as his 9 o'clock base is accosted. Got no answer. GG. And there we go. Expected start here in terms of the scoreline. Mr. Me going up 1-0. But I gotta be honest, I was expecting something a little bit more convincing. Again, it goes back to what you were saying, Mesk. Maybe he was just trying out a bit of a different strategy.
Yeah, the Eidolons, I didn't expect them to be that good, but I expected them to be better than that. I expected them to be a lot more difficult to deal with, but you really can't just run out to them just with tier 1 and just run them over.
At least in that number, and when they're that close, when they're trying to do economic damage. It kind of feels like he was using them as a harassment unit, which they can be, but I think it's better to harass with nukes as opposed to... using a couple of them as a firing squad. There's not enough space to kite backwards when you're trying to attack mineral lines, right?
Like, if you brought like 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, you can have one of them nuking and the rest of them attacking and distracting, and then you have a higher chance of creating a little bit more permanent damage. Of course, that's a greater investment, but if you're dropping Eidolons of all things, you're already deep into the investment anyways.
Well, Beaver does select Sideshow for the second map. Are you ready to get into it, Mesk?
Yep, I will have to go AFK for a moment here, but I'll be back in just a moment.
There we go. Let's get it started then. Sideshow, our second map, another 2-spawn map here. I talked with Btyb a little bit about this as well. One of the things I was thinking about as Mystery Meat, the yellow Protoss in the top left, going up against the Beaver, the red Terran in the bottom right. When you're dealing with a 2-spawn maps, it's interesting to me to think of it from the perspective of this limits the amount of choices that the players have for the early game because they don't have to scout. There's not as much variance. They know where your opponent is, so they can send their first scout there. They don't have to do any guessing games. And I feel like the result of that is going to be that for certain matchups where somebody is very heavily disincentivized, unfavored, etc. In the case where Mystery Meat is clearly favored in this matchup, I think the Beaver is more likely to pick a spot like this to maybe do some kind of proxy stockade shenanigans and maybe airlift things out. Mystery Meat has dropped a pylon by his Nexus against Terran of all things, fearing perhaps Wraiths. He's going to go ahead and scout that his opponent has sent out a worker much faster. The fact that he clocks this position is really important, because with this Mason going in this location, he should expect to see it scout his base, and if Beaver decides to not do that and instead go straight for the stockade, which it looks like he is going to do, then I think that kind of narrows down what he's doing, especially when Mystery Meat Scout arrives and sees nothing in the base. So, up to his own shenanigans. It's actually not going to be a stockade. It will be a fulcrum. So, going to airlift a fulcrum to drop vultures, that is not a bad idea. In fact, you might even be more tempted to leave the fulcrum down here, although it is within attack range of the Draconans, especially with cliff advantage. And smiley face. Well, Mystery Meat, do you want to do it to him? I think Mystery Meat might be thinking of doing it to him. Yep, he's doing it to him. No, okay, never mind. Oh, okay. He decided to do it to him. Just putting the one pylon there. I'll reveal more of information about that if it seems like that's what he's actually doing. Just going to start getting tickled. Not going to cancel it. So that's kind of interesting. Fulcrum does finish on the other side. 75 minerals is obviously a decent chunk, so it's going to be a Zealot first. A second Mason has arrived, and an anchor is being built. Okay, so this is sort of what I was thinking, is you could airlift it, or you could rally units down here. It looks like that pylon will just be killed, and the scribe is thinking about leaving. So, Mask, you return to some silly sights. We almost had the fabled, Warden behind the mineral line rush that I was hoping to see, but unfortunately it did not end up happening. Instead, a pylon was made that slowed down the Draconin, which is only now coming, and an anchor with a vulture can start to accost this base as soon as Beaver decides to do it.
Well, a Draconin is halfway done, so I'm not sure how effective this is going to be.
Two vultures do beat a Draconin in a head-on fight even without the anchor, and it looks like they're already going to start accosting the Zealot, doing a little bit of hull damage, and the anchor is away.
Yeah, but he can get in some damage, back away with flash shielding, and the vultures would need some time to work on the line, and yeah, he already knows of it, so he can probably block it quite handily here. It may be best just to drop off, try to reinforce it, and then lift off again. But no, he's going for the gold, but will he get the gold?
I don't think so. There was an opportunity there where Mystery Meat kind of screwed it up there, and definitely could have had an opportunity. It looks like there was an attempted mine lay. It obviously doesn't occur. Beaver really flummoxed right now, screwing up the micro. I would say pretty royally here, not his finest moment. The mine
lobster deployed.
Yes, the mine will.
Another lobster was deployed, and the vulture escapes.
And it only cost him
the price from that massacre.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, right in the face.
Right in the Zealot. No other anchor was deployed, so this force
Meanwhile, in Beaver's base, there's
another massacre.
Several pylons being destroyed.
Yeah, a second pylon. So that was attempted. You can basically full wall this with 2 pylons and put 2 wardens back here. And it does end up being pretty effective. But it looks like that was not going to be enough there. Second vulture has been slain. These other ones are very, very low. And there's been 0 casualties sustained by Mist. Mask, I think this one is going to be a blink and you miss it kind of game. He's got a stockade back at home, but not much else.
Yeah, I figured I would come back to something a little cheesy, but, there just really wasn't too much surprise just looking at my screen and seeing that vulture is on the anchor. It's like, this is kind of, I feel like, what he's pressured into doing. It's like, well, I'm probably not going to win in a straight-out fight. He kind of tried it in the first game. Yeah. So let's try to be cheesy, but, the problem is that when you're dealing with someone who has that much experience, it's very hard to cheese them. And,
I still think he could have done something if he had landed the anchor in that one opportunity where Mist slipped up and didn't actually track it. He could have just landed the anchor and fought the units while rallying additional vultures up. That was absolutely still a scary position, kind of because Mist built that pylon before building any other units. He built the first of the 3 pylons he had wound up building in the Beaver's base. And that absolutely did slow down his first military unit. Meanwhile, a scrapyard being constructed here. I would absolutely love to see some Matadors. We'll see which unit it's going to end up in. Instead, he just self-destructs.
I think it's pretty hard to use Matadors against Dracodins, but if he ended up building a lot more Zealots, it definitely would be effective. Instead, he's actually going straight for an Exemplar.
Yes, so the Stargate coming down, I knew that it was going to be Exemplars as soon as I saw that because, you know, at this point you know the Terran is behind. They might not have any Fulcrums back at home. Okay, they've got the Anchor with Mavericks, and I think that was actually scouted before he pulled back his forces to try to deal with this Fulcrum that's still trying to proxy.
Mm-hmm. And he's just trying to evacuate, and now the plants are in hot pursuit. Steamy, hot plants.
The Exemplar is on the way. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big deal here.
Still chasing it.
There's no Watchdogs out there. Cyprians, which he could put in an Anchor, but he doesn't have more than one Anchor, so... Adding a second Fulcrum, as his first one is being accosted on the way home. And this is a silly game, as expected.
Yeah, this Exemplar is going to be a nightmare for him to deal with. The Cyprians and Anchors can thwart it, but on their own, even if it takes a lot of damage, it can just run back, retreat, and then he has no sustain to deal with a second engagement. So it's definitely going to be a very, very painful deal. He wants to repair this so bad.
It donated the rubble for the subsequent supplies.
So this is going to start pressuring the worker line. It's going to force a response.
Yeah, the Cyprians and Mavericks are loose. There's only the one Anchor holding the front line.
He might be able to hold the first one off, but the second's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah,
so
just
again,
doing a little bit of
they can kill if it fights up front, but seeing as it's an area unit, it takes no hull damage. Right as a 0 shields, just right on the nose.
Yeah, calculated.
Just keep tickling. There's no sustain here. So once the Cyprians start dying, the investment turns quite heavily. Just kills them nicely trying to build a watchtower. Yeah, this is a terrible spot. I think you have to pull back and kind of let it come in and build watchdogs elsewhere and then lift them in.
Yes.
But instead he's going to move his Anchor, and you know, if Meat's following this, he can just charge right up that ramp.
Yeah, there's another Anchor done, but there's nothing in it.
So second Exemplar is about to join. This only has Mavericks in it, so...
Oh, he's desperately trying to get in there, but one of the Mavericks
ends
up going in.
They're just spinning aggressively.
Oh.
They want to attack. They don't want to go in. Okay, another one's in.
The Dracodins are here to help back it up, yeah. They're even body blocking the projectiles from hitting the Exemplars at this point. A Goliath was finished, but at this point, this is too rough. The 20 worker advantage in climbing. The one Goliath can't really be repaired because of the Exemplars' damage there.
Not quite able to finish. He could have definitely committed to that. He would have taken some hull damage, but he would have killed it.
Yeah, and at this point, like, normally the Terran would have so much more potential to deal with this if they actually didn't, lose their Fulcrum and their Anchor and all the early investment. But as it currently stands, we can already see the writing on the wall here. I think we're going to be going to a Game 3 momentarily.
Yeah, Meat's kind of holding out here for his third Exemplar. If he ended up losing them somehow, then it gives Beaver a chance to catch up, but he's so far ahead at the moment that he's just going to calmly keep tickling here without really putting too much investment into it, and then he realizes, wait a second, nothing's actually over here.
Yeah. GG is
and
called.
Beaver at that point, he just knows it's going to be the slow crawl to the grave, so chooses to throw himself into it instead.
There it is. Well, we have at least one more match here, and... I'm going to have to hope that maybe for Beaver's sake, Mystery Meat rolls Zerg and falls to some early cheese. Because at this point, it has looked like the cheeses... Like, I don't think we're going to see a difference. I think it's just going to be cheese the whole way through. We are going to go to Nitro Valley. Maybe that would encourage Beaver to play a bit more standard. But if he plays more standard, is it any guarantee he's going to have a different outcome, I mean...
It depends if Kian is his coach or not.
Yeah, that's true. That is
Ian would say 6 pull him.
Yeah.
4 spawns? Just know where he is.
Yeah, just guess.
That easy.
Just guess correctly. All right, let's get into it, boys. Potentially the last one of this match before we move on to quarterfinal number 2. Nitro Valley selected by the Beaver. Remember, the loser of the previous match picks the start of the next one.
Wow.
We do have a Zerg.
We do have Zerg. We got the full spread in this matchup so far.
Yeah.
Can Beaver take advantage of it? Terran again somehow. Crazy.
Well, Mystery Meat will be the white Zerg in the top left of Nitro Valley. And the light olive, the Beaver 99, he is in the bottom left.
Well, it's going to be... I think it'll be telling to see if Mystery does the same thing I saw him going before. Again, the Lachezilisks. There is not going to be any early gas harvesting for this. it'll probably be like Quasis or Zeths in Lekizlis.
Yeah, it's a 7 pull right now, so
goes pretty standard. So,
yeah.
I mean, I guess he could try to rush it too. He might feel comfortable enough to do that, but I just had the impression that Zork is generally seen to be more of a comfort thing for him. I don't actually know how much Zerg he has played, especially out of like FFAs or team games or whatever.
Yeah, he's done some ZVZ practice with the Shambler in the past. I know that much for sure, but I don't know that he's played too much otherwise. So he will have enough to afford 3 pairs of Quasis if that's what he wants to go for. It's going to be 2 pairs followed by there's the third one. Yep. So with that, he's also scouting his opponent first. There's a Fulcrum being made in the bottom right of the base, which is going to come online later than a Stockade would, of course.
Honestly, Quasis are terrifying for Fulcrum.
Yes.
If you are not careful with your Vultures, they will die immediately to them. Cyclops are even worse off. Although they are fast, you need the Quasis to stay still, and if they stutter step into you and you don't pull away, they will do well more than enough damage. And Goliaths can also be killed by them too. So, Quasis in general are very good units. The really big thing here, though, is he's got 1 Cyclops coming, but there's already 6 Quasis on the way.
He's actually swapped it out for a Goliath, which is also like worse than a Cyclops here because it comes online later. With a Cyclops or 2, you could try frontlining with the Masons. But boys, I think this is about as early as you can get a GG coming, so there's no drill attempt.
It's gonna be ugly.
He's going to go for it. The Goliath is not even done yet. It's still coming. It's still delayed. And the Beaver is just getting crushed by the 7 pull. We saw this earlier. We did see. Oh, there you go. The Goliath is out, but
he needs to bring the Goliath back and repair it.
No,
it's already
too wounded.
No. Nope.
There we go. He's trying for the repairs.
He's got this. He's in control. He's in control.
He didn't target the low HP Quasis. There were 2 of them that he could have targeted to lower the DPS, and now it's all over. A Vulture only now just got started, and down to less than 3 workers, one of which is off somewhere. And the other one is
Shambler smiles and the reflections of the Quasi's relentless tickle.
At least he's tickling the Hatrosk with his Mason. He still has a chance.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say he has no workers, but he still has 1 worker. He can get back into this. He just has to wait for the Quasis to starve to death. Pull it back, mine back, and start playing the game.
And there you have it. RIP indeed. GG's. And the Beaver is cast down to the lower bracket with admittedly the expected score of 3-0. And yeah, I mean, just judging by that alone, I have to say, I was expecting, maybe the Beaver to try to play a little bit more standard. He didn't really show that much other than a predilection for cheese. And I don't, maybe Keen will be caught more off guard by something like that. But I don't know. Yeah, that's a puzzler. That's a question mark one right there.
Well, there must always be cheese, and there must always be tism. And Beaver delivered both. So what more can you really ask for? Unfortunately, didn't get to see it actually have an effect, but if there was one player in this player pool, I would say that would be very difficult to cheese. It would probably be Mystery Meat.
Yeah, I think that's a fairly agreeable point to make because he's done a lot of the silly strats himself. He's got a lot of experience with the project. He plays to a high base level that it's kind of difficult. Like I feel like Mystery Meat's pretty consistent, whereas Shambler, it's maybe a little bit easier to throw off kilter with some tilt. You've done it yourself to him, in fact, Mask. So is it really... it's one of those things where if he, sees diadems or if he sees, Penumbra on one base Terran or something ridiculous, then it can kind of throw him for a loop. Whereas Mystery Meat, on the other hand, is a lot more stable, it feels like. And I guess you would describe that as, consistency versus momentum based play. I feel like Mystery Meat is really unlikely to get rattled by anything in the same degree anyway. So yeah, we head on back to our view of the current bracket state. That does mean Mystery Meat is cast to the lower bracket, and up next we do have the Shambler versus
Mystery Meat
King.
Can't be cast down to the lower bracket.
Oh, oops! I said the
fought
Beaver.
Hard.
Yeah, the Beaver cast down. Sorry, my mistake. I did ask the Beaver yesterday. Hey, Beaver, when is it going to be revealed that you 3-0'd Mystery Meat? And he said, right now. I 3-0'd him. So, unfortunately, he was lying and fraudulent. So. Little bit unfortunate there, but yeah, I think our next series is going to be more contentious and maybe even more standard. Now, the question I have for you, Musk, is: do you reckon, based on what the Beaver showed today, just now, that does he have a chance? Like we were talking about, we were setting up that narrative. If Keen drops to the Shambler, maybe Beaver has a chance. I feel like he didn't really give himself a great argument there.
Well, even when Keen wasn't playing at his strengths, he still had a fairly solid beginning 5-10 minutes in.
Yeah.
It was against like his game against 3 Crow, it was that ZVT on Boscovine that took 30 minutes.
Yes.
And it was kind of that's when he started asking questions. But he put himself in that spot very quickly where he immediately took command of the game, and then it slowed down. And then when he first showed up, there was his 6 pulls and the proxies, and he died to stuff like Nats, which was kind of more or less expected when he doesn't know about the early error or early anti-error, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
he's probably looking around for the Evo chamber so he can unlock Spore Colony. He has no idea what to do. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely has a much better grasp of the project now than then. I think even if he just plays this kind of at a casual level, it's going to be challenging for Beaver to overcome that, because Beaver was doing all right in that first match overall, but he was so far behind on units, and even though he was behind economically, what he had was still being floated.
Yes.
So he wasn't proactively trying to stop the drops. He wasn't proactively trying to prevent entry into his base. And he wasn't proactively trying to ramp up his production to go on 3 bases and then actually secure the bases that were constantly getting harassed when they started, even though he's the one who initiated harassing bases.
Yes.
So, it just felt like that at all points there was an outmatch going on there. And I feel like with Keen, that's going to be similar, even if Keen doesn't play very aggressive, which he's shown that he can. He will just do the neblime thing, because they have very similar styles where they just build a whole bunch and attacks all at once. So I think, other than just trying to cheese them early on, what Beaver would be looking to try to do is some kind of timing push. And that can be difficult to do if you don't have your own macro really maximized out. Yeah. So I think there's a possibility for him to take rounds off of Keen. I think it's not as unlikely as with Mystery Meat, just because Mystery Meat generally brings his A game, or at least, a reflection of it to the game. He's going to really rely on Keen not taking him seriously, and then trying to do something very cheeky and very, very pointed and well practiced.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why I brought up when we started this, and I started talking about him, it didn't seem like he was able to practice as much, is it's going to be difficult to even recognize when those timings are, especially when, Neblime and Keen's Zerg are very different than the Zergs that we're accustomed to seeing in this project, like Shambler, where you see a lot of more tier 1 aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have to find out if he's even going to be facing off against Keen, because the Shambler versus Keen quarterfinal number 2 is up next. And with that, I suppose we can go to a very short break while we use the bathroom, take an opportunity to cleanse our mind of cheese and silliness, and come back to you guys very soon. So any last words before we do that switch to the break, Mask?
Keen must destroy Shambler and get him typing.
All right.
That's what I want to see.
I also want to see Shambler typing. If you want to see Shambler typing, stay tuned, because we're going to his series next. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with playoffs round 2, heading into quarterfinal number 2, and it has 2 players in it. Mesk, that's 3 twos. How you feeling about this one? Shambler
I
versus
just
King
had
ZVZ.
some good food.
Oh,
I got some water. This, to me, is the highlight of the day.
there we go.
I sat down explicitly for this. I really wanted to see this matchup. I'm really curious to see, what Keen's going to bring into this coming out of the conversation we had. Their last encounter with each other. I think there's a lot riding on this for both of them. Keen maybe looking to prove himself after conversations. And also, he had his best showing was against Shambler.
That's right.
Shambler wants to get back at Mystery Meat. He's got a lot to prove to himself, too, that he can do it. And I would like to see Keen come out of this and win. I really want to see what he can do. Neblime said that you should expect a lot out of him because he's really good.
That's right.
So I want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that Keen has demonstrated a really high proclivity for like macro level play, and he can outdo Shambler, at least based on the level of play and the meta developments that had happened in the previous tournament. But this time around, they're meeting a lot earlier. And I feel like whenever you have a situation like that, to some degree, a new patch can streamline or reset the patch oriented changes that were there. Like you could think of it as when you have a new patch and something comes out, like everybody's kind of brought back to something of a level playing field where any advantages that were given entirely through project knowledge could be normalized. But because that obviously favors those who practice more and play more, I think Keen is at a disadvantage to having to face off against an opponent like the Shambler so early. And that's where this could be really rocky for him, because he definitely looked less than his stellar self in the group stage. And I feel like maybe if, he had met Btyb in quarterfinals or in the upper semifinal or whatever, second round playoffs, maybe then Btyb wouldn't have done the same, 2-0 start against him, right? Like maybe then Keen would have turned it on, or in a longer series, he might have, at least been able to look more convincing versus some of the cheesy early aggression stuff, because he would have been warmed up. He would have been like, oh yeah, I actually know this game again. I'm remembering details about it. Whereas, okay, now he's at least blooded in terms of group stage, but I'm not 100% sure if he's going to be able to turn it all the way on the same way that, we had suspicions that he really practiced or turned it up. And indeed he did. He told us in that interview, he practiced with Neblime against, for the Shambler match in the last tournament, right? And that was Elimination 3. That was what sent Keen home in 4th place. Now he's going up against him at the first round, which is very different.
Yeah, it sounded like he wanted to get back into that practice with him. But who knows if they had the time to do that. I presume they did, because Neblime is always looking for people to play, and his time zone just is in the place where everything's upside down and full of Black Widows.
Well, here's one detail for that. Shambler told me that he sniped Neblime for practice, and maybe that means that Neblime didn't have time to play versus Keen.
Yeah, one thing about Shambler that I've noticed about him is that when he knows a potentially or a knowingly difficult matchup is going to come up, he's going to try to practice for it.
Yes.
So, he may be inconsistent in some respects, but what is not inconsistent is that I've noticed his effort to prepare for matches ahead of time, figure out what the current meta might look like. That's, the quasi stuff.
Yeah.
And things like that when they got their armor pen changes. He was practicing in Mystery Meat a lot. And, from what I saw, he lost a lot of those, but he learned in the process.
Yes.
The whole point was for him to learn what works and what doesn't work against this. And as a result, he came out fairly stronger for that. And I would expect that to be the exact same case for this. So, in that case, this could almost be like, I feel like that without the mod differences, I might favor Shambler early and then Keen later, right? What we're going to see in this is almost like a contest of how their practicing regimes are going to shape them up. Because, Shambler has definitely the more project knowledge regardless. But I feel like Keen can still play this very well, even if his project knowledge, say, like Tier 3 Zerg is probably not something that he's intimately familiar with.
No, yeah.
Even if he practiced a whole lot, how many of those games actually got to Tier 3? Not really a whole lot.
And does he even know, when we gave him a little bit of a brief about calculusks in particular being a big deal, does he even know what that unit is, Mesk? Like, has he put a name to the face, so to speak?
Yeah. So, again, I might favor, like in regular Brood War, of course, I haven't seen either of them play, but if we were to go from the CMBW standards, you have a polarization of where their focuses really seem to be. I mean, not necessarily their actual objective strengths, but at least where their focuses are. Where
That's right.
Keen, he said straight up he would rather do just a macro game, but people keep rushing him or whatever. And Shambler is very much aggro. So, just based on that, then it's like, well, you have someone who's going to be looking to win early and someone who's going to be looking to win later. But Keen has also shown he can play early too.
Yes.
We have seen that as well, where he just kind of like flipped on a dime, went in the 6-pool proxy circuit, and just called it a day ZVZ. So you might see some of that in this as well. So
yeah, Keen is interesting. He's an interesting cat to me because he is described as EVZ in CMB or in Starcraft 1, where a lot of players, especially Zerg players, perhaps think ZVZ is just ridiculous and they hate it. Keen seems to have like a very zen attitude towards it, where he's like, well, yeah, because it's EVZ, you have to do these things, and he kind of just accepts it. He doesn't seem to have like much of a value judgment on it, and so that kind of makes me think that, okay, if the meta of the project seems to be that everybody likes to rush, he will be able to adapt to it. It's not going to tilt him per se, where somebody who, I don't know who would be an example of this, but if somebody comes in and they say, hey, I want to play a macro game, like Shambler can't use that against him to continuously rush him because Keen will just adapt, or at least that seems to be the read to me. It doesn't seem like it's like a mental or emotional block that's going to prevent him from sort of turning it back onto him and sort of playing down to that level in a way.
Well, we also had a lot of people like Zishi, who you spam nothing but quazzles against, who would show up and then they would get the hazing ritual of Naths, vassals, etc. And they'd be like, oh my god, this is so imbalanced.
Yes.
Why do you get air units to tier 1? This is impossible. This is broken. So on and so forth. Keen never complained about any of this stuff. He got subjected to cheese He got subjected to cheese even recently, and he did not complain about any of this stuff whatsoever.
No, he actually took his own.
Visibly, it didn't bother him.
It's funny because he was like, "Yeah, I was kind of disappointed in my performance for not holding on against like the Dracodons waypointed across the map," and it's like you can maybe say, outside of a tournament context, you can maybe say, well, this is kind of silly from a balancing standpoint, or I have my opinions about it. But from a competition standpoint, Keen seems to have that winner's mindset where it's really like, that's outside of my control. I'm not the developer of this game. Like, I'm not making changes. What can I do to improve? Like, what can I do to make better?
That is what Experiences does, because you'll notice that it is the people who are inexperienced that will initially start complaining about this stuff. And it is the people who are the most experienced who at least try to play around things before starting to come to conclusions.
Yeah.
Like, it was a little while before Mr. Meat started saying nerf Protoss.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? And then, like, Shambler will talk about, oh, this is broken, a Zerg need AoE or stuff like that. But that kind of came, like, later after an amount of games that he played, as opposed to within, like, the first hour that he's experienced with the project.
Right, sure, yeah. Makes sense.
He's had experiences to back that up, whether or not it's objectively true, you'd have to disassemble it, but at least he waited until he had actual more direct experience at a relatively competent and competitive level to start coming to the assessments about what he feels is broken or not. Whereas, there are people who don't stick around that just come in and they, I mean, I see games where they just get absolutely spammed with quasis and they have like 60 wyverns and they could just steamroll you at any moment, but they don't. And then,
yes.
It's just obvious. Like, the experience for Keen shapes a lot of how he perceives things, and probably in a lot in how he reacts to things. Again, we go back to the first time these two players crossed paths. Keen got just completely out macroed in the first game. Second game, he flipped that around right away, and there was just a massive change. And not everybody, I definitely can't, change the way in which they do something, like how many workers they build, how they saturate, so on and so forth, just based on the result of one match played right in front of another one. Because those things tend to be habits, something you get in the comfort zone with. You do things a specific way because you've learned it, either through Brood War or just whatever. To be able to just change something integral like that, completely shift the whole way around in something as low level as how you're approaching the economic model, that shows that there is a mindset to Keen that is not as easily seen within a lot of the other newcomers at this point, where I see them improving all the time, but it's much more gradual, and the things that they do are much more gradual. For Keen, that was a very distinct change that I have not seen too often within casual or competitive play, to be honest.
Yeah. No, it's definitely an interesting one. I agree with your assessment about his skill level and how if he turns it on, he could absolutely defeat Shambler. This is kind of like his first real test, and it's cool that we're getting to see it right at the beginning of the tournament. Mesk, if you're ready, I think we can roll the clip and get started. We are going on a victory square for our first map between the Shambler and Keen. Are you ready to see what's up?
I am ready. Let's get started.
And we're in. The Shambler is in the top left. The Beastra Brown Zerg, a victory square. Cross positions in this ZVZ. A 4-spawn map. Eggshell Blue, Keen Zerg, bottom right. Mask this. As much of a mouthful as that was, this is going to be a good one, right? We've got a cross spawn on a 4-spawn map. One of the bigger maps. One of the more resource-rich maps we have in the pool. I'm looking forward to this.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see because I feel like Shambler has been kind of quiet about his practice and general attitude and stuff like that towards the project and his general competitive placement for a while, which to me feels a little unusual. Shambler tends to be more vocal, so either he has been brewing something or, you know, something's been going on. I know he's had a lot of stuff happening in his real life recently as well.
Yes.
That is not very good and is probably going to, you know, be a burden for him as well, mentally speaking, for, you know, a while. And you know, just coming into here, it'll be interesting to see, for one, this is something we can reflect upon the exact same matchup very recently and see how he's improved since then. And we'll be looking at the same for Keen. We're basically looking to see the same thing from both of these players, is what they learned since then, what they improved, and what they're going to do to try to out-cheese each other. Keen sees that worker coming and immediately changes direction.
Yeah, I like to see that.
Precisely what his opponent is.
Yeah, his reaction time a little bit faster, perhaps. I did see some talk of Shambler as he puts down a macro hatch. He's up against a pool that's almost done from Keen, but he will have the production advantage as this game goes on. One of the things to mention here is that Shambler did say that he had a kind of a bad migraine, headache, etc. When this game was going on, and he even said, lower bracket, here I come. But, you know, Shambler is the one to type, and sometimes when you type, you also type excuses. So maybe that's what was going on there. Either way, it looks like his immediate response is actually going to be to put down a Kagran before he even scouts what his opponent is doing. Playing a little bit on the defensive side.
Shambler is a little spooked here, and actually it's going to be Nats.
Yes.
And he will scout this. He will see the gas. He's probably going to see the Nats pop out. So building that first circus
look at this.
Good for him, actually.
Now, this is not bad from Keen. He has identified that his opponent went for a hatch first, still has no tech structure. We're now seeing a second Kagran go down, not a tech structure, still for Shambler. And this is important for Keen to do because as he, you know, he gets a little bit of lost mining time, but not much. The thing that he's doing is stopping. Yeah, he needs to close the worker gap, and he's stopping his opponent from, you know, mining with some of the entire worker advantage, really.
Yep. Yeah, when you see this, it's like, well, immediately there's going to be a defense structure, which is probably going to prohibit him from doing a huge amount here. But at the very least, if he can keep, you know, denying some of the workers, it prevents him from getting punished super mega heavily by the single hatch versus second hatch. Right now, Shambler is just getting even into the workers, so Keen has to try to make something happen with this or immediately go into... He is going to expand right now, too.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake from him. He rallied a second worker across the map, and that is going to make...
about that.
Yeah, that's going to definitely add up. But, you know, Shambler has been forced into building even yet another static defense structure. He still feels pretty spooked. His Quasith pool is only now coming online. You know, the Nats have been the only military investment so far. It's just been the 4 Nats, right? The 2 pairs. That's 2 larvae expended on it. And it's forced out, you know, a Circuith, a second Spraith, because he's fearing an air all-in. And, you know, has no information, right? He sent his worker all the way back home. I'm not sure that the Nats actually ended up getting it. I would imagine not, because, you know, none of them have any kills. So it looks like he will have had that, you know, intact and used for either building or harvesting. And, yeah, Keen is behind in terms of his worker count, but he is going to take the back base as well to go up to get a 3-base total advantage. This could be the beginning of a Keen macro game.
Yeah, Keen is figuring, well, my opponent is just going to sit here and drone up, but actually Shambler is going straight for ticklers. So this could result in a tickle storm if Keen is not careful here. He should really be trying to scout this to make sure he knows that it is just workers coming out of these. He will spot some of them, but the more that pop out of here, the more it just becomes apparent, like, the Nats are not going to be able to do anything at all.
Yes.
And then that's a substantial gas and mining time investment. So he's scouted them now. He did kind of peek up there to take a look. So he's either going to try to spam circuits or he's going to try and make his own military. Yeah, he's going to make his own quasis.
Yeah, and this makes sense. You can
could just push out.
You can camp the ramp as long as the Nats keep an eye on where the quasis are. And Shambler's playing defensively, taking his own back base. You know, this back base is obviously vulnerable to air, but there is no ground connection into it, right? So that's something to keep in mind with these early stages of the game. Like, in theory, cross spawn is super safe, but obviously Shambler has not agreed with that. Going for a Hydrith follow-up. and getting a lot more workers. Now, one thing to mention is that going for the quasis makes a lot of sense here, unless you're, as Keen, you want to go for like an Ovaleth to transport the Kagrin over or something, because that ramp is really far away from your natural Hatcherosk, which is one of the reasons why I suspect Shambler went for the back base to begin with.
Yeah, Shambler may have expected some very early aggression here since it was 4 Nats, which is quite an investment.
Yes.
But they're really just here just to try to punish anything that is untowards. He does almost manage to snipe some of those quasis, but they managed to wiggle their way to safety, and Shambler's actually going to make another circuit there, still expecting some kind of all-in, but I think Keen is actually really quite content with the way the game has gone at this point. He did build some quasis just as a little bit of a safety net in the event there is some kind of breakout here, but it is actually going to be Skits from the Hydroid, so he's looking to probably go straight for... I don't think these are for the Nats. I think these are for attacking worker lines.
Yes, we've seen them be quite the revelation so far, and large numbers of Skithracore, since they are still so very fast, allows them to just charge into worker lines. And Shambler's the one spending resources on defenses, as well as workers, of course. Keen could be dropping multiple hatches to try to spend his minerals. Looks like he's just going to be banking for tier 2, but this could open up an opportunity for Shambler to get some pretty good damage, especially if the Nats are still on the other side of the map.
Yeah. Could just wait for a very large number of Skiths. If he can keep them well hidden from Keen, Keen may never feel inclined to make any anti-air defense whatsoever, which means that he's going to be in trouble. But he might have spotted those there with his Nats flying in there.
It's going to be confirmed now that Shambler's actually going to go ahead and attack with it. So when he sees this, if he clocked what the ability actually does, when he sees the way that the projectiles actually work, now that that's cleaned up, this is going to be a signal to go. Shambler even attacking with a battle worker. No defenses in the third, so Keen will undoubtedly have to concede that position. And he doesn't really have that many... quasis lying around. He could be going up to tier 2 already, being a little bit sloppy, and is now going to rotate his quasis over to try to guard the Kagrins that are going down. They will actually occupy some of the attention here from Shambler, but the quasis are a little bit slow on the draw.
The quasis are going to come over here. Some workers will die. It's not a big deal, but it's going to occupy some of his time. Again, Keen has well more than enough money to go straight to tier 2 at this point.
Yeah.
But he's going to be occupied chasing these around for a while. I wonder if we'll see an Enos. Yes, we're going to see the Enos Iris. It's going to help blockade his ramp. He just wanted to get it down as soon as possible, just so that he wasn't wasting as much time chasing these around. They've gotten some kills in here. They got to get a lot of kills in to really pay for themselves, because this is quite an investment.
It is an investment. One of them's already died, and throughout all of that, I think he maybe killed... I want to say 5-6 workers. I don't think that's actually going to be enough. Now, he still doesn't have the level of production that like I would expect out of this situation, right? We actually have more hatches by 1 for Shambler, and he has continued to pump nothing but Skithracore. He's really going to be gunning for that. Now, we still don't actually have any Spraiths up, and the quasis are in such small numbers that as these Skiths grow, eventually we are going to be able to see them just take control of the whole area. And that's going to be an awkward position here where, Keen, between losing his, a lot of tempo where he could have teched up for like maybe a couple minutes there, definitely feels like he could be doing more. He's sending all of his quasis in and now finally adding an extra hatch. Feels like that could have come a lot of time. And he did realize, hey, I can burrow to avoid the pain of the Skiths, so that's going to help him reduce his worker count demises. But still no Spraiths in the natural. That's going to be the next target for Shambler, of course.
Yeah, he's being lax about his defense. He's not really taking this quite seriously yet, but he's going to have to. I don't think they're going to kill that tier 2, but they might get some of these workers here.
Well, they didn't end up getting any. Yeah, not any yet. They're going to try to park over this base here. They're still in a small number that it takes them a long time to actually kill the workers. But look at Keen's sort of like lackluster micro response here. Yeah, he's not really moving the quasis. There's a lot of idle time on them, and he could be parking a lot more. It could be building more defenses. And it looks like finally, as a Mutath goes up in the third, he will have a Spraith there as well, and will actually burrow his workers here. I don't know, it feels like he could still, with 1,000 minerals and 1,000 Vespine, absolutely could still be doing a lot more with his money. In particular, he could be adding a lot more hatches. Shambler now setting up 2 at the third base for himself.
There's a lot of Nats. There's a lot of Nats for Shambler. He's going to try to use these to start actually killing the structures now.
Yeah, that absolutely can turn the tide. We also, with tier 2, you could see the Spear Tiths come out for bounces. That would definitely help with these swarming air units. And the real question for me is, the Mutat Spire is about to complete. Will it even be allowed to stay alive? And if it is, will Keen go for Sikralisks for the splash? Is he even aware that they do that? Or is he going to be going for Mutas, which might not be as effective in this situation?
Every single time Shambler's about to come in, all the larvae turn into drones.
Oh boy.
And it's not going to be that useful. There's just so many area units at this point.
Yeah, he does have double spray. They will actually be focused down here, but you are seeing it take a little bit longer than you might be expecting with this stack of air units. That's just the low general DPS of Skithricors and Gnats, particularly versus armored targets. We do have more Spraits in the way. Well, they're Kagrants right now, so one of them is going to get sniped. Not really crazy worker damage here. Shambler is, of course, up in terms of the worker count overall, but I would say that's more so due to the fact that Keen has not really defended his position very well.
Yeah.
And it isn't Mutas on the way.
Not being very aggressive. Like, this is definitely a case where it's like, yeah, you can afford just to spam Sprites. Like, you're going to lose workers doing so, but it's better to build the Sprites and prevent further damage than to keep losing workers anyways.
Now, if the Mutas engage over the Spraiths, one of the things that will absolutely happen is I feel like Shambler might go after the Mutas, and that will allow the Mutas themselves to sort of kite backwards and let the Spraiths do some consistent damage. I don't know why he's attacking the Spraith, but I guess he was trying to stack them up or something. And now he's going to poke out. He does have a healthy Muta count here. It's 14. He is going to charge ahead into the Quasis and start to try to kite backwards. Nathricors can absolutely chase this, and the Skits do deal some splash, but it looks like some flubbed micro there from Keen prevented a couple of additional salvos from firing out. That being said, the Skith count is really, really low right now. I feel like the threat to workers is past, and additional Quasis are still standing by, along with some idle workers at the front of the natural. I don't know that Keen is actually in too much danger here, especially if he mutates these circuits, but he might not be aware of that.
Yeah. How aware is he about the value of Tier 2 defenses? Tier 2 defenses are one of the most important power spikes for Zerg. The Scorchith is one of the most valuable structures that Zerg can make at Tier 2. It turns what is a mild annoyance into something you can actually really rely on for defense, especially against a lot of Tier 1.
Yes.
And he may not really be aware of that because, I mean, how often has he really run into this kind of situation? But if he just dives them with all the Mutas, I think Mutas are going to die.
Yeah, well, the Mutas are going to pull back here. Only one of them going down, trading for a number of Quasis. Not really too advisable for Shambler to engage here, but back at his own base, we did see Tier 2 and a Mutath of his own coming. He is going to charge forward, trying to stack a lot of damage from the Skits onto those Mutas, and many of them are bruised, but there's only about 4 or 5 Skits with this army. I think it's just going to continuously get thinned down. We do have 8 Iziricors joining the fray, and that's where you need more Quasilisks to deal consistent damage to them, because they will absolutely add a lot of DPS versus the Mutas. But it's just Muta spam for Keen, 24, and I think more are on the way.
If this gets carried away, and if Shambler manages to lose this engagement, this could really flip on him. So he has to make sure that he thins out the Mulisks, or otherwise ends the game at this point, or just does not engage until he is able to do so, because, well, he has defenses back home, but when there's so many Mulisks, they'll just bounce and kill everything around the Spiritists, presuming that he's going to upgrade them. He actually has his own Spire, so, but right now, he's going to make Calculus.
Yes, he's got 10 on the way. There's 14 more Nats ready to be turned in. Now, there's a lot of Calculusks here for Keen, but he does not have the Calcure Pawn, so he has not mutated his Quasith Pool into that structure just yet. He spent all of his money, though. He's keeping his resources relatively low, continuously producing. Not apparently not necessary to get additional larvae, and he's just going to try to root Shambler out of the base. He's engaging with the Nats first. The Mutas are going to stack up a lot of that damage, and the Skithricors in particular are going to be occupied dealing with the Nats before the Mutas can even really fall. So he exits with losing, I think, a single Mutalisk in that whole fight, and now is going to waypoint 35 across the map. A lot of Quasi is going to come in here. The Calculusks will deal with this threat relatively fast, and he has to be watchful of this, but he's not really paying too much attention to this engagement.
Yeah, no, they just melted.
Yeah. A lot of them not even really attacking the Calculusks, too busy attacking the Nathricors instead. And it looks like he was maybe focused on that ground engagement. There's a bunch of Quasis here, so Shambler does have to be a little bit cautious. But yeah, 13 more Calculusks going to be engaging here. And this Tier 2 unit is specifically designed to deal with crowds of armies in the first place, right? So it's absolutely one of those things that the really low armor targets, like the Mutalisk, the Quasilisk has no armor. That's going to be a real rough situation for him. He would need something like Bactylisks, Sicrilisks, which, you know, the latter of which he can actually make, to maybe try to prevent the Calculusks from engaging such a clump of stacked units like that.
There's still no Tier 2 defense for him, so this is not really going to offer Shambler too much resistance here.
Yeah, his worker line's starting to get blown up. Muta's trying to engage, force the Calculusks back a little bit. They have less HP than the Muta by 20, but they have significantly better DPS overall versus low armor targets, as you can see. So GG's going to be called, and I think, honestly, it feels like Keen staggered this game out, and a more experienced Zerg player would have been able to close it. He was in a very advantageous position, but he just allowed himself to get tickled to death by all those air units.
It seems like that he kind of sticks to what he did in the very beginning, which is go to Melisks and just rely exclusively on Melisks. But Melisks are not nearly as omnipresent in this as they are in Brood War. There are many more solutions to deal with them than just more Melisks. There is the tier 2 defenses are relatively good against them. Of course, the Calcalisk, the Sycralisk. You can even use just even like Hydras. Because Hydras are also still generally quite useful because they no longer deal explosive damage. So Melisks are no longer so universally useful because of their size profile, which reduces damage from a lot of things like Dragoons and Hydralisks and so on. Which means that, he had a good idea bringing in the Quasis, but he needed so many more, and he needed to be able to pull back into the Quasis and then re-engage, and then, it really wasn't a good fight to begin with. But if he was going to fight it, it really wasn't by stacking all the Melisks on top of each other where the AoE was going to eat them. I feel like he had no idea what to really... I mean, I don't know if he was even really watching that fight with the Calculus, but I feel like he had no idea really how to deal with Calculists at all, and that definitely would have been something I think Neblime would have... if they were practicing Zerg and Neblime would have brought him up on that. So, I feel like that for Keen to really, Shambler has this figured out. Like, he knows that, Melis, I just make Calculus. This interaction will happen every single game that Keen isn't able to end before tier 2, or that he does not do something besides make Melis. Because it's pretty cut and simple for Shambler in how to deal with this. And he's definitely practiced it. So he knows. He's known about it for a while. In fact, he talked about Calculus before. Because Calculus received some bug fixes, I think, in this version.
Well, yeah, there was multiple layers of bug fixes that improved their consistency of dealing damage, particularly when trying to target units in the backline. Where you manually target the Calculus in the backline, it pierces more targets. That's where you're going to get a huge power spike, and that's where Micro can definitely increase the level of efficacy that you're going to get out of the unit. Whereas when you're trying to engage it with stacked air, you definitely want to spread, almost like you're dealing with a radiator or something. You really want to spread them as, as thinly as possible, you could say. Just try to make it so that they're absolutely, almost zero overlap. And then, in a straight up fight, Muta has, maybe not better DPS one to one, but you're getting 2 of them per pair. It's just the fact that they do naturally flock together like that is always going to favor the Calculus.
Yeah. So, you're tempted to bundle up the Melis so you can micro them better, but that's definitely not something you want to do against Calculists, or really a lot of the stuff in this. In fact, stacking air is really the main reason why you lose air in this. So it's you gotta be really actually doing some things against what you've learned to do in Brood War, except for cases where there's Archons, I better not build Melis anymore. Yeah. You can still make Melis against Protoss in this. It's just there's so much more you have to be presently aware of, and you need an actual backbone for your army. The Melis is no longer your army backbone. And there are solutions at that tier level that do the same kind of job Melis do. Not as well in some cases. That can directly fight Melis. I mean, even Bactylisks can do relatively well against them if they're not able to easily engage on top of them.
Right.
So, Keen's definitely going to need to have a different approach to this to take it at this point, I think.
Yeah, he almost got his wish for a macro game. I mean, in a way that was a macro game. It's just, it felt like he was so advantaged in the early stages. But, he was a bit lackadaisical about spending money on an extra Hatcherosk early on for the larva production. A bit lackadaisical on spending money on his tech. I think it was maybe a minute where he had enough, or maybe thereabouts, which does definitely matter. And even still, he had a significant advantage in pacing versus his opponent. But, we harped on it a number of times, the lack of building the Spraiths to defend versus the smaller numbers of skiths. It was only 5 or 6, max 8, entering his base in the early stages of that when Shambler was starting to do those counterattacks. We'll see what Sideshow has in store for us. Are you ready for that one, Mask?
Yeah. Remember, in this first time these two players met, the first match with him was also fairly one-sided on behalf of Shambler, but his second match showed some pretty major adaptation. This is a little bit different of a kind of adaptation, though. This is one that definitely requires more project knowledge than just, my economy was really low and I'm probably down on money for some reason. Yes. No, this is actually unit knowledge that is being checked here. So this will be either because of our 2-spawn shorter distance, that he's going to either try something early on, which almost doesn't seem his style, even though he's capable of doing it.
Yeah.
Or is actually going to do something other than Milas, or maybe he'll just stick to Milas and just try to play it differently.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he wants to do. Keen, the yellow Zerg in the bottom right against the Shambler, the blue Zerg in the top left. Sideshow is a map that affords you options for early cheese and early aggression, but it does also allow you to take a fairly fast set of 3 bases in your quadrant and go from there. So we'll have to see what these players are going to be doing. It looks like they're going to be getting their pool at around the same time. Shambler a little bit behind it, but chooses to go for an extra worker. And that is going to essentially set himself apart. Although in the last game, he went hatch first in base, and maybe that's what he's going to do now.
I kind of think that's what he's doing again, yeah, because there would have been a pool by now if he was going to make it.
Well, the workers are going to cross each other's paths on the way out, and we will be seeing...
Again, Keen going for that gas, so it will be Naths again in all likelihood.
Well, we'll have to see if Shambler has sort of like downloaded him in that sense, because he kind of like just built the first static defense structure blind before even scouting his opponent. And I'm interested to see if he decides to do that again. Because otherwise they could just be going for a remake and, you know, essentially a gentleman's agreement to do the same game all over again. We'll see what Keen wants to do. A little bit of worker tickling, and that's about it right now.
Yep, there is definitely aggressive tickling taking place. The Naths are en route.
And so is the Kagran over in Shambler's base.
Yep. And Shambler's worker hasn't even arrived, but he'll arrive. We see pretty much the exact same thing. We really are just saying the exact same game play out.
He's rescouting to see what's up. He actually did make it in, so he's going to see the double. He saw the gas mining before the eggs were there, so he did.
The main difference right now is that Keen has not trying to make any K-Rits inside of Shambler's base.
Yeah.
He probably figured, oh, well, the workers seem to be fairly actually reasonable at killing it this time, so I'm not even going to bother.
It does almost feel like he could go for, you know, sending a second worker deliberately across the map, but it's not going to happen here. You know, if you're doing
it kind of feels like he could try to proxy the Kagri in the base on the far edge, and then try to like destroy the other one, especially since it's turning into a Spraith right now. He can just make a circuit there, and that'll at least pull workers, and then he can try to snipe the workers with his Nats.
Yeah, you absolutely wouldn't be able to engage from there. Like if I'm sort of selecting the rightmost boundary there as the Quasith Bull is going down in Shambler's base, and if you built them there, the Spraith does not reach. So definitely would have been an option for him. And in fact, he is actually sending a second worker out. I don't know if this is by mistake or not.
It might have been. It might have been the same mistake. We are playing the same game. The pictures are the same, where the rally sent the worker off into the enemy's base here.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's scouting the ground path, but definitely a bit of a mistake here, and he's more behind in workers than he was before. So many of those are on the way, we can say. But yeah, it's in terms of actual worker count, we are at 21 to 16. And 2 of them are on the map, so 21 to 14, really. I guess 20 to 14, because there is the one borrowed one there.
It kind of looks, I don't know, maybe he really does just want to build this here, but it's kind of late now. I mean, Shambler could make quasis, but he doesn't have... Okay, he has some... Yeah, and so it begins. But now the quasis are immediately on the way.
I feel like he should have just sent his other scout worker back, too, and done a second one. You know, that would have done it a lot sooner. I think he got the idea a little too late. And maybe this is going to be... We're going to see the evolution of that strategy in the future. He definitely wants to get up to something a little bit on the cheeky side. The quasis are out now, and the circuit is about a little about halfway done as the first hits come in. You know, zoned away. Not bad by the Naths. Forcing him back.
He is able to zone them. It could be a little annoying for Shambler to deal with because is his in range?
I don't think that circuit is in range. If it is, it's just
going to
narrowly.
slow Shambler
down
it's not.
at
least a little bit here.
Yeah. Now there's only the one. Like he's just going to dive on this and try to pick it apart. He has to do so while sustaining losses to the Nats, but there's only the 2 Nats, right? A third base coming out for Keen. So this really is going to be very similar to the last game, except this time we get to see a little bit of a cheeky, you know, ZVZ tactic that I honestly think is pretty legit.
Yeah.
Yeah, if this hit like 2 minutes earlier, it would just have been
like, it's not really that much of a. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe the whole point is to force them to make military that he doesn't want to make, but it's still.
Got him.
Got him. You know what? I don't care what happens now. He's got him typing.
Yeah.
He's got him mad.
No, that's honestly, beautiful. if he had done that 2 minutes earlier with the scout and then sent another one for a second one, he might have just been in a winning position. The Quasith pool wasn't even down at that point, right? So.
Yep, absolutely, yeah. Because that second one turned into a Spraith. He would have had to cancel it at the very least and turn into a circuit.
Yeah.
at the right timing, he wouldn't have had that option. So there was absolutely some potential tism that could have taken place there. Unfortunately, losing the Nats hurts because that's like 200 gas down the drain. But
yeah, it was 100 because it was 2 pairs. But the problem right now is that he's not guarding his third, and that's where Shambler's forces are sort of massing up. He's got some Vorvs here, which will deal pretty well, and he's got 11 Quasis, 5 Zets. So, you know, there's enough Quasis over here to deal with this, but I don't know that he's actually going to respond in time. It looks like Shambler will try to go for an engage, but some of his units getting hooked onto the Hatchros there. I feel like a lot of his Quasis were not actually dishing out DPS this whole time, so that is absolutely going to result in a punish. And maybe we just see a Quasilus game move in response, right? There's the one Circuith in the base. There's the third hatch coming into the main. The Hydrith is out, but what's going to be the follow-up? It's going to be Skits. You can't really defend with those.
Yeah, if he devotes super heavily into skits and Keen decided to attack at this moment, he might take some losses. But, I mean, he can just see that this is the same thing and build some sprites ahead of time and then attack. And at least put pressure on this Nat and then try to kill the skits before they go anywhere. And then kill them in his base if they do decide to attack and then just contain and prevent a third and then just move out into a more of a macro game. There's a few options he can go from this point. But what is actually happening is that he's building quite heavily into Nats now.
I noticed
so
this.
This is kind of sort of what I was kind of expecting to see as he tries to end this more in tier 1.
And the thing about the Nats is they can absolutely pursue and destroy Skithrakors. Like, despite the fact that the Skithrakor deals the line trace and the return damage afterwards, Nathrakors can still absolutely keep up with them. And in this quantity, they absolutely will win. You know, we're talking about more than 20. We're at like 14, 16 Nats or something versus just like the 8 Skiths. If they fight anywhere near the Quasis, the Skiths are just going to be toast.
Yeah.
And they'll even be caught on the move out.
He's amassing here. This is definitely not a fight that Shambler really wants to take. I mean, he might kill the Nats, but if he loses all the skits in the process, that's a lot of his investments going to be down the drain. Well,
the Nats are being a little bit laissez-faire with their movement, and so I think they are going to be punished a little bit there. But the Quasis are streaming on in. They should probably be stutter-stepping a little bit further forward. The skits are definitely occupied this whole time. And yeah, this natural is just going to be completely wiped up. It doesn't really look like Shambler can defend against this.
Yeah, he's getting utterly tickled, just monstrously tickled. This Nat is in dire straits. There's more Nats coming in the way. Even though he's killing a lot of them going into the main, it's occupying his time. Time is not really something he has at the moment when it's 3 bases, even though one's not mining at the moment. That's still an extra larva production.
Absolutely.
Shambler is right now is being under fire. Now, instead of taking that Nat, Keen ended up going into the main. He might manage to do some damage here, but his forces kind of like got all separated.
Yes. Yeah, he's trying to just
he might be
camp
getting a
the
little
eggs.
greedy here.
Yeah, if the Circuith falls, that can be an advantage for him, but he's not really waypointing the Nathrakors onto it, only going to do it now. And I do feel like he kind of threw his military advantage here, where he absolutely could have done a lot more if he had gone for the natural. So still a technically playable game here. Keen does have more workers, but he dealt a lot of damage and killed all of the gas expenditure of his opponent. Maybe you can argue he spent a lot more gas himself, but now I think Shambler is going to be in a camp position. He's floating 600 gas. He's clearly going to be angling for a faster tier 2. And, you know, that's a fair thing to say, fair thing to do.
I definitely think going for the Nat would have been the better choice for that. Just sitting there, just nuke it down, and then if he wants to try to engage, he can, but if he was going to engage on that, I feel like he would have been better off focusing the Hydrith Dan or something like that and not diving so far in, because all of his units were just attacking their own thing, and there wasn't really much micromanaging going on there at all. So, and
we see Shambler spend all of his gas down as well. So at this point, I'm thinking Keen can start banking his own gas for tier 2. He's got Quasis. He cannot be attacked at this point. He does have the third base up and running. He's got extra gas coming from that geyser. Just like in StarCraft 1 ZVZ, you get an extra geyser. Listen, that's good for literally any matchup, but particularly Zerg, where they are so gas hungry when it comes to getting their tier 2. And he's already starting to spend a little bit of workers on some static defense as well. Admittedly, only in the natural in the third, but positioning his units to catch any additional incoming air coming from the middle. And he has enough Nats here that I think he can at least delay his opponent's Nats, despite
the Shambler's luck. He is angling to attack the base that actually has anti-air defenses in it.
Yes.
Which is going to give Keen the chance to actually do something about this.
Well, he's not really reacting to the threat, so one of the sprites is already going to go down. Here come the Nats and Quasis. That's going to zone them away, and he can just remorph that Kagran, and does so. A couple more Nats waypointing into death, and Shambler will indeed suffer a couple of tickle deaths, and he's actually kind of all in with all of the money that he spent.
Yeah, that's all of his gas he had, so he's got to make this work.
Oh, well, he's going to kill some workers that were rallied into the Nathrakor sort of, death pit there. There's the double Spraith and the natural can also help hold off, and the Nats are preemptively positioned over there. I really don't mind this position at all from Keen. I think he could probably send like 1 or 2 Nats at sort of the extremities of each of his bases on a patrol path, just so that he can scout where his opponent's air is coming and get that faster reaction time.
A Shambler Derelict
Yes.
hanging out in that choke there that's been getting vision on his movement the entire time.
Yeah, well, the Nathricors are now out to a critical mass of 28, and the Quasis are a little bit out of position here, so the air fight is going to be very readable, as you might imagine. But he has lost a couple so far. Some Skithricors have joined the fray. More Nats idling at the natural. What's Keen's reaction going to be? The Quasis finally killed that worker. So there is that, and the Skithricors are actually kind of being targeted down. I almost like that from Keen, but he doesn't actually finish the job. He's got a bunch of Nats idling over here. This is going to be a little bit awkward for him because that was a lot of Vespene, and he still doesn't have his tier 2 on the way. So we are kind of grounded in just a tier 1 fight here.
This is becoming very Tismistic. I'm sure Shambler feels right at home in the Tism.
No, honestly, I still think despite
Keen's
Keen's lackluster micro responses, he just has more money. He just has more units.
Well, Shambler has a gabillion Quasis. I'm sure you know what this is like.
No, well, usually when I see this, it's my Quasis, so I don't really know what this is like. But
it's just like War of the Worlds, just with a lot more tickle fetish.
We do have the 3 o'clock base being taken by Keen.
There's no circuits here, so...
Oh yeah, and that will absolutely deal with the Nats. Yeah, this could absolutely be dangerous. We have even more Nats coming, so Keen's still not interested in going for anything other than... he's delayed his tier 2 a lot. And at least he's going to spot the ground army with his base. This is actually kind of like the better option for this to happen. And Shambler decides not to waste any time. The Quasis charge over and try to take over the high ground. But the air units are here for Shambler. He can still absolutely deal some pretty good damage here. And the Nathricor count is falling dramatically for Keen. He's down to only about 7. Still on a knife's edge at this point. Both of our players very, very focused on military. Keen floating so much money right now. Could go tier 2, but I think at this point he really just needs to put down a lot more defenses.
Yeah, he's got to do something here, and he's got to do it quickly. If he loses a base here, it's going to get out of control for him.
Nats dive onto the Shambler's air forces. The Skithricor on very, very low HP, but honestly, Shambler's force is kind of being split apart here. The workers even burrow. If there's more Quasis coming, then the air units will eventually be dealt with, but right now it looks like 14 or 15 Nats will survive. That Circuit was a Spraith once upon a time, finally will get put down, and it does look like the third base will be brought down. GG even called a little prematurely, I think, but you know what? Keen just felt like he couldn't keep it up, and somehow Shambler survives a much worse start than even the first game.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like Keen reached a lot of money, and it was like, you got to do something with it at that point.
Yes.
The game, at this point, like you have to actuate it into something. It has to be tier 2. It has to be another tech structure. It has to be units. It has to be defenses. When you are just in a mirror match like this, that is just really just raw numbers slamming into each other constantly, you got to do something to slow it down. You got to do something to overcome it. But
yeah,
it reached that point where he just had the money. It didn't get spent. Yes. So Shambler overwhelmed him.
And the Skithricors were more cost efficient at dealing with the Nathricors than you would normally see, right? And somehow, some way, despite... It was like... Definitely, I agree that he should have done something with his money, but he wouldn't have even had to do that if he just killed the natural, right? Like, that was something that you pointed out. If he just kills the natural, Keen is so far ahead in that game. He contains him onto one base. Listen, if he can't break it for whatever reason, he'll at the very least, be able to tech up with impunity, take a 4th base at that 3 o'clock location maybe again, and then just, casually smooth into a tie series. But now he's facing, not elimination point, but certainly lower bracket point, where if he loses this game, he will be cast down and meet the Beaver. And it'll be not as much of a contentious showing as we were necessarily expecting, certainly compared to Shambler's last showing against Keen.
Yeah, it felt like he thought he had kill pressure, but maybe he did, but the control was not there when he went into the main of Shambler, and his units were just all over the place. Some were attacking the Hydras, some were attacking the Circuit. He needed to pick a target and commit to it and not get dragged through the base and not have that happen. So definitely some control issues that are a very critical time when he made the most riskiest decision of it all. Yeah. Instead of taking the safer route and going straight for the Nat, I feel like he thought that, he could just end it here, just say screw it, just go all in. But there was defenses there. There was multiple Hatrosks. Shambler was at a disadvantage in terms of being able to build units at that point, which meant there was a window of opportunity. He could take in that nat almost for free.
Yes, absolutely.
And then do whatever he wanted afterwards. But he chose to fight on top of it. So even though Shambler was at a disadvantage, all of his shit got all hung up all over everything. And units just kept morphing out, and then Shambler eventually pulled out, only losing like the circuit and a handful of units. So,
and the other thing
that
to remember
basically
too,
went as well as it could go for Shambler.
Absolutely, he didn't even lose like hardly any workers at the natural because the quasis were busy attacking, combat units, maybe the defenses that were there as well, the double circuit at the nat that was there for a very short period of time. And it's like, okay, well, my military units could have just killed all your workers, but because I had left them on a move, it didn't sort of charge them forward. In some ways, I imagine, like, Keen is adapting to ZVZ in this, not being about just sending melee units into the worker line. He's got ranged units. So he's like, well, if I A-moved Zetracors, the Zerglings, right, they would just charge in and start attacking the workers because they're melee, so they have to get closer. But no, the Quasis have a range, so they're going to attack the buildings from a bit further away. I don't know, I'm trying to read into it to sort of imagine what he might be thinking, and that's sort of what I get anyway. So, we're going into Game 3. Otherworld is the selection by Keen. I'm not sure that he remembers any of the maps in particular, but I think he's just picking them based on their names and stuff. But Otherworld, he is the map he did try to 6-pool Shambler on. Are we going to see that again, Mask?
That would be a good way to proceed.
Let's find out.
I definitely think that you can never 6-pool enough.
I feel like 6-pooling is so risky compared to 7-pooling, which you can actually kind of react from. But Keen is the purple Zerg in the bottom right, and it will be the Shambler. The Sunglow Zerg in the top right.
If Shambler does exactly what he's done every other game in this, a 6-pool would probably kill him. Because even if he turns that first circuit into, or first Kegger into a circuit that he has always been getting, that can go down, and he can lose workers, and the Zets can contain. Like, there's a few ways that King can go about from that if he throws his opponent into a very disadvantageous position, but that is not what he's doing, unfortunately.
No, it's not going to be 6-pool or 7-pool from either of our players. And Shambler might go for a pool first now. I mean, if you really look at the games from an objective standpoint, Shambler, okay, he's up 2-0. You have to say, well, maybe what he's doing is working. But at some point, a player of Keen's caliber, a player of Keen's, ability to compete and skill, baseline skill at an RTS, surely Keen will be able to turn it around. And yet Shambler is still here, not going for pool first. I was kind of thinking, if I'm looking back at those games, if I'm thinking about them in an objective sense. 35.
Almost as good as that Veek against Mystery game where the workers got hung in each other for over 10 seconds. Just stuck. And then they both started gravitating across the map in completely unrelated directions.
Yeah, it broke them. It's going to be another in-base hatch. Mask. It's going to be another Nath push. It's literally the same thing.
Keen saw the first game and was like, okay, tier 2, obviously something went wrong there. I'll try to end it in tier 1. But then it didn't work out in tier 1. So if he tries to do the exact same thing, well, he doesn't have the larva available for mass Naths at the moment. He's actually pulled off.
Yes, he's getting one pair of Naths.
Yeah, and so there's some adjustments.
Yes. Okay, this is interesting. Now, his worker is alone. He hasn't waypointed another one across the map, intentionally or otherwise. And there is going to be a Kagran coming in a prime opportunity for anti-air defenses. He actually has the HP advantage on this worker, so Shambler's like, wait, what? Hold on. Let me get some reinforcements here. Not going to happen here. And
Shambler again burrowing at that ramp there. He likes to hide peepers inside your blouse.
Oh, it's going to be another Kagran. Yep, pulling 3 workers across. Now, he does have another worker, and it is rallying across the map. And it was manually done. So that, to me, kind of indicates, okay, we know what's coming. The Kagran is actually going to finish. The Nats are coming up, but I feel like they're a little bit too late to actually get the kill. Yeah, it's actually just narrowly too late. If those Nats had gotten there a little bit sooner, that absolutely would have helped. Now, Quasith Pool is coming, but... Don't worry, the typing can continue when the second worker arrives. And we just have all workers, and they're all rallying. Okay, one of them is going to be going for a third. Quasith Pool is going to complete. Yeah, there you go. Just add another one.
God, I love this man.
Man, I really think this would have
been... make another one.
I really think that this would have been so good if he had been able to sync it up with the Nats a little bit better. Like, you can see the thought process. My opponent doesn't even have a Quasith Pool done. I can just overwhelm him. I can send one pair of Nats out there. But at this point, the worker advantage squarely in Shambler's favor. We do have a macro hatch coming in the main, in addition to the presence of the Hatchros there. And some Quasis are done. It looks like it's going to be 3 pairs of Quasis. Yeah, 4 pairs of Quasis. So a total of 12, by the way.
12, by the way.
And one of the workers is idly staring longingly at the minerals like, I would love to return you, but this Hatchrusk is not done yet. Another macro hatch. Okay, Keenan's just going to be going, I think, probably just like Mass Quasi. He's not harvesting any Vespian whatsoever. And neither is Shambler right now.
This can definitely work.
Yeah.
Quasis can tickle Quasis. It does happen. Oh, the Master can... Oh, it's brutal.
Nah, not quite able to finish the job on that other Quasi. Not manually targeted onto the Zeths that only take 2 hits. And this whole time, you know, this is a lot of Quasis. So what is the reaction? A single Kagrant going down? He's got 2 pairs of Quasis coming versus the, like I said earlier, there's a total of 12 and all the Zeths. Mesk, I think this might be over.
Yeah, this is looking ugly for Keen. I mean, he might be able to pull out, but what kind of position he's going to be in after where the worker deficit is 25 to 17?
Yeah, I mean, he's got more production. He just needs to last long enough. He's going to pull the boys. Circuit finishes and is only going to be able to get a couple of hits off. More Quasis coming in from the ground. He can remorph that and should and does. Now there's only going to be about 7 Quasis remaining. At this point, the defender's advantage is too damn strong and no workers ended up going down. So the slow death of the Quasilisk is actually not going to result in any worker death. So we love to see that. Keen will remain intact and the game will go on. And remember, he's got a lot more production.
He finally murdered a worker. He found him again. Absolutely annihilated.
Hey, that's good. That's especially good compared to what we saw earlier. Now, at this point, we have more Quasis coming. Shambler's not feeling super confident. Not feeling super
Shambler is actually destroying his spray so he can turn them back into circuits.
Yes.
Because he knows. He knows that if he is not careful, he will be aggressively tickled. Also, if he's not careful, he might end up killing the Kagrant.
He looked at it and clicked on it and then decided,
maybe he is going to kill it.
I think he wants to kill it so,
yeah,
he can get stuff from the ridge a little bit easier. Okay. Makes sense.
Violent.
Very violent. Hey, there's a couple of Quasis in that anchor.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's some Quasis in the anchor. That's going to confuse Keen quite a bit.
The fuck? Got him. Probably the first time he's ever seen that.
No, didn't he stick one into an anchor before?
I feel like maybe
I think he saw them, but I don't know if he actually put anything in them.
Always been there. Yeah, always has been. This is a pistol to the back of the head astronaut moment, but either way, Quasi's sort of meandering about, wondering what the hell's going on. Why is there a Terran structure in the middle of the map? And, you know, it's forcing more military out of Shambler, who's been harvesting gas since then. No gas at all for Keen. I think he's just going to be all in on Zeth Quasi here.
He really is. He has gone for the tickle onslaught. He has chosen tickles.
I like this. I mean, you know this, Mask. I have done this to people.
I know this. I'm sure some very unfortunate people know this too. But here's the problem, though. Okay, he does. He does suspect the Nath / Skith all in again because
he's actually
building defenses now.
Yeah, preemptively.
My God, there are a lot. There are a lot of Quasis marching across the map. This is going to be a tickle onslaught.
Now, the problem is without any Zeths or Vorvs to slow down the attack rate of the circuits and actually deal damage through all the armor, the Quasis are going to struggle with the double circuit setup here. But you're right.
Attacking before his army is here is kind of the thing. He needs to wait for all of them.
And the problem also is that Shambler is trying to get away with not spending any larva on anything other than workers, right? He's got the 15 Quasis, and that's literally it. He's got nothing else coming. He's not got a single extra bit of tech. He's setting up a base in the other world, taking his 3rd one. And that's pretty much it. You know, there's really nothing going on.
He may have seen that initial batch of Quasis and was like, oh, that's it. I don't really need anything else. Meanwhile, there is just... Okay, they're going back home. Why are they going back home?
That's a question for Keen.
Keen, my man, you have, like, quadrupled the army count of Shambler at the moment. This could definitely be forced down. Absolutely. He could take the game right now if he just forces his way up. Oh, no, he turned around.
Hey, this Quasi is coming to the right-hand side. It will see absolutely 0 units. Another base being taken here, the in-base now by Keen. Not really good. No.
I'm not sure with Keen. Keen has, I don't know, Keen's, like, got, like, this conga line going
Yeah,
on.
he's trying to see how long he can make it, I guess, but it's shrinking.
Making the quasi snake. Meanwhile, that Derelict will be spotted by a quasi all the way across the map. Where are they going? Oh, they're going all the way over there.
Why are they doing that?
He is going to find this one Shambler quasi, and he is going to stomp on his balls. That is precisely what's going. There is 71. Okay, never mind. What is?
Keen.
Enos Iris is on the way. You know, if there is a ball buster here, that's in a terrible place.
Yeah, he can just separate. He can slice up.
Two Nats have arrived. They're gonna scout the tech of Keen
that
the
tech
exists, and he's going to see not really a whole lot. And he's gonna be kind of confused. He's gonna think, "What's going on? What's my opponent doing?"
My God, man.
Well, his opponent has 92 Quasilisks. What is he doing with them?
I don't know. I don't think he knows either.
He can ball bust this so
yeah, he could just
easily.
charge directly up the ramp and kill everything.
You know, I think Shambler caught on to something going on here, and he started to make his own tickle onslaught.
Well, he's got the Calcure Pond on the way. And that will eventually turn into Calcos or anything else. Keen, use your units. They're meant to be used. Make use of me like the Dragoon. Do it.
It's about to be disgusting because all Shambler really has to do is turn everything here into Lyrilisks.
Oh, he's using the tier 2 defense. It really is Jover, I think.
Yeah, it's gonna be a massacre. Shambler is even taking a bait. You know, the Otherworld is finally in play. You got your wish.
Yes.
Check it out.
Taking a base up here, taking a base in the mid left.
Was that the initial Drolith that ran past the Quasi?
Yeah, it got all the way over there. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, there's a game I played very recently where the Overworld came into play too for similarly autistic reasons. I'm not sure that's going to play out the same way it's going to here, though. Shambler.
Hey, the Iris is almost done for Keen, at least. Maybe what he can do is he can just set up this ocean of Quasilisks. He's got 95 Quasilisks over here.
Well, he's got 115 in total.
I'm just thinking he can just set up a contain. Maybe that's what he's going to do.
I'm not sure he can contain the sheer amount of Calculus that are about to fly out here. They can, after all, just fly. But if they flew in... Oh, my God. If Keen had lightning reflexes here. If Keen had lightning reflexes... He knows. He sees them. He knows. But does Shambler know?
Shambler does not know that there's 95 Quasis over here. Yeah, I think this is yet another case of Keen being able to defeat Shambler in the early game if he just makes one different tactical maneuver with any of his units. And yet he doesn't. And it kind of seems like it kind of seems like the obvious tactical maneuver, but he doesn't do it. It's somehow not obvious to him.
This is a massacre.
Well, he did say Quasilisks are his new favorite unit when we interviewed him, so I guess it makes some sense.
I can appreciate that because he's got 10,000 more coming.
Don't worry. Mutas are on the way. It's going to be Mutas, boys. I can tell you right now it's going to be Mutas.
This combination didn't win him in the first game. I'm not sure it's going to win him in the second game, but I mean, if he had like so many Quasilisks they blotted out the sun, then I guess. But Shambler is slowly mincing them down, padding his record here.
Yeah, the quasi count is dropping. It's down to only 69. Oh, 74. Wait, it'll drop down.
I never thought there would be a time that a Calculus looks like it's a tanking machine.
At least there's one in a couple of these bases as well.
Shambler suspects because now he's making Sycrolisks and Nats. So he's just going to keep making AoE. And if Keen goes straight, yeah, he's going straight from Elis. So
yeah, he's already got a bunch out. He's got 18 out.
It's going to be a repeat of the first game. You can sense it in your boners. I don't know, man. He's definitely fighting uphill with this. I mean, the Calculus are already out. He already knows that Milas do terribly against them. So I just feel like that he could just swing in the dark and he might come out. But, I mean, oh my God, there's so many Quasilisks.
There are so many Quasilisks, and the reaction time from Shambler is leaving a lot to be desired. Now, if the Mutas stay away from the Calculisks, which they are trying to do, then maybe they can have a chance, but the fact that they only have 1 armor and Quasis have 1 armor pen is making it so that they are not a great choice versus the Quasilisks either. And just a few salvos of the Calculisks deal with all those wounded Mutas, and it's just a total massacre.
Look at all the bodies. There's so many of them. Oh, it's just a giant mass. It's like going into Warcraft 2, spawning 300 units. And then just deleting them. Just a giant mass of bright red death. Meanwhile, Shambler has...
a Droleth killed a borrowed Quasilisk. At least there's that.
Shambler's getting a little separated here, but it shouldn't really cause him too many headaches. Those are not tier 2 defenses.
They are not. Hey, his count of Calcos is down to 12, though, so there's still a chance here that maybe he's able to... be driven back at the great cost of a lot of workers dying in the in-base.
Just think, some tier 2 defenses could have helped a little bit.
Brutal.
Absolutely tickled. There's so many Quasis. Shambler's just going to face tank him down, and
there goes the Mutap as well. Yeah, Sycralisk's coming in here as well to grace the presence of the world with their amazing graphic.
Well, they spend a little bit of a wiggle there.
There's still so many Quasis that it kind of feels like Shambler's not actually going to be able to close it out. But GG is called anyway. And yeah, you were right when you said it earlier. At the end of that first game going into the second, unit knowledge is what was being tested. And it doesn't look like Keen has passed.
Such a shame. I was hoping to see Keen at least take 1 round off of him. But it felt like that the Calculisks were just completely out of left field for him. He wasn't sure how to deal with them. Even though, like, this is the thing. I feel like he should have the experience to recognize in the first game, wait a second, Mutalisks are dying terribly. And it's probably not the Quasis that are killing all of them. It's this other unit. And you see this other unit out in this match before you have started to make your military. And it's like, I'm going to build this unit anyways, even though it's not doing too well against it.
Yeah.
You saw he kind of recognized there was that because he tried to get them away from the Calculus.
Yes.
But the Calculus were killing all of his dudes anyways, so he just... I don't know. I feel like if he recognized he was in that disadvantageous of a position, he shouldn't have gone on the offensive and dove into it. But, you know, if he had really just, like, smashed his balls into Shambler and just smeared them all over his face like 10 minutes earlier, there was a point where he had, like, 60, 70, 80 Quasis, and it was just, like, 2 Circus and 15 Quasis or something. That would have been just... It would have been really silly, but he probably would have just busted that ramp and then just murdered that Nat.
Yeah.
Or forced them down or whatever, because there's only 1 circuit in the main. Like, that time it was the hesitation that costed him of actually engaging at all. Yeah. So I felt like he ran up and got tickled and ran away, but he only had like half of his army there anyway. So then he decided to wait and wait and wait and wait. And meanwhile, Shambler is very, very content at that point just to go straight to what has been working at this point, because, well, there's a reason why it just keeps working.
It is indeed a working strategy, despite how many opportunities. Like, I think the way that I would put this here is I am not a spectacular player, but if you put me in any of the situations Keen got himself into versus Shambler in this series, just by virtue of knowing the units and knowing what to do, I win every one of those games. And I would say Shambler and I trade games evenly. You know, maybe I'm a better player on my A game, but maybe he's able to get more consistent. I don't know. It depends on if I get him typing, probably. But it's not really meant to be a measure of my skill versus his. It's just to indicate that the only real thing separating Keen from a 3-0 sweep based on the map states that we saw in each one of these games was unit knowledge and maybe some tactical decision-making about where to put the units, right? Absolutely, you piecemeal your opponent. You see what you can do to reduce their worker count. Maybe he just didn't see that there were workers in the natural, and that's what made him think, oh, he probably already evacuated. Let me go up the ramp. That's something that maybe we can ask him about in an interview going into his lower bracket match against the Beaver. But despite all of that, I will say that because he was able to get himself into advantageous positions against the Shambler, you probably have to give that Beaver matchup to him fairly handily.
Yeah. I think Keen overall had way better early game in these than in the previous encounters, and showed that, you know, he's generally doing better. But I feel like that what he needs to do is he needs to corner Neblime in the locker room and get him into the gym and get out of that jabroni outfit and have him teach him the ins and outs of all the units. And so he can figure out what tools work best for him in these circumstances, because I feel like that the Mila is coming from Brood War is his comfort zone, and he ends up reverting to that comfort zone, and then that comfort zone doesn't do him too well.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to believe in neblime, and neblime says he's a really good player because we definitely seen him do really well. But if he wants to be able to beat Shambler and proceed in these, he's definitely going to have to get some of that unit knowledge in and learn what to do, because I feel like a lot of what holds him and a lot of this indecision comes from not having that knowledge and not being really sure. Like, he's not armed with the knowledge to make the decisions he would normally be making. So I definitely would like to see that improve, because I feel like he has the potential to do really, really well.
Yes.
But then we see him choke like this, and it feels like, at least, someone who might be like lower level than him would just like blindly do something, and they might just like stumble into making something better. Like, I think most people just go and kill the gnat instead of just diving into the main. I mean, most of the people I play against do that.
Right.
But it's like he's trying to make a judgment based on knowledge he doesn't really have at that point. And then the execution wasn't that good. But in the rest of it, it was just like the unit knowledge was just, like not defending his bases from the harass in the early game was really rough to watch too, because I feel like anybody who's getting harassed by Era is going to start spamming watchdogs or sprays or whatever. But there was some reason why he did not want to do that at the point, and may have been simple as him getting overwhelmed, because he kind of fixed it up later on in the game, so he started making more defenses. But then he wouldn't make tier 2 defenses, and he doesn't realize how good those are. He may not even know they're there. But they are really, really good. Like, at least they're tankier. They hold them up longer, but they also deal a little bit of splash damage through their bounces, so they can help deal with the calculus. Like, there is not any situation I've ever personally been in where the calculus felt like it could tank anything. It's really frail. But I guess when you're fighting a horde of quasis that are landlocked and can't actually reach you, that's the case where the calculus suddenly feels like it's actually like unkillable. So that's kind of like the circumstances we're in. Like, quasis are very good.
Yes.
But you got to actually use them when they're good to really make the most out of them.
Yeah, I think more project familiarity will do Keen well. And in a way, it might even be a blessing that he went up against a hard opponent, got some practice, figured out what the meta might look like, at least from what his opponent's decision-making is. And you saw he had some ideas for putting the Kagrant with a scouting worker and then following it up with Nathricors. Like, that's an interesting thing that we've not seen anybody else do. We could see how that could work as he gets more familiar with the timings, the distances between the mains and the maps. Maybe in a 4-spawn map where they have horizontal spawn or vertical spawn. That's the closer ones. Maybe the Nath can get there a little bit faster and help them out before the workers kill it and all that stuff. I don't know. It feels like he has some ideas, and I do think that next time he fights against a Zerg, whenever that may be, even if that's not in this tournament and it's in the later ones, he can absolutely do better. But this time around, it's going to be a tough pill for him to swallow. Hopefully he didn't feel like we were bullying him too much with our commentary. I do think
I want to see him succeed.
Yeah, the decision-making of some of the units felt like very much indecisive, especially the Quasilis conga line going up and down, up and down. Just couldn't figure out what to do with them. If he just decides to right-click into his opponent's base and, occasionally attack move for the stutter step, I think he wins that game. I think if he, like we said, if he kills the natural on Sideshow, he wins the game. Maybe the first matchup, he was a little bit more sort of baited into the mutas, and then it's more understandable why he gets surprised. It's less understandable, like, oh, okay, you can't really point to one moment in the first game on Victory Square where he made some fumble when it comes to like a single action that, where he kind of threw the game. It was much more like the repeatedly, ignoring the defenses that we talked about, where he could have just fortified his positions at any stage of that game and been much better off, because the knock-on effect of getting more workers out and not losing any, or not losing as many, would definitely have given him the economic advantage. Then he could start affording more production. Then he could start outproducing his opponent. Maybe that can make up for the tech deficit. At least the game would have gone on for longer. But despite that, okay, the first game you drop, you could still be up 2-1 at this point if you just made some different changes with the very specific decisions. And hopefully that ends up being maybe it's not so painful. Hopefully it's not so painful, but it's definitely going to be obvious when you see that in the cast and you see like, oh, there's all this stuff you could do with the natural on Sideshow. There's all this stuff you could do with your opponent has nothing. When you've got 90 quasis, you can absolutely just charge up the ramp, even at 50 or 60, and you would have won that fight pretty handily. So it's definitely a situation where there's lots of room for him to defeat a player like the Shambler. Hopefully he doesn't feel like he's unapproachable now that he's been 3-0'd. I think going forward, he might be more of an effective match against him. And Mystery meets up against the Shambler for the upper semifinal. We do have that matchup confirmed. If Mystery Meat drops because of his random, spree here, and the Shambler ends up taking that series, that means Mystery Meat will go up against the Shambler as Zerg, and then Keen as Zerg after that, assuming he defeats the Beaver, right, in the elimination match 1. And the reason why I'm pointing that out as like a potential eventuality is because Mystery Meat will then have practice against Zerg, just like Keen has practice against Zerg, but Keen will be going up against a random player, and I feel like that's going to actually be a really hard next test for him after he goes past the Beaver, assuming he does, right?
Yeah, and if Shambler ends up getting 3-0'd by Mystery Meat, I think that's going to be so crushing for him. There's definitely going to be some typing at that point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well,
he really wants to beat Mystery Meat.
He does. Yeah, that's an interesting matchup in and of itself. But that's for Saturday. That game has actually already been played, so we'll be casting that one from replays. I think all the others will be able to do via live, but we'll see what people's schedules allow for. Now that we know that the matchup in the lower bracket is going to look like Keen and the Beaver, the two of them can organize their times. They both independently did tell me that they'd be available at around the time that we would normally do that series, so I think that'll just work out live just fine. And then on the other side, we have to find out who's going to be joining them in the lower bracket on the other side, and who's going to be moving on to the second upper semifinal. It's Neblime against 3Crow next, and we'll be breaking that one down when we come back. Mesk, do you have any thoughts before we go, just to let people chew on before we head off to about a 10-minute break?
Before I used to be able to at least go even 50-50 or consistently beat Kian. I have played against him about 7, 8, 9 times in the last 2 days. And I took one game off of him just barely, even though I had a triple base advantage against him. And there was one other game I think I took off of him. So he was much different of an opponent than he used to be. Okay. Now, not just because I haven't played very much. I mean, I'm terrible no matter what. But before, I used to be able to beat him. Now I felt like this was a virtually unbeatable opponent. Okay. And I think Btyb or Beaver said the same thing when they were practicing. One of those two was playing him, and they said that he had improved a lot as well. So
you think maybe Neblime is up against a real opponent as opposed to, like, we initially kind of would have pegged that matchup as maybe similar to Mystery Me versus the Beaver, but you think 3Crow has a couple tricks up his sleeve?
I think he has a chance of taking rounds off of Neblime. I don't know about actually beating him outright, because I think there's still a substantial skill difference, especially in mid-late game.
Yeah.
But he has a plan coming into this for sure. He was doing basically the same build against me. We can talk more about that when we come back.
Okay.
And I think he's going to be trying to do that against Neblime. I think Neblime knows this build, but I still think there's at least a chance for one round to go in Kian's favor. And then after that point, it depends if he can adapt against whatever Neblime's going to do to counter it.
All right.
I definitely think there's a chance for him to see some wins here for sure.
That is an exciting prospect. We'll be getting back in about 10 minutes, guys. So come back then, and I'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are heading into quarterfinal number 3. Mesk, it's going to be 3 Crow, the second seed of this particular matchup, against Neblime. And you know what that means? That means we're probably going to see a particular strategy. And I know that you've played against it, so you have a lot to say about it.
Yes. So way back when I played against you a number of times, I believe earlier this year, I tried to make use of Solarians and Empyreans for that matter. That was back when the fleet beacon structure still existed and cost 500 gas. So rushing to them wasn't really that viable. It was usually something open with Panoptises. And you were almost always Terran in those matches.
Yes.
So what would happen is that Solarians back then had more modest stats, particularly the stewards, whereas Empyreans had more range.
Yes.
So anytime I tried to break you with Solarians, it would prove to be incredibly ineffective. Solarians were just not really that good. Watchdogs pretty much killed all their stewards. Masked Mavericks killed all their stewards. And if you ever got Madcaps, it was just a shit show. So gradually over time, as Solarians saw more and more use, it became evident that they just were not really that good at that specific time. And so they received over time several buffs, whereas Empyreans were nerfed and their range reduced and so on. And then there was the big numbers balancing patch that reduced a lot of the overall time to, or rather increased the time to kill for a lot of things. And Solarians kind of really didn't get changed too much between then and now. Which means that Solarians have been left with 5 armor and 5 armor pen and still reasonably high range. They're still pretty pricey, but they were recently moved onto a much cheaper structure, which was the Argosy at 300 gas. That is a substantial step up, and it is actually quite viable to get that even relatively early as Protoss. Now, Solarians still don't see much use for a variety of reasons. First of all, most people don't like to save up for heavy air, and most people prefer to go something like Tectons, very rarely Demiurges. I mean, we've even seen a Mind Tyrant rush within this tournament. You don't really see Solarians too much. And in fact, most people usually, if they're going to go into the Argosy, it's going to be for something else. Generally, Didax, sometimes Empyreans, especially against Zerg, so on and so forth. But the Solarian remains very strong, something that people have slept on for a long time. As particularly Terran got changed and some of Zerg, but particularly Terran, the nerf to the Valkyries that reduced their armor penetration to a whopping 0, and then the subsequent change of Sundogs to no longer deal AoE damage at all, along with some other changes, have indirectly also increased the potency of the Solarian. And I, for a long time, was hesitant to ever call them overpowered because, well, I really hadn't played against them that much. But deep in my heart, I knew that if they were overpowered, I was probably indirectly responsible or directly responsible for that. So enter the last couple days where I've played against Kian, aka 3 Crow, and he's devised this particular build where he basically rushes engrams. Sometimes goes for some early aggression, but if he feels like the early aggression is not going to work out, he just goes straight to engrams. Now, we played mostly on Sideshow, but a couple of other maps, but mostly Sideshow, where it is quite possible to hold that nat using nothing but engrams and then a handful of ground units. And Terran and Zerg in particular have a really hard time trying to break that until they get into Tier 2. By the time you get into Tier 2, he will already have Solarians out. And if you are caught in such a position to not already have Sundogs out as Terran by the time the Solarians come out, you actually can lose very easily. Now, you can make a bunch of Watchdogs to try to kill the Stewards, but you need to have some preemptive meditation that this is happening. And there were times I would try to scout this, but he would actually proactively prevent my scouting. So as Terran, you definitely want to just do the old Neblime, throw the Ant Seal thing at it. So if we're watching this, we're going to be paying attention for Neblime to do the early Ant Seal scout or the early Red Scout. Those will be critical for spotting this, because I'm almost 100% certain he's going to do this. Against Zerg, I tried Viths and Kagerlisks and Melisks, and that was terrible. And as Terran, I was able to slow it down a lot with Sundogs. Sundogs do very well. But once it reached a certain number of them, I could not keep up, and I couldn't really move out either. So, and then you did it as well against Zerg, and I think I had, 8, 9 Hydras and some Quasis or something, and they could not kill it. So, Yeah, it's definitely very powerful, but it relies on a few things. First of all, the early aggression has to fail against it. Engrams are very expensive. They do set behind your Argosy. If he's forced to build 2 or more, that's going to be that much longer for the first Solarian to come out. He can, of course, I mean, you don't have to go Solarians with this. You can just tech switch. It really relies on you being able to stagnate the game with the initial engrams. And then by the time the opponent expands to take advantage of the fact you're stuck in your base forever, that's when the Solarians come out before you're actually able to really manifest your tier 2 economic advantage. So it's really kind of like a timing related thing. I even struggled to break the walls using Protathalorus, which do outrange engrams normally, but when they're on the ledge, they're just too hard to break. You end up taking a lot of damage. So someone like Shambler can probably break that a lot more easily than I can as Zerg, especially given I'm not really too familiar with trying to break those defenses early on. But someone like Neblime, who prefers a slower opening, could get caught off guard by this at least once, because I don't know if it's something that they'll really have played up against. I don't think there's too many other Protoss doing it at the moment. There was one game I did manage to win against you by literally just one basing Solarians.
Yeah.
And that was quite effective. And, you know, you slow it down early on with the Watchdogs, but eventually it gets to the point they can't be managed anymore. Because the armor penetration is so high that when you reach just like 3 or 4 of them, they can burst down structures very fast. And even tier 3 Terran, there was a game I played against him as Terran. I don't want to spoil that one because it's kind of stupid. But, well, there was 2 of them. So there was the one that I went Magnetars, and that's an interesting one, but it wasn't one-sided in either way.
Okay.
And there was another one where I didn't want to go Magnetars. I wanted to do something without Magnetars, because I feel like Yamato is probably going to get changed. And so I wanted to see how hard it is to deal with Protoss Air without using Magnetars. Actually, it's really hard. It's really hard. So Minotaurs just melt.
Yeah, because of the armor pen, yep.
Yeah, the armor pen just goes right through them. Centaurs do good damage, but you're going to lose a lot of them trying to engage. And I never got to the stage I could make Phoboses because there was just too many Solarians too fast. He held the middle of the map with Uptectons. I killed those with Sundogs. He switched to Solarians. I couldn't stop the momentum of the Solarians at all, even in tier 3. So it is, once it gains momentum, it's very strong. But it's definitely vulnerable early on to somebody who has better aggression and or macro play. I feel like in this circumstance, this build at least, 3Crow has practiced a fair amount. It felt like his mid-game macro was better. There were things I was able to capitalize on that I punished him on repeatedly. Some lax defense, some rotations and stuff like that. But he managed to do things that surprised me consistently, hidden expansions, outproducing me at times where even I felt like I had a very... There was one game where he went Demiurges, and he was almost able to push me into a contain, even though I had like 7 to 8 bases against his like 2 or 3. Because it just was not possible for me to build Zerg units fast enough to actually stop just this push of Demiurges and Empresses. So that was a very close game. And it definitely felt like I was playing someone different than I had some months ago. He's been practicing a lot. He's been improving slowly but surely. Neblime, I would definitely say, comes out on top overall in an extended series. But if they haven't played against each other, I feel like Neblime can easily be get caught off guard by this particular build. What I would worry about for 3Crow is, will he be able to adapt once this happens, and whether he kills Neblime or he doesn't kill Neblime, once this approach, this build becomes obvious, I don't think it's going to work against him a second time. Because Neblime has already said in chat, you know, this is why I always go 3 or 4 starport in tier 2 and just go straight for Sundogs, is because you need them. If he's already going to do that, that is what you need to do against this, is you need to have the Sundogs ready and waiting. And they're just good units in general to have, especially against Protoss, who has fewer units than you do. And they typically have higher armor penetration. They're just good units to have. If he just does this right away, then 3Crow might be immediately countered, and it's going to turn into a huge shitstorm, and he might have a lot of problems. If Neblime doesn't do this right away, then I definitely think the 3Crow can take a round or 2 off of him. I don't really think he can take the entire series. I think Neblime's going to adapt to it pretty well. Yeah. I've played against Neblime enough when he first started, much less now where he's practiced a lot more, to know that what he does, he will adapt to something. If he gets, I cheesed him over and over with things like Solarian rushes and Exemplar rushes and stuff like that, and he would lose, and he'd be like, oh, okay, so that's what this structure does. This is how I adapt to it. It wouldn't work a second time. So I feel like that's going to be the case with this as well. I think that Keane can come into this pretty strong, more stronger than his opponents really expecting him to be. But being able to adapt in contrast to how his opponent adapts is going to be the real test for him.
Yep, I think that's definitely true. I look at the Sideshow match, which we are starting on, by the way. Very quickly, the pick ban was that Neblime banned 2 maps, Highwater and Ex Situ. 3Crow banned Victory Square and picked Sideshow. So the remaining maps after this are Derelict, Infinite Velocity, Nitro Valley, and Otherworld. I feel like 3Crow can probably hold out on Infinite Velocity and Sideshow the best because he's the most practiced on Sideshow and Infinite Velocity is the biggest map. But there's still so many opportunities for Neblime to find some sort of early opening, which he is capable of doing. He obviously proxy stockade anchored Mystery Meat for one of the matches that he won last tournament in the upper final, which was a reverse sweep. So we know he also has the sort of mindset that it's not actually over until it's over. Like, he can do those kinds of comebacks in a series. So even if 3Crow gets off to a flying start here on Sideshow and maybe is able to make a meal out of it in Infinite Velocity, I kind of feel like it's impossible for him to defeat Neblime just purely based on the fact that Neblime is aware of the project. He's higher skilled than 3Crow on a fundamental level. And like, maybe you get one free win, but like the reason why these are best of 5s and not just best of 1s is because exactly this kind of thing can happen. The adaptation between the games is where the rubber meets the road. So I guess with that in mind, are you ready to kick things off on Sideshow?
Yep, I'm ready. Let's see what my boys got.
And we are into things. Neblime, the yellow Terran in the top left, against 3Crow, the yellow Protoss in the bottom right. This won't be confusing.
Why are they both yellow?
Now, this is an issue with this particular map that it occurred once, and I could not reproduce it, but it looks like we got it here.
Well, they're both piss colored. That has got to amount for something.
It's a good way to start things off.
This is, if this is a match on this map that 3Crow cannot take, then I fear for his entire series, because this is the map that he was practicing the most on. This is the position he got the most when I played against him that I can remember off the top of my head. All this should be absolutely second nature for him. If there's anything that's going to close the skill gap between them, it's going to be the amount of games and stuff he spammed on this and the second nature which he applies this to this map. Now, I've never looked at any of the replays of our games. I guess if you ever cast those 5 games that we had that were submitted a while ago, that'll give me more insight into how those went. But he doesn't immediately rush to Solarians. If that's what he's going to do in this, you're going to see kind of a staggered approach. That's where the opportunity to deviate in this is going to go. But it always had early engrams if there was pressure placed onto him. Well, so he would take the L of, paying that extra gas cost and delaying his tag if it meant delaying. Oh, and then he never did this against me. I've never seen this.
Well, Neblime is aware of how you sort of pop workers over. It's really unlikely to make anything happen. And honestly, with the Warden going down and the Maverick already stemmed to kill the Scribe, this kind of feels like he should have canceled these pylons, man. He saw the stockade almost being done. He saw the fact that, he heard me talk about the fact that, is he even going to cancel it? He does cancel at the very last second. Okay. The pylon's going down. That's 150 minerals. His gateway is very, very delayed. I think he might have even canceled it. Yeah, he canceled his gateway to get that up faster. Like, he really went all in, but in a situation where, honestly, this yellow versus yellow game, I think we're going to be blessed, and it won't even go that long because there's already multiple Mavericks on the way. The stockade is waypointed right there. At this point, I think we're looking at a pretty easy open and shut victory here.
Yeah, he never did this against me. I've never seen this before, other than the other game I came in on, and I was like, oh, there's some pylons over there. Except it was on the opposing side. So, it's a long distance for Neblime to travel. It's only 3 Mavericks and a couple Masons, so it's not like completely end of the world, but it's definitely going to be, if Neblime is not able to get any worker kills on this, then it can even out.
Oh, he's actually sent most of his stuff back. It looks like.
Okay.
He's
Yeah,
not.
he pulled back.
He's
not
been
confident.
Yeah, he's been a little bit bamboozled there.
That dragon was gonna pop up by the time he started working on the harvesters. So
yeah, I think
he kind of like realized that.
It was good reaction from 3Crow to continuously task a worker onto the scout mason, because that meant that the forward mason couldn't actually build anything. And for whatever reason, the Mavericks themselves didn't feel like getting stimmed across the map, I guess. So Neblime's just gonna simmer down, take an expansion, and be off to a flying start. He still has a decided advantage, and 3Crow has not yet pivoted over into mass gas harvesting, is spending some of his early gas trying to get units across the map, but he's going to find a much more fortified position from Neblime than what you would normally see at this point, because, you know, it's just started off so catastrophically poor for 3Crow.
Yeah, this is not the situation he really wants to be in. He wants to at least get some pressure in and then not commit too heavily to it. Well, that was pretty heavy commitment, and it did not pay off whatsoever. And now he doesn't have the gas. Like, if he wanted to do something tech-oriented, then he would have to completely change what he's doing right now. So he's going to try to opt into early aggression instead, probably because he saw a stockade and is suspecting the fast expand. But Ahmed can shut this down. And Ahmed is honestly just incredibly dangerous. Like, when you start building Legionnaires, if they whip out Ahmed, then it is very, very hard to make them work. You have to be very, very selective about where you go. But the Terran doesn't need to come out and face you anyways. He's quite happy just to sit here, pitch his tent, spin around, and you are then stuck trying to put advantage into it. And when I am Protoss in this situation, it feels like the more I spend on units here that stand around, the further and further behind I get.
Yes, absolutely.
And you know, in his case, like, if it's Solarians he wants, he's going to have to go for that expansion, get that gas. If he wants to go for a drop, again, he's going to try to force this down, but this ramp is really quite secure. And Ahmed's going to just quite happily sit there and maybe, like, step back a little bit. He's going to do some damage here. But there's so much damage that's being dealt to him. The only one's really doing enormous damage is the Draconins. One's already died, the other's very low. Workers are going to get pulled, but I mean, you have to do a lot of damage for this to really work. It's going to be double star pad there, which he's going to learn that it's double star pad, so that's still valuable information. Neblime's letting some of his workers die here. It's not really a super big deal. I mean, look at the worker.
Yeah, he's got the advantage from the Ministry coming up a lot earlier, and there goes the rest of the units. A couple more bio die, but at the end of the day, right, there wasn't really that much in the tank there. A third star pad coming. It really will be a committal to all Wraith, and we do have the Draconins that were made out of that gateway rotation. 2 more coming for 3Crow, by the way. He's floated a lot of money during that engagement and is now going to try to go for an expansion. But, you know, honestly, at this point, I'm fearing for his position. You know, there's going to be a lot of Wraiths coming very, very shortly. The star pads were made more expensive in gas, and Wraiths were made to take a little bit longer to make, which obviously encourages you to make more star pads if you're going to be trying to have so much throughput of Wraiths. But I still think it's going to be more than enough. There's only the one Warden. You know, odds are you're Protoss, you're going to send your units across the map to try to pressure. This might catch him off guard, despite the fact that he did scout it ahead of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this is honestly Neblime's ideal approach to this kind of situation. You know, Kian is he can't do his tech. Like, it's totally out the window now. He's gonna be committed into this, and he's really doubling down on it. But I feel like it's a mistake to double down on this, because you already failed to break the wall as it was, and it wasn't even really a huge wall.
No.
And now the Wraiths are going to be on the way, so now all your units are moving across the map. What have you got? You've got one Warden.
Well, 3Crow did spot that, and he clocked at least the minimap movement, and now the Wraiths are trying to intercept the Legionnaire, and they're going to obviously spot that the 4 Dracs are there. So Neblime, he's probably going to lose a Wraith here. Yeah, there you go. The first one
split up. He's immediately checking some different areas here to see where the army went.
Yeah, more of them are just sort of floating in, but there's 5 Draconins in this area, so you're not going to be able to do too much of them with the Wraith. So this is, just tying up the army, allowing...
that turns out good for 3Crow, honestly, because those Wraiths could have just ignored him, gone straight for his bases, and started killing workers.
Yeah, the top half of his mineral line is super open to that kind of thing. He could have even sniped pylons, shut down the production. A lot of things could have been done there, and instead...
Now, he might have been able to pressure this, but then there would have been another worker pull.
Yep.
There would have been sustain from the Shamans. There's no guarantee he would have easily gone up there. He had to wait for his units anyways. So pulling back the race is good, but now he's in a situation where right now, once he sinks at these armies, he does want to attack or at least do something. Every moment he spends waiting here is going to, well, for one, the Wraiths are going right to where they were denied before.
Yes.
Which is going to be a big issue for him. They can just start either killing workers, killing his units. He's going to try to pressure this.
Yeah.
Here comes
The
the
first
workers.
anchor is going to go ahead and get popped. There was a Cyprian in that anchor. Unfortunately, there's a Huracan and 2 Mavericks in the other one, so it's not going to be the most effective. Now, some more Wraiths have joined the fray, and all the front line is gone. Meanwhile, 8 Wraiths are now pressuring these Drakodons. They're going to take an increasingly long amount of time, and they're also drifting towards the Warden. A little bit of a, unforced error there, but or maybe forced one, considering the stack of Striders. It's still a very scary situation for neblime to be in. But he does wipe out all of the Striders back home, and he lives with 5 Wraiths to tell the tale.
There's not much damage coming out of this anchor. This definitely would have been time to try to force that ramp. But since he had such bad luck at the first time, he really didn't want to try it. But he could have really just ran away from it. And just gone up the ramp and killed Wraiths as they came out of their star pad, killed workers, done something there, or at least just now he's going to move in and try kill workers.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. He might lose like a single Dragon in here. Ahmed will force him back, but obviously that'll be bopped. He could just start killing these Shamans as well. Obviously, 2 of them are not going to, or 1 of them each is not going to out-damage that. Cyprians have been made, more Wraiths waypointing down. Their Fulcrum was done. It's got a Goliath almost all the way out. So that will probably help shut down this position, but a lot of workers did die. Neblime's still ahead by 10, but it's not as far ahead as he was earlier in the game. It feels like maybe Neblime himself finding it a little rocky in the early stages. And just to clarify, because I'm sure some people are going to be confused by the minimap, this was not like this for the players. The players did not have this problem. So the players are going to be able to a lot more easily see, like, okay, there's, units of another color, because it's just a bug for the replay only. So you don't have to worry
now
about
that the army is depleted, the mass Wraiths becomes that much more of a pain in the ass, and now Kian is in an absolutely terrible spot where now he has to build those defenses and kind of hang back. And the Terran, although neblime lost a lot of workers, it was honestly a good trade for him because, well, he just had that much more even at the end of the day.
Yeah.
He ended up killing all the Protoss army regardless. He's free to go expand. He already confirmed what the Protoss has in their base when those other Wraiths were over there attacking, which also stemmed a lot of potential reinforcements. Now Kian's going to attempt to do a tech switch to Stargate.
Yeah, he's got 2 of them coming in the nap, but the Wraiths are just about to hit this.
Yeah, I'm not so sure it's the best choice against Wraiths. I mean, maybe Lanafix can help a little bit. But anything else, I feel like it's just going to get picked apart by them.
Yeah, worker count falling even further forward. Now the Wardens are going to be focused down by the Wraiths. Obviously less effective against buildings than they used to be, thanks to their armor penetration changes, or the fact that they attack with 2 different projectiles each hit. But they're able to kill the 2 Wardens, but not really much else. They can come back up here and kill off a couple of remaining Scribes.
Yep.
And that's pretty much it.
This is precisely the kind of things that Kian's going to have some problems with, is just the early harass.
Yeah.
If it just gains momentum, he's never going to get the gas to where he wants to be. The fact he's going to try to go Lanafix against this, but, I mean...
Well, this is the point where the Wraiths kind of start falling out of favor for Neblime. He's got his tier 2 halfway done. He's got more Goliaths on the way. Like, you're not really going to be able to do too much against this composition of the Terran with the Gateway and Stargate heavy armies, unless you have enough money, which he doesn't, of course, to go for Exemplars to join your Striders. And that's just not coming right now for 3 He doesn't have nearly enough minerals to really make that happen.
Yeah, what you're probably going to see at this point is Neblime is going to start banking. And once this finishes, you're probably going to see a bunch of starports come out. And then he's going to go for Sundogs. I'm almost 100% certain that's what he's going to do. It would be the best thing to do at this point. 3 has already shown a vulnerability to the Wraiths running back and forth, and the Sundogs are just going to make that so much worse. So Nur was just about 400 gas in store for Neblime. You might see him start popping off pretty soon here. He might go for something else, but I don't think he really feels like he needs to.
Yeah, starport coming.
Maybe if he takes a lot of pressure from this. There's the first starport already. So now there is a lot of Drakodons here.
Yep.
He can almost certainly force this to lift off.
Wraiths are coming back from the 12 o'clock, or 6 o'clock rather. They're headed straight back up here. A Sentinel being constructed right in their face. Some land effects are here to disable what remaining units they need to, but it doesn't really look like it's going to be that big of a deal. And that actually is going to be, by itself, enough for 3 to pressure the, to prevent the Wraiths from coming. Sniping the Shamans, something he should have done when he was sieging the Natural earlier. That's 300 gas down the drain because 2 Shamans went down.
He needs to keep his units together, and he can't let the Wraiths separate him. If he can keep his units together, he can get some momentum here before Sundogs or anything else starts showing up.
Yeah.
And he also has to stop these Sentinels from coming up.
If he's intending to win right here, right now, he needs to use the land effects. He actually opts to disable everything, but looks like he's now going to cancel. He's kind of fighting on top of the Cyprian inside the anchor, which maybe is not super good. But yeah, you can see all that splash damage coming in. The Sentinel rails are sounding off as well. And the land effects were not used to disable the stack of static defense up there. He could just have 1 up there. He would have had a lot more Drakodons during this fight if he'd done that.
Yep. So, unfortunately, the Sentinel does end up thwarting his offensive. He might kill this Shaman here, but now that his units are getting lower in number, he has to be kind of careful because the Lanifex are the only thing keeping what he has alive at the moment. This did stop the Sun Dogs. There is a starport out, only now is it getting the add-on that kind of tied up. Like, Neblime's multitasking isn't good enough yet to be able to be building those up while all this fighting is going on, so it did slow that down. But he needed to do more damage with that. Well, there's a free Cyprian for the... and there's a Shaman.
Yeah, Shaman was left
that
on
one
3
was
HP.
Not free.
Yeah, no, not quite free, but... You know, the Wraiths are still sort of posturing here and there. I think the Cyprian is not long for this world either, so mostly free, almost free. And unfortunately, the Dragonin does not get pulled back. You can see how fast the Lanifex deal with those stacked air units, but at this point, we're getting to that stage where, you know, more Shamans are coming. The push is coming out. A Lanifex could be disrupted, or dispatched rather, but a Phalanx is on the cliff that's going to have mega range. And the Lanifex are kind of off to the side here while 3Crow's busy doing other things. And yet again, the Draconins die just as the Wraiths... you know, sort of whisker away. The Lanifex can't actually catch them, and it's just going to be a tower creep with no additional Striders in sight right now. Panoptises are going to be the weapon of choice, but 3Crow still has not saturated his natural. He's so far behind the economic game. He's trying to take 3 o'clock at the same time, but, you know, short of living up to his namesake, I don't really see what value he's going to get out of that.
Yeah, this is definitely not a good game for him. I think maybe his nerves have got to him in this one. Yeah, in my games, it felt like his multitasking was a lot better than that. But
yeah, he has a tendency to really tunnel in on a micro-oriented fight. Any sort of fighting, he kind of refuses to pull back for a second and then look quickly at his idle workers and build some more and do a couple macro cycles. He misses a lot of those. So if you had to, like, say there's one thing that he could work on. Now, 12 Wraiths are over here. They do depower 2 of the gateways. And the Lanifex are here to put an end to that.
Now, it looked like, actually, Seraphs were going to be the target choice for Neblime.
Yeah, there's an anvil on the way in the natural, so...
Yeah, he already has one in his main. But, now that there's so many Panoptises over here, he might think against it.
Well, he's trying to add some anti-air defenses over here, but it might be a little bit. The Panoptises are out, and remember, they use their missiles versus ground targets as well. Puzzlingly enough, they spent a little bit of time going after the Phalanx, and they should probably be disabling this Watchdog instead, but... That's all right. They'll just have to deal with it after it's out. Obviously, it could be disabled again by the Lanifex themselves, but it's not going to deal too much damage. And yeah, once again, the third base shut down. So I guess in a way, 3Crow can stabilize. It's going to be a Valkyrie.
Still wouldn't have been a bad choice here. Irradiate is very good.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have anything out at the moment.
Yeah, this is a little awkward here, right? He's got 2 Phalanxes and a Trojan, but what's he going to do with them versus all these air units? He's got the 1 Valkyrie out, another one.
I don't know why he's not building Watchdogs with his 500 minerals, because right now he really could use some kind of defense to go at these bulks. They have no armor penetration.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of damage to the Lanifex, but they end up getting nuked down, and there's one more coming. But where's everything else from him? You know, what's going on here? We're checking the bases on the right-hand side. We got a Trojan going off to try to disrupt 3 o'clock, but the starport's about to fall as well.
Now he's realizing, wait a second, this is actually dangerous. So now he's building Watchdogs, but not before he loses the starport. That was a very valuable structure, and the add-on to go with it, so he doesn't get to build anything on top of that. Now there's some jostling and jiving here, but the 4 Panoptises are not going to be able to tank all that. So
no, and the Lanifex even just they went off to try to disrupt the Watchdogs, but then the Watchdogs just lifted and flew away somewhere else. Yeah. Well, at least he's still being somewhat cost-efficient when it comes to the Panoptises, but he's about to lose a lot of the forward pressure he had, and that 3 o'clock base is being destroyed by the double Phalanx, and 3Crow's got 2.4k minerals in the bank as the starport is being set up again. And here's some answers
focused on this, but it's a losing gamut. He's going to fly over here and find, wait a second, the space came back online amidst all that. So
yeah.
The Blime was like, whatever, I'll just throw everything back over here again. Yeah, that's 80 to 53 workers.
And, you know, if the Exemplars had been waypointed across the map, they would have arrived at the natural. They would have cleaned house over there. You know, it was all ground army. The only thing that he had for air production is the star pads. The starport's not even resuming completion right now.
The Panoptises are going to watch.
They're just bearing witness. Oh, here we go.
Oh, dear. Yeah, I think he's feeling the pressure here.
Oh, he's trying to take top right.
Minerals. Yeah, he's got minerals.
He does have minerals. He's got a lot of minerals. He's got
a lot of.
We've got 2 more starports being started here, but the one that was in progress never got resumed.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now. It's he forgot about it. You probably look at that a little while later and wonder what would happen there. I still think it's going to be Sundogs eventually. I mean, he probably still wants to grab Seraphs anyways. He's already. I mean, he made the anvils, but he never made any nukes to them. So he's a little while off from actually using them. But I'm sure he's going to eventually try to use them. I think he saw the Panopticism and was like, maybe not. I did use Seraphs quite a bit. Again, anytime I was Terran, I would go take Seraphs fairly early. So Freaker will be amply prepared to deal with that kind of a nuisance. But there was actually many times I was able to nuke his army with them. So he would felt like he might over-focus looking at his expansion. So sometimes I was able to snipe Draconins here or there or whatever with them, like groups of them, and which is fairly still cost-effective when you think about it. If you kill 5 to 6 Draconins with a single nuke, that's still a lot of units off the map. The nukes aren't so expensive to make that super prohibitive. And you know, they can be definitely very annoying to deal with. Plus, they can force enemies to go where you want. This Wraith is going to scout here. There's no new tech for him to discover. No capped geysers, so the gas deficit.
Top right with an Ahmed drop as well, though. The Exemplars have been dispatched along with the Panoptises, but I think the Nexus is toast.
Yeah, the Exemplar will not reach it fast enough. In fact, he's even going to get away.
Yeah, only one Huracan going down. You'll trade that for a Nexus any day. The Ancil even there protecting. But the Watchdogs are not actually up in force here. So absolutely the Exemplar should rotate over and deny 12 o'clock. If I'm going to be stuck onto just the 3 bases with one of them having been sniped, then you know his opponent also needs to be done that as well. But the worker difference is so high. And we do have 6 Exemplar in this stack. Absolutely can easily deal with this. A little bit of micro would go a long way. I think he's going to end up losing one of the Exemplars just to Watchdogs. But he can fight over the water. This base is designed to be siegeable, not just by air, but also by ground. That's why the distance and the water count is so very slow. And look at that. The Ministry is almost done, but not quite. He did finally finish that starport
is full on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now you see the Seraph is coming. He's getting a Salamander out for some AoE. Not going to really bother with Sundogs yet. Maybe he doesn't really feel like he needs to. But if we look down at the bottom, we can see that Ahmed has taken a scenic detour all across the whole safari and is looking to drop on the main. But there are 3 Wardens there, so he's going to pass that up. He's not going to be able to do too much over here. Oh, no,
there's nothing that can attack air at this point. I mean,
where do I go from this point? Let's go back on our walk.
Oh, look at this.
See you guys later.
Yeah, and the third base here at 5:30, it gets destroyed, not canceled. So that's a lot of money down the drain. Exemplars are out here to try to deal with this, and it looks like they'll be doing just fine.
Ahmed succumbed.
Yeah, that Phalanx, by the way, has 6 kills. That's one of the Phalanxes that was at the 3 o'clock base earlier. And Neblime, you still didn't finish your Ministry, brother. You're distance mining all these minerals.
He doesn't realize it yet.
Yeah, double engram at the setup here for the top right. It's secured but not mining, so that's something for the future. And it looks like Neblime's just gonna enjoy himself. He's actually getting Salamanders alongside a Seraph. A 4th starport is done.
Yeah, this is definitely at the time where capping geysers would help either player. Neblime's got a couple capped. He's building another there, but he's got to finish this other Ministry to start doing anything with the gas of that one in any reasonable amount of time. He's discovered the engrams there and has just decided to take the long way around to go back home and is just going to resort to nuking. Nuking engrams is also very effective as they unfortunately cannot walk away from them. And unlike Terran defenses, they can't fly away from them either. And I'm pretty sure that it's still cost effective even to kill 1 engram with a nuke.
It's 100 for the Morningstar, 100 of each resource. And down it goes. It'll even get a couple scribes with it too. So absolutely cost efficient. And he can quickly rebuild it. He's got double anvil, main and natural. He still has not completed this Ministry.
Oh, Neblime. What's going on?
What is going on?
He's making an Azazel. Azazels are very nice companions for Seraphs. They help them avoid getting nuked down. But, you know, at the moment, Freakrow is not really too intent on it. He's going to go somewhere else instead. He will catch this expansion here if he keeps going in that direction. Yeah,
he's heading in there. His Aurora has actually sniped a Seraph at the 3 o'clock location, so that ended up being pretty good for him. I'm still waiting for the heavy air, and yes, another nuke has gone off.
Yeah, there is no Sundogs, and they would have been great for dealing with 3 Crow at the moment because he has extremely little anti-air with that group at all. Just 3 Panoptises coming over there. Sundogs can easily deal with those in a large enough number.
Yeah, big force is rotating out around 12 o'clock as another nuke has gone off on the other side.
The armies meet. Well, 3 Crow's army is not terribly large, but he will catch some of these
another Seraph is just about to die too. Oh, it's going to get away with 20 HP, not focused down. And the air sac is going to be moving over towards the natural. There's a couple of watchdogs, superficial anti-air defenses, but you can see very clearly here that that's going to be taken care of. Another nuke at the top right location. It's not even mining. It feels like neblime could be doing a bit more cost efficiently dealing with this sort of situation.
He could finish that ministry. He's going to need it soon, seeing as his gnat's on fire. And all
well, the salamanders are here, and they, exemplars cannot attack air, so that will absolutely be a pretty big death blow here, I think.
That silo had a nuke in it. He could have focused it down and killed
the
salamanders that way.
He rebuilt the ministry just for it to get killed by the exemplars as they try to flee. A bunch of panoptises are here, and salamanders will deal with some AoE damage, but it looks like this is going to be more than enough meat to deal with that.
Well, he bunched them all up, so they're taking quite a bit of damage from this, and they're actually going to lose this fight if he's not careful here. The Mason took a few L's for those salamanders.
Oh, and here's another look at the madrigals too. Absolutely bodied as another nuke indeed does go off, targeting that Nexus. But yeah, the exemplars are gone. And with it, I mean, again, 3Crow has not been able to reestablish a third. He's floating a lot of money. He's got all these Stargates. He's got all these gateways. But all he's doing is producing Legionnaires right now. He has nothing.
Where's the Solarians, my man? This is how you won countless games. I'm really surprised he didn't go for them. And I'm also surprised that neblime hasn't scooted the Seraph forward and realized, wait a second, I'm not doing anything to this. It's just regenerating all of its shields by the time I drop the next nuke. There's nothing mining here. This really is... See, now, to hell with it. Just keep going, I guess.
Yep.
Go off then.
I think, honestly... Did he really just not see this whole time? I'm really surprised by this. Makes me feel like the replay's broken, but everything else is totally fine. He's just... how has he not seen the 12 o'clock? That's what I want to know. It looks like, everything else seems to be correct as far as the game goes. Huracan's charging off to 3 o'clock. They find nothing.
I think he realized, wait a second, I'm not killing this, so I'll just keep dropping them one after the other.
Yeah. And that will eventually be enough.
He never finished the ministry!
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. He selects it with all of his control groups, right? Because he added it to his control group. Huracan's shutting down the third as well.
Now, he's looked there!
Oh, he did finish it. Oh my God, it was real. It was real. The replay wasn't broken. It was actually really just how? I don't know how he managed to not ever look at that.
Well, Alchemid came and stomped that expansion, the third that was trying to be rebuilt again. It got stepped on. Oh, it was absolutely... Here we go. Here it is, the Argosies. It's about time, but it's hard to mass anything from the Argosy when you are going to be on 2 mined-out bases.
Yep.
And no capped geysers at all. I feel like if this was going to be the winning stroke, it had to have been done so much earlier. Now, though, when we look at the state of the map, it's all awash in piss top to bottom, and a lot of that piss is all over the toaster, so it's toasty piss.
Well, you kind of need some kind of source of warmth, right? Because this is an ice map. Wardens are still here, top right, unpowered. And Seraph is being repaired. I can't believe that ministry is real, honestly.
I can. I mean, it's very easy to miss that. Probably just hotkeyed it, never looked there again. And, your eyes are just trained.
But look, he capped the geyser. He built defenses. What's he doing?
When you are living in a place that's upside down, and every single rock that has to be taped to the ceiling because otherwise it'll fall off into outer space has something in it that will just rip out your organs, rip out your spine, and choke you to death with it, or bite you and you'll have an erection for 12 hours. It causes your dick to explode. There's just danger, death, dismemberment, and awful, disgusting things at every corner. You just kind of glaze over the small details,
I guess so. Maybe that's the important details of life. Now, one Argosy is building a Solarian, but Mask, I think it might be a little too late.
It's a little too late. I mean, salamanders don't have any armor pen, but there is a lot of them, and madrigals aren't too bad either. Their base damage is quite reasonable. And Azazels are very good, and Irradiate is very good. And this army doesn't have to be very big to get a lot of damage. You can see explicitly that he is using Defensive Matrix on that Seraph because he wants him to try to snipe it. I mean, he's going to get it, but...
There was no recast here from the Azazel. I fixed a bug where Azazels were instantly regenerating energy because Blizzard decided to inline a function instead of calling the spent unit energy function. So,
Oh, how have I heard that many times?
Yeah.
In regards to Diablo 2.
as a result, the Azazel was not as spammable as it could have been, but it's still going to be pretty effective at dissuading the Solarian from getting too much damage. A couple more.
The Solarian is so tanky, but
yeah.
there's just so many units.
Yep, and on top of that, all that, the Madrigals were deployed. A whole host of Auroras just ended up dive bombing onto something underneath all that air. And this is going to be finally the death push. 3Crow, it was impressive that he did make it this far, and unfortunate that we had to look at piss versus piss the whole game, but neblime is able to take the first match. And you know what? I mean, I think you're right. Like, he practiced ahead of this. He lasted 27 minutes against a player we would all say are pretty superior to him. And he ends up coming out with, at the very least, he should feel like he can fight against neblime going into future matches.
That was not a typical build that he used against me. That was very different. I think that when he started massing Exemplar and the Terran was already in tier 2 and had access to starports, that there just wasn't really enough to give them the momentum. I think it's very hard to make Exemplar work, especially against Terran. They are not very mobile. They can't attack air, and they don't attack fast enough on their own to really threaten a lot of ground units. I mean, we saw plenty of cases where Shamans and Goliaths were able to tank them. You really need them to support an army and give you a splash to deal with, clusters of smaller targets. The double Stargate, I feel like, was almost like a panic. And it's like he knows he needs something, but he wasn't really quite sure what. But the mobility was key to keeping the pressure down. Unfortunately, neblime didn't really build really dedicated anti-air in that. He made Salamanders, which normally I would not really make Salamanders against Protoss in general, just because Protoss have access to all kinds of things that can make their lives miserable, and their damage, again, they have no armor penetration. But 3Crow was never really able to gather enough of an army size. Most of his anti-air for a large portion of the half of the game is actually Auroras, which are not particularly amazing at destroying fleets of air units either.
No.
There just really wasn't a lot that was actually going to deal with those Salamanders. So they were just going to keep growing in number. And he managed to kill some of them, but they were just going to keep growing in number. And there was not ludicrous usage of Irradiate. In fact, I don't think Irradiate ever got used at all.
I think he cast it on a Nexus at one point or something, and that was it.
Okay, yeah.
So
yeah, no, Irradiate is enormously powerful and incredibly spammable. It is nearly free. The mana regeneration is insane. You want to use Irradiate all over the place. It is so good. And neblime's not really using it at all. So there was way more danger in that army than really what you would normally expect just looking at it. And there's also the fact that there's armor shred and an armor buff and so on and so forth. So there needed to be more anti-air from that. And Panoptises, I feel like it's very hard to make Panoptises work against Terran either. I feel like Panoptises are something you build to snipe things, less so than actually really trying to end the game, unless there's some kind of disposition early on in the game where you have a huge advantage, where you can rush Panoptis that we've seen in the last tournaments that has turned out to be effective. But I had to deal with that a lot. And as Zerg, it was very annoying to deal with the Zerg because the Spraith just doesn't really deal much damage against them. But with Terran, it's like Watchdogs is just so much better at dealing with them. He's already got Goliaths, So a lot of that came up to hinge of the fact he was not ahead early on. There was the attempted Warden rush.
Yeah, that really put him behind. That was like the first idea. It felt like he was just spur of the moment. Wait, I can do this. Mystery Meat showed me this, and then just gets slapped by the fact that he's up against a Terran. Their workers attack stuff faster. He went Stockade first. His Maverick Stimpack kills the Scribe. There's a lot of stuff that just didn't end up working out. Right?
If he went Ministry first, it would have been way more effective, but he didn't.
Yeah. Well,
so what will he do from this? Will he go for the Engram Solarian thing, or will he try to be again focused really more on the earlier part of the game? Because this definitely was very different than what he was doing against me. I think he felt like the blind was going to be more aggressive early on. Maybe the Wraiths totally threw him off key or something like that. Off key. Well, let's see what he does on Derelict. He selected this particular map. As a reminder, when you lose the first map, you get to pick the second, and so on and so forth until the series is concluded. And this time, we don't have yellow on both sides. Neblime, the Terran in the top right of Derelict, the Ultramarine Terran, in fact, and against the silver Protoss of 3Crow. I'm sure he's not actually silver, but that's his color at least. Well, it's another map that we played a little bit on. I'm not really too comfortable with this map, actually, but with Terran, I feel like that Magicals and Phalanxes both are very good on this map.
Yeah.
There's a lot of opportunities to make use of ledges all over the place, a lot of open spaces for drops. This is a map that really likes to favor mobility, but again, this was a map that I lost very, very heavily to Solarians on because I decided intentionally not to go into Magnitors. So he just held the middle of the map with a tier 3 ground army, and I didn't realize I had been killing bases with Sundogs and workers, and oh, fuck it, never mind, none of that matters now, does it?
No, neblime is taking a page out of the Beaver's book.
Well, this isn't on his side of the map.
That's true, but the Beaver did this to him in the Group B, so that's where I was thinking about that. But, you know, 3-Crow will certainly be somewhat suspicious. Now, on this map, you can't have an easy Warden rush in the main, so he's going to have to think a little bit differently about what to do from here. He has a gateway coming. The one downside to trying to proxy Protoss this way is that they have superior units. So even if just one Dracodon pops out of the gateway at the wrong time, that can spell your demise when you're just got a couple of, you know, bio units streaming out of a stockade. Doesn't really matter where you put them. If the Dracodon is at the ramp or just finishes out of the rally, that can be enough.
I almost feel like it's going to be Ahmed, seeing the way he's just going to land it on this ledge over here.
Yeah.
He's not going for the anchor that we typically see, but a Dracodon is on the way, so even if Ahmed does begin to come out here, so long as 3-Crow doesn't send the Dracodon all the way across the map, he should be able to quite handily defend this, presuming that he scouts for it.
Yeah, that's the thing, is it doesn't really seem like he paid too much attention to the timing of that stockade, which only finished about 15 seconds ago in Neblime's main. So when he sees the Mason come so late as well, it does seem like that rings my alarm bells anyway, but the Dracodon is indeed going to move across the map.
Oh no, that could be a problem. But you know, the worker might just pull the Dracodon back, and that could even be a stroke of good luck for him.
No,
but
off he goes.
All he has to do is hold out. He just has to hold out for a few Ahmeds. You know, if Neblime plays aggro every single game, I feel like he's going to win almost every single game because his aggro feels like it's going to be a lot cleaner and a little bit more decisive. But
that's right.
Like he may not have won the last game exclusively off the back of the Wraiths, but the Wraiths pretty much did their job. They did a lot of economic damage. They killed a good chunk of the army. They kept scouts, so there was, you know, if there's any tech switches, he knew about it. They pretty much did their job. Short of actually killing him with the Wraiths, is pretty much the best you can really ask for them. And in this, you know, he just goes for this proxy Ahmed all-in kind of thing there and just kind of like sit back at home and, you know, just hold out the dragons for a little while. He's just going to build an anchor here. It's going to be quite contentious to sit on this. And if the dragons decide to attack or not, he's just going to wait here. Is he thinking about waiting for another? Yep, no. He's going to be greedy about that. That's going to be 6. It's just a Legionnaire and a Dracodon. Legionnaire dies pretty fast to the double Cyprian, and the Dracodon can't pressure that anymore.
And now Ahmed's here.
The offensive. Yep, now Ahmed's here.
And this is the really difficult position that 3-Crow is going to find himself in when he's up against a cheeky player. He's actually going to go ahead and find another Ahmed from the stockade and realize, oh shit, I've really been bopped here. And if he's not careful, Mask, he's going to lose the Nexus.
He's going to lose the Nexus. I don't think the Dracodon can kill them fast enough. If he was going to do something, he had to pull his workers.
Yeah, he needed to actually use the workers. No, it blew up. Ahmed, GG. Well,
I mean, Neblime has obviously changed a little bit since he was just going stockade into treasury the entire time, and I feel like that if he senses that his opponent's weaker than him like that now, he's just going to keep doing that.
Yeah, the fact that 3-Crow didn't have a sense that, oh shit, I should be, you know, playing and for the sake of
he never scouted around him either,
yeah.
like with that late worker, just to at least look to see. I think against almost every Terran, I would at least check my ledges just to make sure there isn't like something below the ledge.
Yep.
Because, you know,
that's where you put the anchor when you're trying to, you know, elevate it up or whatever. Yeah.
Everyone just, you can do this constantly, and you know, I just would expect to see that out of like Neblime has been doing that too, just still building the stockade out there. It's just, it's not like his. I feel like it's not really his style. I mean, it's becoming his style. He's doing it more and more and more. Yeah. It's definitely not the style that I typically know him for. But I feel like that because he's shown that he kind of wants to do that sometimes. I feel like, especially if he thinks his opponent's lax or weaker than him, then he kind of just wants to get it done and over with, rather than going out into the macro game he more, or at least he used to favor. Then you just have to kind of expect that he's going to do that at this point. So, you know, we may never even get to see the attempted Solarian rush at the rate we're going here.
That's right. Yeah, we're moving on to Nitro Valley now, a 4-spawn map, and it's curious that 3Crow selected this up next. You know, he had his pick of the litter. Infinite Velocity was still on the table, but it looks like it's going to be horizontal spawns with the Beastra Brown Protoss of 3Crow on the bottom left, going up against the Human Blue Terran of Neblime in the bottom right. And this is a game where, once again, 3Crow is staring down the barrel of a 3-0 cast down at a quarterfinals. You know, he was in a situation earlier where I think on Sideshow he showed remarkable grit, but he was never ahead. And in that last game, it was just over in the blink of an eye. And now I guess maybe he picks the desert-themed map because, you know, he wants to pretend he's still on Derelict and still is only down by 1 game.
Well, I feel like he picked a 4-player map because he does not want to get cheesed again for his last match. So I think he wants to push this into mid or late game, as opposed to pushing Neblime to doing something ultra aggressive, because it feels like early on, like against me, he never really tried to be super aggressive early. He would like probe it, but he wouldn't really hard dedicate to it, and then he would kind of like turtle back. So his approach in this feels very different, and I wonder if that's just him trying to adapt against the players, or if it's just because, I don't know, he feels like Neblime's less capable early on. But the thing is that even if Neblime, and he just canceled that, even if Neblime wasn't very good early on, or didn't like early game, or whatever, the fact is that he is still mechanically and experience-wise a very strong player. Which means that it's still so much harder to put him off kilter. You see, he keeps sending his workers down in that corner there. It's got him paranoid.
Yeah.
Got Neblime in the mind. And, you know, it's hard to break a player. I mean, that may be your best chance to break him, but I feel like that, particularly when you're in Ascension and you're watching the previous matches, and you see how Neblime is playing in previous matches.
Yeah.
He started to do cheeses. He started to do proxies. He's had people attempt to cheese and proxy him, and he still manages to pull out. He may not be taking the grand finals, but he's getting to the grand finals. In the one game, he did take the grand finals with a reverse sweep. That was mostly on the back of race, and all the cloaking and stuff has completely changed all that. But you still have to see that he does still like that early game, and it can work for him. Doesn't always work for him, but it can work for him, and that's against opponents that are just consistently taking grand finals, which would be Mystery Meat. So you have to keep that in mind, that it's hard to out pressure them, psychologically speaking, which means you need to have a lot more confidence and a lot more, you know, grounding in what your aggression is actually going to accomplish. Like, specifically speaking to the game on Sideshow, when he had the second attempted break for the anchor.
Yeah.
And all the Masons were trying to repair it. He could have tried to walk past it. He could have focused the workers a lot more early than he did. Could have killed the Shamans a lot more early than he did. He could have tried to score some kills and then back off and not lose all of his attack power right away. I mean, for every second those workers are sitting there huddled to the anchor waiting to repair it, that's a second that they're not working or doing anything.
Yeah.
So you're already winning just by extent of you existing there and them sitting there waiting for you to attack. It doesn't matter if you're not losing anything, so long as they're not mining. It doesn't matter. You don't have to kill him at that point. But then he just kept attacking and pressuring, and he would get some kills in. But eventually then he lost his kill threat, and then, of course, he was behind economically at that point, so it just, you know, Neblime was quite content just to make the trade. You always have to consider the effective trade in the midterm, right?
We've got some real goofball moments here. It was an engram first, you know, in the main here for 3Crow, and Neblime just canceled construction on his ministry for a while and only now resumed it. So yeah, I think both of our players are a little rattled somehow, or just, you know, Blime's making, you know, this and the other incomplete ministry on Sideshow really just, I'm not sure what's going on there. But a star pad is also being added, so we might see something kind of similar to Sideshow.
Well, the early engram is something that Kian always did against me. Even if I didn't attack him for a while, I'd move into his base instantly. There'd be engram shots, and I'd be like, "Oh, it's this shit again." Yeah,
but I fundamentally disagree with the idea of doing it without scouting anything from your opponent. He hasn't even left his base, Mask. He hasn't scouted where his opponent actually is on the map.
He doesn't need to, and this is just what he does. And you will see the Argosy at some point here.
Yeah.
I am almost certain of it.
He's taking his natural. He's very late compared to his opponent, but he can
Yep.
start to saturate his ridge in the meantime if he's looking for gas.
With Neblime and Ministries, you know, I've never seen an Australian who did not have, like, they were just completely, like, red. Like, their face was just completely red because they were just so drunk. I just assume that it is just mandatory existence for Australians to be super drunk. So that just kind of leads to some weird, like, divergences in his actions. I mean, it keeps people guessing, right?
Yeah, you never know if his ministry is going to be on time or about 10 seconds late.
Look at it. Yeah, there it is. This is it.
Argosy on the way.
That's it. This is what he does. So you might see him throw up a Crucible at some point too, but he might even wait a little bit. This is what he does. So this is not the typical engram placement that I run into. This is explicitly because he doesn't want Wraiths coming over and instantly killing him. You know, if Neblime had gone like triple star pad Wraiths, I still think he would probably squeak out a win regardless of that engram is present, because he would just kill everything else around the map like this. But the fact he hasn't, and it's actually going to be the early Ansi, is actually, this is the rarest case. Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say, this is the rarest case I've ever seen this actually punished, but no. Nah, it gets away. Like, the early Anseal scout is extremely safe. It is one of the safest ways to scout it. It's even more safe than the old permacloak Wraith, because there's still a small chance there's an Oblyth or something like that, but the Anseal is just so hard to kill early on, even with a fucking engram attacking it. Like, he's just gonna add another word, and like, normally speaking, this is an insanely in-depth investment. Yeah. But if this gains traction, which it can very easily, as soon as he hits 600, you're gonna see him make the first Solarian. Neblime needs to have an answer to that. Now, when it's just one or two of them, that can just be Watchdogs, and you know, maybe like Goliaths or something like that. Something just to kill the Stewards. But when it gets to like 3 of them, when it gets to like 4 of them, you really, as Terran in particular, you really want to have Sundogs. They're really the only thing that's actually going to deal lasting damage to them. What I kind of expect to happen, though, is that since Neblime is so much of a stronger macro player than I am, that he's just going to be able to just roll off of it off of sheer economic presence.
Yeah, and so an Atlas coming as well, so that should complete around the time that, you know, a second Solarian is started, looking at the income right now.
Yep. So, again, Neblime did comment about the Solarian nerfs.
Yes, he asked if it was coming before the end of the tournament.
I have a feeling,
just
based on this meta knowledge, that he could get punked by this, at least in part. And if you haven't run into this, because I knew that Solarians were probably strong, I didn't think they were like overwhelmingly strong. Especially against like tier 1 Terran. Dude, like over half their units can attack air. How bad can it actually be? Well, it can be really annoying. So one's out, one's en route. Of course, this kills all of your early pressure. You don't have too much. He has some ground units. He could attack with them. I mean, honestly, Neblime is so light on military right now.
Yeah, the first Solarian is on the way already. So if he puts like if he trades out the Cyprians with the Goliaths into the anchor, then I think he's fine. But you know, he's setting up a third base at 3 o'clock. The first Solarian is nearly there.
Yeah, so he's pretty fine for now. Like, this one Solarian should not pose him too much threat. The biggest annoyance is going to be that it's probably going to follow these workers, because again, like I've always said, if you got your workers trailing across the map, something's going to see them. He can follow them out there. Look at how much burst damage they do to that anchor right away. So
yeah, and that's just with 12. So
it's not super dangerous at the moment. He can get some kills in here, and just so long as he keeps it alive, then he's pretty good. And he's used them well enough at this point. He kind of understands, you know, what works with him, what doesn't.
He's picking off a couple of the Stewards, but the Anseal was not in place to defend the Cyprians specifically, so that's obviously the easiest target to go off of. And now the Goliaths are busy tasking themselves onto the Solarian itself, which does have a lot of armor, so it takes a while for them to deal significant damage to it.
So the thing is, though, is that
there's 2 starports
needs to be more aggressive with this.
Yeah,
he needs to be so much more aggressive with this. He needs to get him into that base. He has a massive advantage right now. Like, when you have this, you need to be on his balls the whole time. And he's sending one out and one back in, and I don't really know what that's all about. But Neblime knows what to do. He's played Terran however long he knows all the units. And he wants to go to Sundogs. But the problem is he only got 2 starports. Now, Sundogs, in small numbers, are good against Empyreans. They're not really that great against Solarians who will just burst them down the instant they come in vision as long as they're properly on attack move. So, he really just wants to have a lot of them.
Well, here's the problem, right? The other issue is that Madrigals don't currently accept the target of Stewards. And, you know, I mentioned this to Neblime ahead of the series, so I'm kind of surprised he didn't realize that. But obviously that's a strange bug that I fixed, and then it came back because, LOL, Starcraft. Either way, I don't think it would have made a huge difference there because there was only the two of them. And it looks like that's enough to scare Solarian.
Failing for Freecrow here is the fact that he knew those workers were going up to another base.
Yeah, he never. Yeah,
he
he's
didn't
only
actually
now
go
going
up
there,
right? He keeps pressuring the front instead of choosing a better target.
Well, now he's going once again after the front. Ends up picking off an Anseal, who loses a number of stewards in the process.
There's another worker going straight up there. He must know that they're going to a base.
This is almost okay for Neblime because he buys him time away from his starports as they're getting more Sundogs out. Then maybe he can amass some sort of response. And he's actually taking a little bit of time here, so the Watchdogs are coming. That'll at least, you know, occupy some of the initial attack. No repairs.
There's a mantle coming. I'm not sure that's going to do amazingly well. If he wants to get cataphracts, he's going to need quite a number of them.
Cataphracts would be pretty legit.
His army up here is
this is a mistake
because he needs so many more units than this to deal with this. This is a massive investment to lose. It's going to kill a lot of momentum he could have had if he actually managed to deal with them with his Sundogs.
Yeah, he's adding more and more Watchdogs, which can help versus the Stewards, but only so much. He's going to force the lift. At this point, I wouldn't mind flying the Ministry topside, just in case, you know, the Solarians. This is one of the things you do in TVP, by the way, is you try to expand to another corner of the map so that the carriers can't get across the map, and instead...
Look how much damage they do. That's 4 armor, by the way. They just ignore it.
Yeah, so straight through it. And, you know...
This is not enough Sundogs. He needs more than this.
Exactly,
and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse as time goes on. He needs to stop production of everything he's got except for... Sundogs at this point.
He needs to add more starports for sure. Unfortunately, even though one of them ends up getting very, very low, he only engaged 3 Solarians with 4 Sundogs. He still almost killed one of them, but he absolutely needs more. He's only adding a 3rd starport right now. Very, very low on Vespine income. I think at some point he was like capping his reservoir, you know, and then at that point it was a little bit too rough. You know, he could have sent his ground army to pressure.
The snowball has already started, and now his other units are going to get caught here and they're going to die. And I think this is just open and shot. I mean, he might actually kill one here up. This Watchdog is getting a lot of shots onto it.
Yeah, it looks like just narrowly not going to happen. And I think that, that will actually almost certainly have to be GG, right? There's some Sundogs coming out. The 3rd rotary is on the way, but there's only a couple. And the Goliaths are busy attacking the full HP one.
Yeah.
They could have been managing the shields or maybe picking off that low HP Solarian. He kind of spread his damage across like 3 of them. Many of them actually do have hull damage.
Yeah. You can't trickle units in. You got to bunch them up and try to focus them down. Now, Keenan's attention's focused here on that Ministry, which does allow him to kill one.
Yeah, but the Ministry eventually does fall.
It doesn't matter at this point, right? Like the ground army is coming. That's it. That's how it works. That's what I was talking about in the beginning. It is quite hard to break that. Now, he put his engram in kind of a weird place in that, but that was explicitly because Neblime likes raids. So that was very like an anti-Neblime thing. As Zerg, it can be very hard to break that on some maps because you need Protathalors to outrange them on the grounds. And on the cliff, you need quite a bit of Protathalors because you're going to take losses to them. And if air units pop out during that period, then you can get really fucked by that.
Yeah.
Because it's quite expensive to try to get Vithrilisks and Protathalors and something else to deal with whatever else is going on. It can go really bad. Now, I chose Mutalisks in that, and that did not work out at all. The Vithrilisks died too early.
Yeah, the Vithrilisks going up against the armor pen, right? The 5 armor pen just goes right through it. So I would like to point out that there's already a number of reductions to the Solarian power budget, a number of nerfs that they've received. Most notably, the armor pen has fallen to 2 for the Steward, which means that they will struggle against things like Minotaurs. You know, even Valkyries, I think, might have 3 armor right now. You know, Vithrilisks, etc. Ministries, they're not going to burn through quite so fast, right? Those kinds of things. Yeah. So I think that makes them a lot more sane. There's a number of other small changes here and there, but really, that game, I think, could have gone exactly identically if the... Like, even if the Madrigal bug was fixed and even if the Solarian nerfs were in, I feel like that game actually would have gone exactly the same. Neblime
did not see this coming at all.
No, yeah.
No.
Absolutely.
Once he realized what was happening, and he did make the starport. I mean, he made the starports in the first game, too. I think that's more or less like a standard build for him.
Yeah.
But once he kind of like realized that this was getting out of hand, it was too little, too late. Like you have to stop production of Goliaths and Magicals. You have to go straight to Sundogs, build your production that you need.
And
you have to have an immediate response to this.
He had a star pad, and he absolutely could have tried to drop, do some sort of elevator play, do anything on the other side of the map, because like you're not going to be able to hold off with just that ground army. Now, Neblime selected Infinite Velocity, which kind of tells me that maybe, kind of like the Nitro, or rather the Derelict game, he might be thinking, I'm just going to cheese this man and get it over with nice and fast. Or I have an idea of how to manage the growth of that kind of strategy. Because now that 3 crow's on the board, but still facing elimination, or at least facing the lower bracket if he ends up losing this match, I kind of feel like 3 crow's just going to default to the same playstyle, especially on a map that gives you double gas in the main.
Yeah.
So when we're going into this, I'm thinking Neblime's got a game plan, and it will terminate in the early stages.
I really struggled against this build. I was not able to beat it. And I mean, I don't think it was just exclusively because Solarians are very strong. I think it was just because I'm bad. But Neblime, being Terran, always innately has an option against this, which is Sundogs. And Sundogs are very good against it. And
yeah, if you can outproduce, if you can spend equivalent resources on Sundogs compared to Solarians, you win every time almost. So
yep. And more importantly, he's going to know to recognize this build now. If you see that engram first, you know they're turtled in.
Yeah.
You know that it is going to be dedicated.
He misread the situation, I think, Mess, because he likes his macro games. He likes to go up to a lot of bases. Yeah. He sees an engram and he thinks, oh, there's no pressure. Nothing's coming. Well, something came and it was a Solarian.
Yeah. Yeah. And, it could have been Empyreans. And it still would have been very hard for him to deal with.
Yeah,
it would have been easier for the Sundogs to deal with, but everything else he had would have had a harder time to deal with it.
Yeah, and even when you factor in the splash,
Empyreans
would have obviously also done splash damage to the stack. So if they got to a high number, then the Sundogs would have had more of a trouble. They would have hit sooner, a lot of other reasons, yeah.
So it is definitely like, that's the thing you have to worry about with Protoss, is they can do that. Yeah. That's what can make the engram opener viable, is if you see the engram, you're going to think, wow, that's 200 gas down the drain. I don't have anything to worry about. But 200 gas, especially on some of these maps with the double geysers, or in early expansion, it's not actually really that much. Because especially when you're trying to do a tech rush like this, it takes a long time for stuff to build. So 200 gas is not really going to amount to a huge amount. Really, like, the minerals are very prohibitive. Yeah. A Solarian is 600 minerals. That is just a huge amount of minerals.
It's 500 on this update, but 600 in the pre-release. Yeah, so very, very steep.
Okay. Oh yeah. It was pre-released at 600. Okay, well, it's still 500. It's still a lot. That's more than Nexus. Yeah. So you can build around it, but it's still a lot. So that takes a long time to build. So you do have some wiggle room around when that's happening. I mean, during that entire time, he was slowly getting a ground army. It wasn't a very threatening one, but I think that if he had brought in that ground army with his first Solarian, he might have just ended the game right then and there anyways. But no, this is what he did against me because he was cautious about my counter aggression constantly. So, my ground army would be so much stronger than him, but then the Solarian would come out and I'd have to commit everything to trying to deal with it. And then at that point in the game, it wasn't really possible. It was always like the timing at which it happened, which you definitely saw in that game there, which the Solarian showed up before Sundogs were able to actuate and it started dealing damage. And then that third base was left alive for a little while, but it still was eventually squashed.
And no watchdogs are put up on it, right? Yeah. So that also could have held them at bay a little bit.
Yeah. If it had just been a little bit later, that would have been more than enough money for Neblime to throw up extra starports and fully transition. But that didn't happen because it came out just at the right time where he didn't really have the tools he needed to actually deal with it. And he didn't really realize that that was what was going on. But now he realizes it. And like I said when we started this, that I think this is only ever going to work once against this kind of player.
I think so too, yeah. We're getting into Infinite Velocity. It's game 4, the only series so far to not end in a 3-0. I thought it was kind of writing on the wall after the first 2 games, but 3 Crow fought back, and now we go to Infinite Velocity. Neblime on the left-hand side, the Maroon Terran, and 3 Crow, the right-hand side, the Lemon Protoss. Lemon against Neblime, it's only fitting that it could end here.
Well, at least somebody is going to end this match covered in piss. Now, the real question is Neblime going to cheese on this map, and that's why he chose it?
Right.
And if so, is he going to cheese it with something other than the Nidus? Because, for being a map so infamously Christianed on insane Nidus shit, as I know very well, we haven't seen a huge amount of people really like clamoring to get them. People almost feel intimidated by the Nidus. I mean, it does look a little bit like Goatsee's hands grasping open the gates of destiny. But if we see cheese on this map, it tends to almost like only tangentially involve the Nidus, or the Nidus almost turns into like a bait.
Yes. So for those unaware, at 4 minutes, the burning atlases in the middle of the map explode in a flurry of fireworks, and that allows you access to the Nidus, which leads to your opponent's base. Now, as Mesk is sort of talking about, as we have a gateway first here for 3-Crow and a stockade first for Neblime, so it's just going to be very, very bog standard despite the map. At 4 minutes, with this blowing up, you would think, oh, the Nidus, it's such an attractive target. But if you ever build an early air unit, you can just start attacking the Nidus before that 4-minute time even hits. And a lot of players have decided to do some kind of gentleman's agreement to do just that. And don't be fooled by the Kagra. You can build on neutral Kagra. You can build on Kagra when it's receded as well. So you could even see a Terran player build an anchor, lift it off, land it over here, and then unload the units so that they can attack it if that's what they want to do earlier. Or they could obviously do that for the idea of just elevatoring over there and hitting their opponent before 4 minutes if they wanted to do some kind of cheeky surprise. We haven't seen that yet, and we admittedly, like Mesk said, don't really see too much of anything anyway. Mavericks are just sort of canvassing the area. Looks like maybe he's worried about some kind of proxy across the map, and there's in fact a warden being made.
Yep.
Inside 3-Crow's base, so he's playing a lot more conservatively.
It
is a star pad coming.
Intimidated.
So, yeah.
Yep. It's this Maverick is actually looking all the way around the Nat.
Yeah.
He's looking for some kind of proxy. Protoss in this don't usually do too many proxies like that.
Yeah.
So
just in the project in general, I haven't seen any yet.
Yeah. I think it's like a Brood War habit that's sort of like passed over. It's like, just always check. You never really know. And, you know, and you got people like me that sometimes play this game doing the absolute most brain-dead shit. You can never be too careful. Now, not even looking to attack these atlases at the moment for 3-Crow here. Not even really too interested in knocking those down early, at least to see what his opponent's doing. It's just 1-star pad at the moment, but I feel like there will be more en route. I can tell because there's no anchor at the moment. So either it'll be an expansion or it'll be another star pad.
He's got enough gas for it. I'd also like to point out that you guys should take a long look at this Dracodon. It's the last tournament you're going to see at Ascension. Number 7 will have the new Dracodon sprite by Balethal, modeled and animated, etc. We're going to be fine-tuning it, and it is actually available on pre-release if you wanted to take a look at what we got so far. But it is still a work in progress. It would be nice to get rid of that lard graphic.
It's just here to kill him, just like you said. Yeah, the new Dracodon is long. You will be intimidated by his girlishly long legs.
Yes.
Don't be fooled. He is still like a man spider kind of thing, like a drider.
Well,
so
the first atlases are going to
pop
pop
before the Wraith kills this.
Yes, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. It's just the one Wraith, and of course, proximity
no,
collection.
he's also killing it.
Oh, interesting. Who's going to kill it first? Obviously, the Nidus will die, but I don't think Neblime's paying attention. He might just be like, oh, that's weird. It died a little sooner than I thought. Yeah, so he doesn't really
Wraiths
clock
do a
it.
lot of damage, huh?
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, well, they're done with that. I guess I'll just fly away now.
Look at this. In Kian's base, it is the exact same thing, and I almost guarantee you're going to see an Argosy out of him yet again. But, you know, like I said, if that is the case, I feel like he's almost signing his own spank, because Neblime should well recognize this and be able to respond to it, and he's got a better distance to deal with it and a better setup to deal with it.
Unfortunately, our players are goofballs and hosted an old version of this map, so...
What's the differences?
The middle is not a low ground, and the resources are a little bit more sanely placed in the main, natural, and third. But it probably won't be too consequential in this case. We have the Wraith just sort of scoping it out at low HP, seeing what's going on. I don't think it spotted the engram.
Well, he didn't dive heavily into Wraiths, so I feel like he's just going to go straight to Tier 2, and very likely just go straight to Sundogs. It's a very safe bet no matter what really happens on this map. I think the worst thing that could happen is they go like Positron LAN effect or something like that, and then you're just... Yeah, you're going to have a really difficult time dealing with that. But
especially if Solarians or Empyreans are behind that at some point later in the game. Yeah. There's already a lot of gas for 3-Crow, but not very many minerals. He's very behind economically. Like, in terms of the mineral or the worker count, he's super, super far behind.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, I feel like if he wanted the Argosy right away, he would have delayed that Nexus. But maybe that's not what he's going to do. I'm not sure. In any event, he's going to get spotted very possibly by this work. Nope, they just barely miss each other.
Interesting.
He's looking for that Wraith that is flying, but it's already going to be long gone by the time he reaches it. All he really does is just show that he's built some Ecclesias and such. That might lead the Biome into a false sense of security, but well, the Atlas is on the way. I'm sure he's happy to see the army just hanging out in the Nat and not actually threatening. It will be an Argosy. It's just quite delayed with that Nexus having gone down first. So I feel like that could be really bad, actually, because that first Solarian, you need it out, and you need it to do damage and try to deny some of the things like,
oh yeah,
Sundogs.
Especially Sundogs. I mean, the Atlas is halfway done before the Argosy's a quarter. Like that's a very, very key breakpoint in this particular matchup if you're trying to do some kind of rush. So the delay is pretty steep. I think he's not really banking minerals either to afford it. It is 500, remember. So even when the Argosy is done, he might not actually have enough to immediately enter production. Maybe he could go for Magisters. I know that he's obviously that's what he wrote down as his favorite unit when he signed up for the tournament. So definitely something to keep in mind.
Mass Magister can be quite annoying to deal with Terran. You can fight them with Valkyries, but you do need a lot of them.
Yeah.
If you don't have enough of them, they just kind of melt you down right away. You're never really quite able to burst through their shields. And Sundogs aren't really that good against them since they don't do AoE, and you can actually get a surprisingly large number of them. But whatever the case is, he is so far behind. I'm pretty sure. Yep, there's a Solarian.
And look,
there's
two
already
starports on the way. Yeah.
And he's almost surely about to build a third. He's got his work art.
It's a mantle.
No, it's going to be a mantle again. Okay.
I do think that a couple cataphracts,
before, right?
a couple cataphracts can deal with like the low numbers of stewards, and they don't get affected by the armor as much now that they have 12 damage a pop, which was a change that was made on this patch.
The problem is they're expensive.
Yeah.
And very slow. He's going to need a large amount of them to really be able to thwart a number of Solarians.
Well, the map distance is also quite large, and Solarians are also slow. I kind of feel like he could use the cataphracts in any sort of comparable number to the Solarian count. Maybe if he's got like 5 or 6 to 3 Solarians, he can deal with the stewards, force them to maybe push into watchdogs and etc., and then use the fact that he's building Sundogs to go across the map and just start dealing damage there. You can definitely overwhelm a single engram with Sundogs. It doesn't take that many, maybe like 4 or 5 max. And then he can just start raining terror on the mineral line.
He's making another engram here. I actually feel like that should have been a Crucible.
Yes.
Because, well, he's going to be in a bit of a pickle here. I think he's fearing some kind of early aggression to try to stop this. But he hasn't scouted at all for a long time now, so he doesn't actually really know what Neblime's doing. But Neblime is just going to stack Sundogs, and it looks like maybe Catfax once he starts actually floating money off of his third base.
Yep.
He's moving out actually with his whole ground army now, so this is kind of what he could have done before. And this still has a lot of threat behind it. But if he snipes the Solarian, it takes a lot of teeth out of him. So,
and even if he deals with, he has got the one Sentinel. Even if he protects that with the few ground units he does have, as a Ramses is actually going to be the first unit under the mantle. I feel like with the ground army gone, the Solarian is going to be much less effective. His Mason that he sent out at the beginning of the game to scout confirms the third base being set up quite late. And it doesn't walk up to confirm the Argosy engram setup, but he should probably know.
He did see that with a Wraith that passed by there.
Okay, yeah.
Earlier, that it died as it passed down from his ground army, but I'm pretty sure he saw the Solarian, so he'll definitely be. No, it's just going to be the same thing here.
He's already got 2 Sundogs and 3 more on the way because there are 3 starports with the rotary add-on. The longer the 3 Crow delays, if he delays for a second Solarian, it's almost surely over.
Yeah, once we start seeing, there's a hypothetical situation and can kill the Sundogs with his ground army, but I feel like Neblime doesn't want to engage this and is going to hang back as he continues to amass Sundogs, because once you get to have just a large number of them, then unless you're doing like Firebat Hero levels of micro to split up the damage on the Solarians, they're not going to be able to kill the Sundogs faster than you can kill them, and it's so much harder for you to replace them. So you can actually lose a lot of momentum at that point. Neblime is very happy just to hang out at this point and just let them amass because he's going to have the better army in about 4 or 5 minutes here.
Now, second Solarian is just about arrived. Again, at the same time, there's additional Sundogs being produced. It does look like he's let off the hook a little bit there. He's just getting Ramses out of the mantle, adding a lot of Watchdogs at the natural. But the commencement is going to occur here on the third base.
So Keenan wants to kind of try to snipe these here, and but he opens himself up to the Sun. The Sun Dogs are getting caught up there. They revealed their presence. He needs to
still
move
a large
back
number
and
of them.
protect them as fast as possible.
Yeah, he's forced them back, and that's pretty good. He even deals a little bit of hull damage to the Solarian. He needs to try to make 3 Crow hemorrhage units. And remember, the focus, right? 1,000 minerals in the bank right now. 3 Crow has to look back at his base in micro, or rather macro. And there's another Sentinel coming down. This is pretty good from neblime. He could add more Watchdogs, but I think he just wants to go hunting.
Yeah, he's almost really comfortable. 6 is a very good number of Sun Dogs. That was a magic number I felt comfortable with. The ground army is a little bit scary here because Ecclesias can give them some sustain, but that's why he's going to move in his ground just to draw their attention away from his Sun Dogs. Yep. That allows him to commit and die with the reinforcements. One goes down. He's taking a lot of damage, but it's an okay trade as long as he kills the Solarians. He doesn't manage to kill the second one.
Yeah, Shamans are a little bit out of position, and fighting away from the Sentinels as they were being built seems like a little bit of a misnomer there. I think maybe a lot of his military units were actually busy dealing with stewards or something instead of actually focusing down the ground. But the Sentinels will deal with whatever 3 Crow has over here more than easily enough. This is also a mistake from 3 Crow as he's essentially losing a lot of power.
He doesn't need to lose his ground units here.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was getting at there. But there's another trio of Sun Dogs waiting in the wings. A Watchdog here with a Ramses. Anseal trying to protect as another Watchdog gets set up, but it is going to get killed instead.
That's an expensive loss for basically nothing. There's no reason to let it die. You want those to be with your Sun Dogs. It gives them a few extra seconds to survive.
He's not even repairing the Ministry right now, so that is going to eventually fall. He needs to get his Sun Dogs and Ramses out. It doesn't really matter if he loses the space. It's more about tempo and holding off the subsequent military units. And here we go. The first Solarian is already going to get popped. That was the low HP one. Good target selection. The Drakodons are optional targets.
Still attacking the Ministry,
he
wasn't getting much damage in on those.
Yeah, look at that double Anseal even healing some of the, or preventing some of the Sun Dogs from going down until the last Solarian does inevitably fall. We have one more, but it's all the way across the map. Only 2 Drakodons here for 3 Crow, and I think neblime stabilized more than enough. Look at the worker difference here. This is overpowering for 3 Crow.
Not managing to kill those Sun Dogs and switch the targets at that moment. Man, that by the time the extra Sun Dogs came in, they had well more than enough damage to force them down. At that point, now it's, this is why I said he wanted to have a Crucible there and not an Engram, because he hypothetically could keep his momentum right now. But look at his money. Yeah. He is just floating tons of money because, like I said, it takes these things so goddamn long to build. This is almost why I prefer making Empyreans after I have Solarians, because they come up faster. You can reinforce faster.
Yeah, you can try to hit some kind of snowball. You think of even in TVZ, right? You think about, or rather TVP and StarCraft 1, you do think of the carrier as this sort of unit that is like a flying fortress. Now in CMBW, you don't need to rebuild the stewards with money. That's one of the main reasons why Solarians are so good, and one of the reasons why 3 Crow's resources have been kind of out of whack for so long, where he's been floating a lot. But at this point, there's a pair of Sentinels and a Watchdog that are going to be floated over here that were slowly constructed. And, this will get a couple of worker kills, shut down mining. It will be somewhat impactful. It'll also reveal that the Solarians are still at home, and that's going to empower neblime to take more of the map over.
So neblime is going to start making Watchdogs all over in his base. He's not completely stabilized at the moment. He's not spamming relentlessly, but he did protect his third. And if he had lost his third, then there was some real danger of him losing momentum in this game. But so long as he keeps steadily producing Sun Dogs, he can add whatever else he wants to. Currently, that's just Ramses. They're not super amazing for this. They do have armor penetration, just 2.
Yeah, they
are mineral only.
They are not going to pierce the stewards, which is the big thing. So you really want to use Ramses against like the ground army, or maybe raiding the bases and trying to kill them with that. There's a bunch of lattices being added by 3 Crow, so it looks like he's going to also add vassals, which the Ramses will handily dismiss.
Yeah, the Ramses will annihilate. Oh, it's going to be Sims. Yeah. Well,
okay, well,
it's like vassals, but not flying, I suppose. The Ramses will happily chew through all those too.
Yeah, it's not really super useful. I thought it was just going to be vassals for the sake of kind of like providing some cover and speeding up the stewards and the Solarians, but it looks like 3 Crow has other ideas. Transferring a whole host of workers away from the main and off towards the third. I guess that's probably the workers that were transferred to begin with.
I'm kind of surprised neblime isn't using these Sun Dogs on the offense.
Yeah.
The first thing you really should do when you have a whole bunch of them, especially after you kill your opponent's main army, is see what you can snipe with them. And right now, there is a 4th being built by 3 Crow that I'm not sure if he's even intimately aware of at the moment. And He's just building more turrets over there. What a goofball.
We now have 7 Solarians moving across the map. This is where you do need a lot more Sundogs. There's only 12 in the stack that neblime has, and he's adding Salamanders now, which are not going to be sufficient versus this kind of thing. Particularly since they move slower. Yeah, okay, they have a little bit more durability, but that doesn't matter versus this number of Solarians. I feel like, honestly, 3Crow is in a very, very deadly position here with this.
In my games, he always built observers. He always had witnesses all flying around to help detect. So I feel like he may be a little bit unnerved by this. I don't know. The embassy was another thing he always had. He always went for an advanced worker first, actually.
Oh, interesting.
He would expand with that quite early, so then there would be witnesses with that. So that was always like quite a nuisance to deal with. It's not just like the early engrams, but also trying to keep bullets in the base.
Oh, here we go. It's showtime. 1 Solarian is already down. The focus fire not really there for neblime. He's now targeted 3 different Solarians with his right click, making it maximally difficult for him to deal with this army. But will finally put to bed 3 of them remain, but only 5 Sundogs. So this is the point where the turning point is going to kick in. And again, like if he had just microed that a little bit better, he would have actually killed every single one of these and still had a couple Sundogs to spare.
Yep.
Instead, 2 of them are going to stay alive. The space does finish, unlike on Sideshow. Ramsey's on the way, but I think it's probably just going to get bopped anyway. He doesn't have really great air protection. He's adding a Seraph. That's going to be good for armor rend. Maybe that could be the difference maker for the Salamanders.
Irradiate is very, very good against Stewards. It helps deal ambient damage to them, get low enough you can kill them. Now, these Salamanders might be able to get in some damage here, especially if he just chooses to stand in their AoE, but they're not very durable.
No, so and AoE only affects the ground targets anyway, so the
Stewards are dying. There is just so many Ramses.
Yes.
They are getting in some kills here, which is affecting their damage output. And the Shamans are helping sustain them. So chasing is probably not really a good idea here, but chase he does.
1 more Solarian on the way. It feels like, again, the macro really slipped for 3Crow. I feel like he could have had way more out.
Yep. Or he can choose to make Empyreans. You know, Empyreans would have actually helped him out in that fight, just even having 1 of them. If it did not get focused first, it would have dealt so much ambient damage to the Sundog.
Yeah, he looks like he switched back to producing Sundogs, but he doesn't really have any out right now. He's just going to try to use Shaman and Seal Ramses to hold off the Stewards, and it looks like it's been somewhat effective right now. 3Crow's not too interested in charging off over there. Now, meanwhile, neblime is on 5 bases, and 3Crow's technically on the 4th, but he doesn't have any workers there. No gas caps for him either.
He should be at least spamming vassals out of these lattices to just throw them at random corners of the map and try to kill workers. Like,
yeah, there's the 1 watchdog half done in the 4th base for neblime at the bottom left.
And that's it, right? So. Like, if like a dozen vassals came into there, he'd have to pull Ramses down there. Instead, the Ramses are allowed to roam, and they're going to find his base instead, and they might even kill this engram without it being canceled. Oh, their damage is not that high, I guess.
It's also kind of being, halved by the pylon.
They're getting tickled.
They are getting tickled. They will die. It's going to get canceled.
Oh.
But the Simulacrum Strider conga line is amassing. More Solarians are here, so we're up back to 5. But many of those are bruised. And 2 Sentinels are where the Nidus used to be, so this is going to be a really uphill battle, quite literally in some ways, for the ground army.
Well, at least neblime's doing his part, helping him multiply his sims.
Yeah, I'm not sure how useful that is.
Not sure if he lost or gained any, and that is fairly close to anyways.
Yeah, 6 Sundogs are here, and that kind of matches the Solarian count, so we are in a bit of an awkward spot. But now...
No irradiate yet. The Seraph dies immediately. Keaton knows to focus fire those because of how much mileage I got out of them. So neblime not taking advantage of their irradiate is really hurting him. There's irradiate.
It is cast. Remember, the other thing about the Seraph is that it will disenchant the Stewards, and that will make it a lot easier for things like the
that's a good irradiate.
Yeah,
it dies for it, but it can definitely contribute.
And look at how many times the Stewards are flying on through it. A couple of them have already started to fall. There's only 3 Solarians left. Not very great focus fire here again out of neblime, right? There's still that wounded Solarian in the top. 3 more being held at bay by the Drakidins, which are now being irradiated. The Seraph will, of course, be focused down, and some Ramses walking on in. Bit of a fumbled rally as more units are popping out. It's Salamanders this time around. I still think Sundogs would be the better choice, but at the very least, the Irradiates are thinning the herd as far as the Solarians are concerned. You know, they don't really have as many Stewards as they would normally have. In the top one, that was the wounded one of the 3. It will get bopped.
Yeah, 3Crow really needs to make the most out of this. He has so much money right now. All his buildings are just, there's nothing spinning. He needs, there you go. You know, a little bit of a pause there. It feels like he needs to attach those to a hotkey and just cycle between them every single time he's in his... That's one of the things that got my macro at least a little bit better, is just spamming to build hotkeys while you're fighting.
Yes.
Just rotate, just get a little bit in, and now neblime knows, hey, Irradiate's getting me some some scores here, so got to keep using it. But
yeah, he's even pushing back the Solarians with a pretty minimal number of ground units, and he's going to clean up the Striders and the Sims. He's continuously transferring his 162 workers between different bases. But, you know, at this point, I think the macro
neblime looks like he's on the ropes, but he isn't really because all this damage is superficial.
Yeah.
Look at the worker difference, and it's just this. There's an 11 kill Sentinel down in the bottom right in that gas-only base.
Yeah, I think it might have wiped the... that was the one that attacked the natural at some point, or the third, rather.
Yep. So, you know, again, more Argosy is coming. There's no Crucibles here.
Yeah, the Scribe in the bottom was actually allowed to set up,
Much more critically, there's no gas caps.
Yeah.
And one of the geysers in 3 Crows main has no workers on it at all.
Ooh, that was part of the transfer to the third, and he never ended up resaturating it, it looks like. So absolutely, you know, critical considering he's floating so many minerals. He's now starting to go for 4 Argosy Magisters. So definitely going to be switching gears away from the Solarians, which he still has a decent number of. You know, he does have 6, but I think he's kind of, it's almost like he's heard you from the future with you saying that, like, you need to start mixing in other units alongside the Solarians. You've got a good number of them. Just stick on 6 and then work your way through with other things. You're forcing interactions. You're forcing reactions from the Terran Irradiate to cover things, the Seraphs in the first place. Now you can start thinking about what's going to allow me to kill those Seraphs really easily. Magisters increase the weapon range of other targets, including Magisters. So, of course, you can go for those. You can absolutely do other things. But meanwhile, Hurricanes have started to discover the situation over here as some Wardens finish at the 6 o'clock base. I think this attack will be rebuffed just by those Wardens, but it's going to result in neblime being made aware of that base, and he can just waypoint some more units over there.
Yeah, again, neblime does not want to use his Sundogs for really offensive operations. He's sort of posturing over here, but he's never used them to probe the bases, to look for rotating units. Just imagine if you managed to catch some of these Solarians out while they were trying to reinforce the army before they actually attacked.
Absolutely.
That would have slowed down a lot. But he is choosing to go on the offense now. His little marching squad of Ramses are heading down there. But, you know, the second engram is going to finish there. I'm not sure if they can easily take this. He's going to take some losses here anyways, when he could have, you know, sent his Sundogs down right away and sniped them before they finished.
Yeah. Well, a single shot from the Huracan is actually not going to be enough to start doing the damage. However, one of the engrams is already dead. Some shamans here trying to heal up everybody, keep everybody at a good health. And there goes yet another Warden.
Yeah, and the Wardens aren't focus firing, so the shamans just sustain them. The Daedala is just a little bit over halfway complete.
That's good to hear.
Neblime, and you know he's just going to make Magnetaurs.
It certainly could be an option. I mean, you could also go for Iron Foundry Paladin here. Like, there's a lot of options depending on what you really want to do.
Penumbras are very good too. If you can get like 3 or 4 of them, they can poke the Solarians and deal a lot of damage to them. Especially in combination with Irradiate to stop them from ever regenerating. Then they really just don't want to engage the Penumbras at all because they're going to take so much damage engaging them. And you can trade very favorably with that because the Penumbra is 600, but you know, if you overlap Splash on like 3 Solarians, that's just massive returns. There is, however, so many Sundogs here that they could snipe a lot of heavy air out, so he may not be too focused on it. He's got like 4 Seraphs, so he might be looking to nuke here because you can see he's got some anvils being made.
Daedal is just about to pop, and it does now. We'll have to see what the reaction is. He doesn't have a pocket worker anywhere anymore, so there's an opportunity maybe for like the bottom right to just have a random diadem put down. Yep. Doesn't happen.
There's that Sentinel landing on the 4th, and here it begins once again.
Yeah, getting a decent amount of mileage out of the piercing here.
12, 16.
Make it a couple more. Okay, it's now no longer going to be targeting, so yeah, okay, 3 Crow loses a number of workers there. And he gets oh, look at the Ramses from downtown.
Yeah, there's the Ramses down there. He wanted in on the action. So there was a low health Sundog that just suicided itself into 3 Crows base. It spotted all of his Magisters.
Yeah.
Now Magisters they're not as powerful as they used to be. They're definitely one that did get more or less adjusted with the damage numbers that occurred a while back. But they are still quite threatening. They don't have any armor pen, but they're surprisingly durable. Mm-hmm. And you really do want to have AoE to deal with those. Now currently that is Salamanders, but Salamanders are a little short range, and they're large, but they're deceptively fragile, so you got to be careful with them.
Yeah, one of them ends up getting picked off at the extremities there just by the stewards. Looks like that was an attempt at Irradiate at some point, but a little bit awkward. Yeah, a couple more
Again,
firing.
he knows to target those.
Yeah.
He does get some Irradiates off. It's very nice, but the Sundogs are attacking the wrong
Oh,
targets.
and then the Magisters all flew directly through it, though. That could be a real big task, especially since the Salamanders aren't being focused down right now, Mess.
Everybody's got to radiate now.
Yeah, the Solarians are being bopped slowly but surely. Only 3 of them remaining. Still plenty of Sundogs here left to continue focusing them down, but it looks like Freecrow might just manage to get away here.
Oh, he's running. You can take this.
Oh, man, if a
It
little
was
bit
a
of focus
costly
fight.
fight.
5
But the
HP on a
Solarian
Solarian.
with 5 HP. Yeah.
Yeah, that
So,
absolutely
you
could have
know,
been different.
Kian wins that fight. That's great. That's fantastic. You wanted to win that fight. Meanwhile, we just see like diadems popping up all over the place, you know. Let's take a look and see what his production looks like. I'm not sure if he's even really building any product. Oh, yep, there it is. We got future stations, so very likely to be penumbras, I think. Could be paladins. I don't know if I'd really like to use paladins against them because they're a little slow on damage output, but penumbras are very good. Claymores are probably pretty decent.
Oh.
And there's just like stuff all over the place. There's Ramses and Anchors here
Yeah,
and there. And
he's taking a stab out there with no Seraph to rend the armor of the Stewards. The Ramses are obviously not going to have a great time. But you were talking about AoE earlier, Mesk, and look at how bruised some of these Magisters are. A lot of them didn't end up going down, but they are absolutely getting butchered by the Ramses and Salamanders.
yeah, the Ramses and Salamanders got a lot of nice damage.
And
on
the
them.
Watchdogs
Again,
dealing so consistently with the Solarians as well because they were in range.
There's so few Solarians now that they can't overwhelm
Oh,
them. So
look at
in
that.
fact, they die.
Yeah.
So, you know, when you win a battle like that against an opponent that you know has been on so many bases for so long, you're actually kind of corralled into not attacking. You have to try to take back map presence instead. Look at the worker difference.
Yes. Yeah.
It's 234 to 106. Like, you don't maybe not necessarily feel like that because you just destroyed his army, but it's kind of like in that FFA we played where I managed to kill chunks of your units, but it's like I can't move out because I know that there's so many bases across the map that, you know, my army is so much more valuable at that point, and that's where Freecrow's at. And here they come. Penumbras,
Yes.
some Cuirasses, but the Penumbras are really the ones you got to watch out for.
Silver Tongues as
The
well.
Magisters are going to evaporate if they ever come in contact with these.
Yes.
They are just going to annihilate them. That is 50 damage with 4 armor penetration in Splash. And the range on that is substantial. He is still spamming Magisters. Magisters don't work so well against Penumbras, but of course he has no idea because he's not scouting.
Yeah,
I'm not
how
sure
could
he
you?
ever even built an embassy.
No,
right?
yeah, the Witnesses would have helped him out quite a bit. He was instead adding a 5th Argosy, a 6th Argosy, still no Crucibles in sight, which is kind of how you like more cheaply increase the value and the production rate of your advanced production there. Anciel is going to get bopped. Watchdogs will be overwhelmed by this count of 15 Magisters, but all he really needs to do is start cycling up some Azazels, which he is doing from the 3rd, and then, or rather, I guess that's the 6th base. It's getting hard to count them at this point.
Yeah, they melt through base defenses. They're pretty good at destroying Watchdogs, but I think that once these Penumbras manage to catch up, seeing as they have to navigate literally the full length of the map in terms of distance.
Yeah,
then,
there's the one.
There's the one. They've got 5 armor. These things are only going to be doing 10 damage to them.
Oh,
and he's
look
dealt
at
with
that.
these before. He knows how dangerous they are. And there it is. It's Jover.
Get through the Nidus.
Deceiving.
There we
Go
go.
inside. There we go.
We're
There we
waiting.
go.
Finally,
There we
ground
go.
units are faster than air units, and it's an utter evaporation. Yeah,
that
at that
was
point, there's like
horrible.
5 Magisters left. Freecrow's probably kicking himself right now, thinking, how could this have possibly happened to me? I built Solarians. I'm supposed to win.
Well, he knows that if the Solarians lose steam, it's very, very hard to crawl back against Terran. And once you start seeing a lot of Penumbras, I think that Protoss have a very hard time unless they have like Tectons, Archons, some other way to really get in on them or otherwise land a lot of damage on them. The Solarians are actually good against them if you can split them up. Because again, 5 armor pen will go right through that. And if they're not focus firing, then that's a lot of friendly splash that can potentially land on you too. The Cuirasses, on the other hand, are just an absolute nightmare to deal with. They basically never die, and they can stand here tanking for quite a long time. They don't do much damage, but they're going to hang him up for a long time.
Yeah, meanwhile,
That said,
the
though,
natural is under attack. The 3rd, I should say.
Azazel
Yeah.
Penumbra is... This is a nightmare situation to be in for that. He does not have an army to deal with this.
Absolutely not. The Ramses are going to provide a buffer so the Penumbras aren't going to be splashing themselves. And meanwhile, that 3rd base is slowly but surely being chewed apart. Some Silver Tongues have also arrived, and the Cuirasses are slowly healing themselves despite engram shots.
There's
a Diadem even
diadems.
got hit. Yeah. Yeah, that must have been from the... where even is that coming from?
He lifted it over there or built it, and he's building another one there. It's right behind the
Oh,
army.
I see. Yeah, right behind the front where
Just
the
crawling
penumbras were.
forward.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? The third now being evaporated. That Nexus is not long for this world, and we can see the writing on the wall. 3Crow, he gets one game with the cheeky Solarian. The Magisters are coming in to try to deal with the
penumbra.
penumbra.
Get one in.
I think he might get one pop
one
before everything evaporates. Yeah, he's even going to try to fall back there, but it's looking pretty rough for him.
Yeah, that's all of his. They took so much hull damage doing that. If he's lucky, he can snipe in a lot of this front line without losing too many, but the penumbras are the ones doing the damage, not the Ramses here.
Yeah, one of them is going to get bopped. I mean, a couple of casts from the Azazel could have maybe helped to extend its lifespan, but it's just going to be one. More Gorgons have arrived.
Gorgons have arrived. They will die to these and the engram.
They're pretty cheap is the thing, so you can kind of mass produce them a lot easier. And the diadems have
allows
just been
them to force
leapfrogging
his
forward.
penumbras in.
Yeah.
They just push in. And
absolutely.
Then that's it.
And you can see the diadem's been moved over a little bit further, so absolutely just sieging down the base infrastructure. More Argosies cannot save you at this point. The first one is about to finally fall. The unpowered ones in the bottom were just about to finish something. And the diadems are raining in terror. 3Crow's surveying the battlefield thinking, how can I possibly come back from this? The answer is you can't. But I know how 3Crow is. He's just going to keep on trying.
Yep. You try to make most of it. You can get this little wind in. Again, Magisters still do a fair amount of damage despite that reduction, but there's just too many units here.
Terran OP. Good luck. GG. And that is going to be Neblime taking the series 3-1.
Mystery Meat likes his post.
No, Mystery Meat thinks they're terrible, but you know what? I appreciate I appreciate 3Crow giving us that little laughter at the end. And you know, he put on a series. He put on a show.
Yep. We got to see that build work, and we even got to see it defeat Neblime, so that makes me feel a little bit better about losing to it constantly.
Yeah, and I think Infinite Velocity is a good pick against that because air units don't use Niduses, right? So in that situation, you're absolutely at a mobility advantage as Terran.
Yep. It was definitely. I like to see the penumbras of all things squeeze through the Nidus. They like fold up into a briefcase and just eject themselves through like a DC-92 escape artist or something like that, and just pop out the other side. And they didn't even take any friendly splash from doing that either. So
not much, yeah.
You could have almost insta-gibbed half his own army or destroyed the Nidus and stranded them or something like that, but that didn't happen.
Indeed, it didn't. Well, I will say that was a nice little series there. We're not quite done yet. We do have one more, but 3Crow going down to the lower bracket, I feel like he's going to have his work cut out for him to defeat whoever ends up going down there between the next combatants, right? Because we are talking at this point about Btyb taking on Hamster up next. I'm very interested in how that series is going to go.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
We'll see how Hamster is doing.
We will. All right, we'll take a quick break, and while we take that break, we'll even give you guys access to an interview that we conducted with Btyb, a little bit of shoulder content for you before we come back for that all-important final quarterfinal. We'll see you in about, I'd say, 6 or 7 minutes. What do you think, Mask?
Okay, sure thing.
All right, let's do it. All right, it's time to sit down with Btyb. Seed out of Group D. How are you feeling after that group, Btyb?
Very lucky after thinking about it.
We were talking a little bit before I pushed the record button here because this has been recorded after the group stage is concluded. One of the things I wanted to ask you about is, you know, a lot of those games were pretty short. Do you feel like the fact that you were random helped you out there? Did that contribute to the luck that you're talking about?
Well, yeah, you know, it's funny how Shambler was talking about I need to stick to P and not do random, but I think the random is what helped me, at the very least for the surprise aspect.
Yeah, I mean, technically you started off against Luciferius, but that game was a little goofy. The first match that really kind of mattered was when you were up against Keen on Ex Situ. You roll Terran, you decide you're going to, you know, proxy, sort of anchor him and get some bio cheese going. What was the thought process behind that?
Didn't somebody do that same thing before? But I remember them taking way too long to do it. So I'm like, oh, why don't I just try to do it quick? And I was pretty sure Keen was a macro player, so I figured it might work out, and sure enough, it did.
Yeah, he's not as familiar with the project. He's clearly still adapting. And I think also that's a case where maybe being random against him is a unique advantage insofar as, especially if you're not being like Mystery Meat and actually saying your race at the start of the game, then, if you're holding to that advantage, then, well, he doesn't know what to do and he doesn't even necessarily know when to scout exactly.
He doesn't know if I'm cheesy with Terran or macro with Terran. So there's just one more aspect of random to it.
Now, Mask, we didn't really necessarily predict him to exit in first place. I thought he could definitely do second, but do you think it was a combination of Keen, underperforming, or do you think Btyb just sort of took him by surprise? Like, what's your read on that?
With Keen, it's always like we had an extended discussion with Keen after those matches, and I kind of got the impression that he's like, in the midst of not necessarily taking it too seriously, but also still trying to learn. In spite of all that, I didn't really expect to see a 4-0 out of this. That was not what I expected to see. I expected Keen to either like 6-pool or otherwise rebuff aggression. The first thing I kind of like to think about that is that Btyb is a family man. He's got a very a busy life, and still at the same time, I see him trying to get a fair bit of practice in. What I would like to ask is, how is it you find time to get your practice in? Do you have any specific goals with your practice?
I don't feel like I play as much as I want to, because half the time I get to play around this time. Maybe somebody's on, maybe they're not. Half the time I'm trying to cheese more, half the time I'm trying to macro more. So kind of just however I feel.
Do you consciously choose to cheese because of that?
It kind of depends on who I'm going up against. Like, I figured Keen has better mechanics than me, so I got to try to do something either fast or cheesy. Lucy, I feel like I can play a little more macro against him if I need to. I think that was kind of evident in the games.
How do you foresee your matches against, you're up against Hamster? Have you played against him before?
I have. I've only played twice, and I lost both times because I tried cheesing him, and it just didn't go very well. But
so he was more capable of dealing with the cheese.
I'd say it's half that he was able to deal with it, half that it wasn't executed well. The way I look at it is if somebody can beat Mystery Meat or at least take him as far as he has, I'm probably going to lose. But at the same time, maybe I can do an early game thing like against Keen.
It does sound like maybe since he's been playing a lot more, he might be familiar with some of the silliness. And then maybe that's where you have to lean into the fact that you're playing random or some such in order to, really surprise him. Because now he has to account for, say there's 3 or 4 cheeses. There's probably a lot more than that in actuality per race. Well, instead of just accounting for those, he has to account for, that times 3, right? Have you put much thought into the pick ban? You are the higher seed, so you'll be able to actually choose whether you want to ban 2 maps or pick one and ban the starter.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably just ban 2. I haven't really thought about that too much. I would already know what maps I probably would ban.
It does sound like you're saying maybe you've met somebody who's at least evenly matched with you as far as Hamster is concerned. Like you think this one's going to be tougher than the group stage?
Oh, for sure. I mean, 1, I can't get lucky twice. 2, from what I've barely played and seen of him, I think he's at the very least equal mechanically, but probably better, and has probably been playing more than I have in the past, couple weeks. I rolled Zerg 5 times against Shambler or whoever before. Didn't get Zerg once.
Yeah, and
I was fully expecting to 8-pool or something, but never got the chance.
Well, maybe that'll come.
Do you have a preferred role against Hamster?
Probably not Zerg. Only because it is my weakest, and ZBZ is hard for me.
I definitely would say, for whatever it's worth, I don't think you're just going to get banged out 3-0. I do think that there's a reason you exited in first in your group. You definitely have a little bit of a mind game advantage being random and not telling people your race. You definitely have the opportunity to take people by surprise. I mean, that's in some ways what the random is all about.
Yeah, I mean, if this was the first round against Hamster, I'd probably have the same outlook as I did with Keen. I'm just looking at it like he did so well against Mist that's what scares me for this one. I at the very least agree that I think I'll be able to take at least 1 game at minimum.
At minimum. Well, Mesk, I don't know if you or Btyb have any final words for us as we close out this interview.
How do you feel about It Depends' music choice?
I liked it. There was a lot of good music in there. I actually will be going to listen to some of that later.
That's another thing that I guess I should ask you about is now we're starting to instantiate this idea of qualifiers. Ascension 7, you're going to need to qualify into it. But Btyb, you qualified to the playoffs, which means you already got the invite back. Now, I asked you earlier about how you felt about the fact that you were first place, because I remember you actually did say when I announced this, there's a bittersweet feeling knowing that you won't be invited back. Motherfucker, you're invited back. You got in. So how's that feel?
Very good. I'm very happy that I can at least say at one point I did a 4-0.
All right, man. Hopefully that instills some extra bit of confidence, some more swagger in your step. You're going to be taking on Hamster. I hope you put him in his cage.
Well, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we return for the fourth and final quarterfinal. Mesk, it's going to be Btyb against Hamster. We just heard from Btyb a number of things, but most importantly, that he feels like random has given him a critical advantage against players he would put as better than him, like Keen. He said that Hamster is at the very least equal, if not better, especially considering that he had some success in Group A, handily dispatching with Moonhunter and obviously even defeating Mystery Meat in one of the matches. How would you rate this forthcoming match? Do you think Btyb is favored as the first seed, or do you reckon that maybe this could go the other way?
Taking matches off of Mystery Meat is no trivial thing, but Mystery Meat was not playing at his prime at that point. So for me, it's a little hard to read. I would say that Hamster has been practicing a lot. I've seen him always in the channel. I've always seen him playing. I would say that I haven't seen him do whatever since then. I haven't seen his play since then. But if he was unfamiliar with the project or anything like that, in the sense that Keen might have been, then maybe that's also been shaping up as a result of his practice. But Btyb also been trying to get matches in too.
That's true.
It's hard to say. I think that just judging from what I saw, that Hamster seemed like a pretty strong player. So normally I would lend to that, but perhaps Btyb's secret random mojo will give him some edge, and maybe he'll cheese his way to victory. So I would say this could go either way in that regard. I suppose the first match will give a lot more indication of how things are going to go, at least from Hamster's perspective.
Yes.
And then we will be able to judge beyond that how, I don't know, to me this is sort of, an open book. It could be highly tismistic,
yes,
or it could go the way of Neblime versus Three Crow.
Well, what's interesting is I feel like despite seeing a lot of games from Hamster, obviously you've only seen the group stage, but I've casted a number of replays involving him. I've obviously casted the debut of Moonhunter, which he went double proxy stockade into anchor play against Hamster's off-race Protoss, and just then bamboozled him with aggressive mech, and somehow that managed to get him up 2-0 in the opening matches. Whereas, I would expect Hamster to just sort of dismiss people like that, but he's been through the ringer, and that maybe is going to inform some of the things that we see in this series, like you mentioned. But the other thing to keep in mind about Hamster is I actually don't think I've played against the guy, despite being, I've been in the same lobby as him. He's played while I've watched, and I've played while he's watched, and we haven't really collided. Or if we have, it's just because I've been playing so many more games lately that I can't remember. But I think that looking at his series, looking at the amount of kinds of things that he likes to do, he's definitely been practicing a more aggressive style in that mid game, similar to what you said about the Beaver versus Keen, one of the matches that we're going to have in that lower bracket. You said that Beaver should try to look to do timing attacks, and I almost feel like Hamster's specialty is his timing attacks. We even saw him attempt to do that with a surprise timing switch into Skithricors to wipe out Mystery Meat's worker line on a couple of occasions. And part of that is unfamiliarity with the new unit. Mystery Meat really struggled to respond to that in the moment, but obviously ultimately won out the game. Another part of that is maybe the Skithricor moves a little bit too fast, so you could either cry balance, or you could just mention that the other thing that could be contributing to that is people who didn't even know was a possibility. Hamster seems to be on the ball when it comes to trying to throw things at his opponent and demand that they react to him, and I think that's really where his strengths are going to be, and where somebody like Btyb, even players like Three Crow, we saw in that last series, if you bring the fight to them, and you distract them, you force them to interact with you, that's when they start to slip on their macro. So that's where I would be a little bit afraid for Btyb.
Yeah, it's clear that pressure gets to a lot of people. And, they get really overly focused on one part, and then the money starts floating, and then you try to build production, and then you bottom out because you didn't expand. And, if you get thrown out of the loop that you've been practicing in, then things get really, really rough.
Yes.
Now, Btyb also prefers early mid-game because I think that his late is not particularly amazing. His macro also tends to slip quite a bit. So perhaps with his Oso is more or less emphasis on early game aggression, which did earn him some really hilarious wins.
Yes.
He might be more well equipped to dealing with that kind of aggressive play than others, but I think then it'll come down to mechanics. And, micro and stuff like that. And I haven't really seen enough of Hamster to really gauge his mechanics. But having played against Btyb several times, I know that there are sometimes he doesn't make the best targeting decisions, or other times like that perhaps he telegraphs what he's going to do. And I had a long drawn-out Otherworld game with Zerg versus him where I just basically played Farm the Sunk.
Yes.
It's kind of worked out, because there was like this refusal to really adapt to that really long enough. And that kind of let me crawl back from what should have been, pretty disastrous repeated losses to my workers. And, that's the kind of things where you can, people can get really hung up on. So... For Hamster, I'll definitely be more interested to see how well he adapts to any possible changes in tempo or game pacing as a result of that, especially if Btyb start actually taking matches off of him, because like you said, I haven't hardly ever seen him at all other than the Ascension game, so it's not really too much to go off of, especially with everything else going on. I have a hard time recalling most of these matches. So I'll definitely be looking at that and seeing how well he does, and I know Btyb has been practicing to what extent his commitments allow him to, and see if he's practiced for this matchup and if he's prepared to go 3-0 and make it to the grand finals, where he can 3-0 mystery meet, and then, like a proper dad, he can grill.
That's true. That is true. I do think Btyb has a chance in this series. I told him as much in the interview, but he himself was a little, like, I almost tried to big him up a little bit, because in that interview, you may remember, Mess, he was pretty, like, he doled out some praise to Hamster or some, like, early qualification, like, yeah, I think he's a really good player. I'm kind of scared. Like, he's very humble, very, not self-deprecating, but almost on the borderline of that, where he didn't feel and exude confidence. I wanted to kind of give him a little bit of that going into the set, because we did interview him right before he played this. So we tried to give him a little bit of an idea there, reminding him, hey, dude, you're the top dog here. You're the top seed. You got out of your group undefeated.
All Hamster has to do is insult his favorite football team, and then all the pleasantries will disappear, and he'll be getting out the belt.
That's true. That's dad logic right there. So we'll have to see. The other thing is, it's funny because we bring up the dad part almost jokingly, but I honestly think, like, Btyb wants to end the games early, it feels like, and one of the examples of that is him getting kind of tunnel visioned onto attacking you in that Zerg show match, Matt, that you played on Otherworld. And it's just, it reminds me or it makes me think of, like, I gotta hurry up. My kid might wake up. Let me just end the game real quick. Or so, you know what I mean? Like, that's his thought process.
That was something, it's funny you should say that, because this is the exact conversation we had yesterday before he went off. He said, oh, I have PTSD. I think my kid's screaming. And he says, check the monitor. No, they're sleeping. He says, okay, I'm going to go to bed now. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The life of a parent.
You're right on the ball with that.
Yeah. And so that's the kind of thing. He comes in here, and I think Hamster's off in the Eurozone somewhere. He woke up at, like, the ass crack of 3 a.m. or something in order to play this match. It's like, he's probably, who needs sleep, man? Like, he's
still hungover.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, whatever, I'm going to rock up. So on the one hand, you might think maybe that makes Hamster, like, slow to warm up or something. And I did see signs of fatigue when he played a long series against Neblime that I did a cast over set for in 3 parts. It took that long to go through the whole series. So when we're thinking of it in those terms, it's like, okay, well, maybe the problem is Btyb also can fatigue pretty fast, and he does also like to defeat enemies fast. So it kind of feels like no matter which way you slice it, you almost have to assume that players are going to regress to the mean of whatever their sort of default state is, and maybe Hamster is a more fundamentally sound player despite being the lower seed here, which does take me neatly into the pick ban. As the higher seed, Btyb elected to ban 2 maps. He banned Ex Situ and Victory Square.
Ex Situ again, and Victory Square again.
Yes, yeah.
People really do not like Ex Situ.
Well, Hamster banned Infinite Velocity, so that's all the big maps out of the way, right? Like, technically, Victory Square is the same size as Highwater and the same size as Nitro Valley, but it's like more maximally taking advantage of the space for the mains, so they're the maximum possible distance further away, unlike Highwater, unlike Nitro Valley. So we look at the rest of the maps. Hamster actually opted to pick Derelict, which is a map by Btyb. And that means we're starting on that map.
Making a statement.
Yeah, and I wonder if, like, Hamster's even aware of who the map author is or what. Because if he decided to pick it directly because I'm going to beat you on your own map, I mean, we talk in generalities about some of these players being momentum-based. I think Btyb is absolutely one of them. Although, maybe it's weird to say momentum-based. It's more like, even when he's winning, even when it's like things are going well, it almost feels like he's a little nervous. Like, I hope everything must go exactly right. And then if he skips up somewhere, it might be hard for him to error correct. On the side of Hamster, if he gets in his head early by beating him on his own map, I mean, maybe he's almost psychologically saying, dude, I'm picking your map. You don't want to lose in your own map. You better play standard on this map, because if you play cheesy and I counter it, then that's just open and shut and you look like a goofball. So I don't know. I'm interested. I don't know how deep the psychological roots go. Maybe part of me is just trying to almost instigate that so the players shit talk each other more. I like when Shambler types, but I don't think we're going to get that in this set. I think Hamster's much more jovial.
We need some dad lingo being thrown around here, some dad slang.
Whippersnapper.
Surely he's got to know some mean dad words he can throw at this gerbil.
Yes, yeah. Well, I did say Hamster should be put in his cage by Btyb. At least that's what I told Btyb to do. So we'll see if he follows that up. Are you ready to get into our set mask?
Yes, I am ready to see which hamster is big enough to take over this spinning wheel thing.
Spinning wheel thing it is. Let's get into it. It's going to be random against Zerg after the stinger. And in we are. It's going to be Btyb, the top right, by ref. That's because you hosted this game. And that is Btyb in the Platinum Blue. He rolls Terran and Hamster, the Saffron Zerg in the bottom left. So, our first matchup, Btyb rolling Terran. He says that Zerg is his weakest race and he thinks ZVZ is hard for him. He gets spared that this time around. Does that mean he's going to go for the all-important stockade float from 6 o'clock that everybody and their mother wants to do? Even Beaver when he spawns in the bottom left for some reason.
Yes, he may, telepathically know about Neblime's build and wishes to copy it. I mean, it worked out for Neblime, why not now? But no balls on this boy. He lost him in Vietnam so many years ago it was. So
somehow still had a bunch of kids.
Yeah, well, he likes to keep freezers. He's a scientist of sorts, and he stores things for purposes you never know you might need, 60, 70, 80 years in the future. That's the geniusness of Btyb. That's why he's the Btyb.
There it is. Well, he's not scouting, but his opponent is. Honestly, this is a very fast scout from Hamster, and he will be doing a pool follow-up with some gas harvesting.
Yeah, he's using all this larva at the moment, though, so if you're going to see him banking larva, then you might suspect something like a Nath all in, but double stockade. Terran should be able to hold it off if it is, but it is going to be a late scout, so if he wants to spam watchdogs or something like that, it's going to be kind of last minute. He's
also kind of floating a bit of money here. It took him a while to start building workers again. He cut so that he could afford the second stockade.
This is going to be a lot of Naths.
He's also waypointing the Maverick across the map. He's going to try to chase this Drolith down with a stim to boot. It will go ahead and burrow, and it looks like Btyb had it on attack move, so it promptly leaves the area.
A little late there, but they are coming.
Yeah.
Naths. It's 2 Naths, 1 Quasi.
Okay. Honestly, at this point, if I'm Btyb, I build a watchdog right here as soon as I scout the gas. But I guess there is no gas to scout anymore, so his late scout is going to be sort of reduced. At least then he can maybe try to drop an anchor for his Mavericks that are pooling up back at the main. I mean, at the very least, he's safe from this, right? He's got the one Maverick.
Look at this. It went straight to a Kagrant there. He was actually intimidated by something.
He tried to repair the Maverick, but it's
attempted repair. Out. Give him the old right hook, and down he goes. That should be an immediate watchdog or something here.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting ready to put it behind the minerals. It's in an awkward spot, but at least it won't block any mining. As an idle worker
I think the Naths will be there before it actually finishes. Oh, but if they chill out there for a while.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to take a moment. Yeah, the watchdog should be done just as they swoop on in, so Btyb should be relatively safe. He's got the 4 Mavericks at the ramp.
Unburrow to check his Nat to see if there was an expansion there.
Yeah, pretty good.
He's going to scoot off and probably go in again.
The one thing, though, is that obviously Btyb could be building it right above or to the right of his stockade, so just float it over there. He's not. We see that, but I don't know if Hamster does. He's going to be taking his own natural and moving his Quasilisks over there. Remember, he played this at very early hours, so maybe he's not used to playing without the sun in the background. Wondering what's going on. Why is everything so dark?
Pub music.
Yeah.
Well, the Mavericks are slowly marching across the map. He didn't repair them from that stim, so they're missing a little bit of health. I don't think those Naths are going to pose too much problems. This Quasis in this back corner of his base, that's very specific.
No, he's just
got one
seeing
killer,
around.
but-
He's wondering what's going on. He was expecting cheese from Btyb apparently. Now
Someone has cheesed this poor man.
It's
and he's
Moon
got
Hunter.
PTSD.
the low ground here means that the Mavericks are absolutely going to have like a bit of an advantage. Unfortunately, right now they're just sort of staring at each other as the Nats flew over the Watchdog. Now Btyb is going to force the Quasis back and start to walk on over to the hatch. And the Nats are going to be on the way to try to do some sort of timing. I like this position for the Mavericks because they do force all of the units to kind of converge as maximally. And if there was any melee here that was on the ground, that also would have helped. The hatch rush will obviously not be canceled here. And that K-Grunt only now turned into a circuit in the main, so it's going to be a little bit awkward here. The worker count favoring Btyb, although it's a fairly low eco game for both of them. No stim yet, no reaction. Going to try to pull backwards. And honestly, he's engaging a little bit too quickly here. Hamster could absolutely lose the Quasis. I think he was trying to bait out the stim so he could come in with the Nats afterwards.
No, if he could focus on these Nats, he could go for a good trade. One Nat goes down, two Nats go down.
He forced so many Quasis out with that attack as well.
Yep. So, not huge, but he got some damage in. Meanwhile, Hamster is floating an ample amount of money. He's going to drop that into an immediate macro hatch, but some of his macro was slipping up a little bit during that. Meanwhile, Btyb's got his second ministry going and his fulcrum ready for more dad pums to be distributed at lightning speed. Okay, but what's he going to do with the fulcrum? Is he going to make Goliaths with it, or is he going to make... I don't think Vultures are going to do too well against Mass Quasi.
No, what I think I would like to see here is like Maverick Cyclops, especially if he can add Clerics to the mix. He added a third Stockade, so he's planning on continuing with the Bio Train, and a Vestry is on the way as his ministry floats over. So he's going to be able to equalize the worker count because Hamster did start to produce more workers in the meantime, and he's even putting a Watchdog right above the ministry, so going to keep himself relatively insulated as a Shaman pumps out of that Stockade. So he's definitely missing a couple of macro cycles on the workers. He could be further ahead instead of tied with worker counts. But nonetheless, there's a third hatch finishing for Hamster.
These Quasis, there was one Quasi there that scooted in, but he sent in the Nats anyways, and that got one of them killed for not really too much gain. Maybe he was hoping to kind of pincer them in there, but they didn't want to go all the way further up, so he didn't quite get that second one.
15 Mavericks and more units on the way. The Shaman's nearly done. It is actually going to be a Vulture, so favoring that, maybe looking for mines, set up some kind of trap, and keep his opponent contained might be the opportunity for Btyb as he starts to move on out.
So Hamster, of course, has not really been mining that much gas this whole time. Only now is he starting to mine gas again. So in an ideal circumstance, he had deflected that while had also been banking gas. Then he could go for tier 2 and get Bactylisks or he could go for Lakizlisk if he had the gas, but Bactylisk, Melisk, something more well suited for dealing with mass bio. But he only now is mining gas. He actually built another Kagrant that hasn't morphed into anything. He's building another Hatchross. So tier 2 is definitely a long ways off for him. I wonder if he's just going to try to play your build because he's currently building really not good quests.
Well, the one thing I do like about this position for Btyb is that he can actually kind of pressure. I mean, the triple circuit kind of prevents that, but he can absolutely threaten to just have some units over here with the Shaman. He's going to pop in and see the circuits. That should indicate to him that he can't push, especially if he remembers your game against you earlier. Yeah. So it looks like one Maverick will end up dying for this. He's just going to hold position with the Shaman, or should. Instead, he's kind of lingering away from it, and it's not being deployed. This number of Quasis easily outnumbers the total number of Mavericks. So
that was a disaster.
Yeah, if he had kept those Mavericks alive, and then he had the Cyprians to back it up, now suddenly he can do more things. But instead,
Mavericks are substantially less capable of dealing with Quasilisks than Dracodons are. Although, when you do have a very large number of them, they can fight them, but you do need to be very, very on point with your stem and your focus fire. Yes. And, Mavericks can do a lot of damage, but it's just not really a good position. And, he transfers into Goliath, so he's looking for some early pressure here, but I don't think the Zerg is really going to be too pressured by this. Quasis are capable of dealing with both of these units really quite handily, and he can do that without spending gas. So while his tier 2 will be delayed by extent of that worker switch early on, he is now hard gassing up. He's got workers on everything he's got access to, checking all these bases, and patrolling over here where I just know he's been cheesed relentlessly in that corner for this to happen. And
Well, he's also done it
yeah, just come
himself.
to go to
With
tier 2.
he's done his trademark move against Neblime before, where he's dropped a K-Grin and then made a Nidus exit there. So I think he's just aware of the potential for that little spot. Now, at the same time,
Looks
Btyb
like
can
he
tech
wants
up.
to drop here. Yeah, he's gonna do the dreaded Quasilisk drop.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that before.
I think I did that against. Did I do that against Gant? I did it against someone.
Yeah.
I dropped. No, maybe it's against Newt. I dropped like 3 or 4 Quasis on his base. I actually managed to get a couple kills in on his workers because of that. And I don't know. I mean, if you just ignore them, you have nothing there. Then yeah, Quasilisk will happily kill workers because they do a reasonable amount of damage. There is an Atlas coming for Btyb, but he's going to be. It's going to be harder for him to actuate it since the Quasis can just morph into Lyrilisks.
The drop
many
is
people
happening
use
too,
Lyrilisks,
and
but-
it can target this worker that's building the Atlas.
Yep.
As the rest of the Vultures and Mavericks are kind of like moving out towards the natural, he's going to have to pull and
But he
respond.
suspects the Quasilisk drop. It's terrifying.
And this is the kind of
this is what
thing
you
we
wanna do.
only really see Hamster do drops. Like, no other Zerg seems to regularly do them. Obviously, you were just mentioning you've done them in the past, but this is actually, the reaction is not what we wanted to see from Btyb. He's definitely struggling a little bit with this. Now further behind in workers than he was to begin with before this drop even happened. I think this is way more cost efficient than it had any right to be. He might conveniently be able to actually get his tech up faster than a Terran, which is just unheard of on an even base scenario.
Yeah, even though his gas was kind of late to resume again, but he's definitely quite happy with it. He doesn't even need to move out. Lyrilisks are very good against Bio. They do bounce attack. There was only ever the one shame, and there isn't any over there right now. So if he wants to morph these Quasis for his tier 2 spike, he can. It may not be the same, effectiveness as Bactylisks or whatever. I mean, maybe that is what he's going to do because he's still going to pump Quasis. He's actually morphing with his Hatchbusk, and he's morphing the Quasis pool. So yeah, Lyrilisks could indeed be what he goes. And they're decent. They're decently tanky. They do a reasonable amount of damage, and there's no phalanxes or anything at the moment to punish him, and he got a good beat on the Atlas and delayed it. So
Yeah, he also just broke the contain, which means he can immediately start taking a third or a fourth.
yeah, he may just go for a timing push here and morph on the way, and then there's not really much stopping him. If he defeats this army, the Obelisk he just threw into there just to get an idea of what's up there. Well, it's not a lot. He didn't have his full army over there, so he has to kind of pull back. He's got some money.
Yeah, cliff
He could
advantage
morph
coming in the
now.
clutch as well, but a lot of money from both players. We're seeing a Starport, a Palladium add-on for the Fulcrum back at home for Btyb, but not really able to spend too much money, right? He's not capping his geysers, and he's very delayed. He still actually has 2 Quasilisks in the back here to worry about. There's 2 of them burrowed to the right-hand
Yep.
side of Btb's main, so that's really spooky, especially since he could maybe find an opportunity to unburrow them and mutate them into Lyrilisks if he's allowed to, although I think that would require
Actually,
Btyb
he's
to-
going straight to Calculus. He's making Calculus off the Cathalos.
Okay.
So
He's
bunch of his
making a
gas
second
dropped
one.
to that, and
Yeah.
so it's not going to make Lyrilis. He's just going to go some error, and then maybe try to flank this army, and then send up his gigantic armadas. 77 of the bloody fucking ticklers. Just so many of them.
Yeah, he's got 62 in the one spot. Actually, a couple more than that, even. You can try to hold him from the ramp, but I feel like at this point we are absolutely going to see this force get overwhelmed. They're coming out of the walls at this point.
They're everywhere. He's kind of like single filing up here and kind of losing them bit by bit. He could just go around the top, and
Yeah.
he could just put an end to this right away. But there's so many causeless dying to just
Yeah, that was absolutely more cost efficient for
that
Btyb
was
than
an
it should have
Alamo.
been.
That was for sure.
Obelisk gets sniped as it spots the starports. That should cause some consternation, but Btyb has no idea of the presence of Calculisks at this point. He might not even know that there's tier 2 out.
Yeah, I know. There's only a few of them, so they're not really that dangerous at the moment. They could be a little annoying later on. There's some anti-air already there, but this anchor has nothing in it, so he's a little intimidated until he realizes, wait a second. Nothing's actually. And Btb's like, wait, nothing's in there either.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, neither of them really noticed that, it looks like, but all right, we're kind of trying to deploy madrigals here, but honestly, the Quasilisk walk-up is already doing crippling amounts of damage. Again, very low worker count game overall, but Btyb is now behind by about 10 again, and the first madrigal is going to get bopped. There is no front line for it. That other anchor, also empty, now going to be shuffled off towards the ramp, and you don't really want to provoke the 24 Quasis that are still in your natural, so Phalanx now coming on, but I think as soon as the Calculus show up here, this is going to be an open and shut
I
case.
think he wanted Bactylisks, but he didn't have the Hydrith Den, so he had to make one, and now he's morphing it.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That's what I think happened. Is and then I think he wanted Bactylisks, but he never made the tech for it. Or maybe he realized, wait a second, Quasis are not good at going up a ramp in twos against Stim Marine. But, I mean, he could have just gone around the top and saved himself at least 20, 30 Quasis.
He's also got 17 Calculus. Like, he could just
Yeah.
A-move his opponent at this point, but I guess he just doesn't realize how far ahead he is. These starports were made a long time ago, and they haven't, to my knowledge, produced a single unit.
Btyb has 2,400 minerals. He could start capping that gas there to at least try to close that gap just a little bit and build, I don't know, like 20 Sentinels or something like that. And
Yeah, his choke's
try to
about
get
to
a
get
firm grip on
cleaned
the
up as well
situation.
if the Calculus decide to fire off. Looks like Hamster's just massing up. He's not really familiar with how far ahead he really is. Although he should still feel in the lead considering the proactive play that he did. I think the fact that like nobody, no Zerg really ever does drops immediately made Btyb a little confused. And yeah, the Calculus are going to make short work of that one last Madrigal. There's not really much
There's
of a
nothing in
response
the
here.
anchor again.
Oh god.
He forgot to put his feet in the feet, and his phalanx takes like disproportionately long to kill.
Yeah, because of the armor. Well, there was a third
He's
ministry.
intimidated by
made.
Goliath,
He made a
so
Wyvern,
he said-
but he did not make any Valkyries. That's going to be GG. And honestly, I think it is just mostly down to the fact that he didn't really scout his opponent, didn't see where the tech was at, and he will lose if the game. A fairly standard match from both players, nothing too crazy, although the early game was a bit funny. Honestly, the fact that Hamster ends up doing the drop, I think that's probably good enough for him to immediately get that information, get some worker kills, throw his opponent off, and who knows what's coming next.
Yeah. Hamster had a few weak spots in terms of his macro, his floating money at some points. Again, it almost felt like he wanted to go back to Lisks, but then was like, oh wait, I don't have a Hydra then. Of course, the Calculus were more than enough to deal with it at that point. And, like the gas switch didn't happen back maybe when he really wanted it to, but Btyb wasn't able to capitalize on any of that. He wasn't able to really get too much of an advantage anytime he walked up to the Zerg's front. At that point, after the initial Maverick attack, the Zerg really wasn't in any danger of anything that happened there. So, while there was some inefficient engages from Hamster, in the end of the day, it was a fairly convincing win.
Well, we're going on to a 4-spawn map in Highwater for Game 2. This was selected by Btyb. He did win against Keen with the fast Rakutans. Maybe he's just hoping to roll Protoss again. And it looks like for now, it's going to be Hamster's Zerg against, indeed, Btb's Protoss. So we've got yellow Zerg, or is that actually yellow? Yes, indeed, it is yellow. Against the Zafra blue Protoss of Btyb. Good luck trying to pronounce Zafra. That was actually the name of an AI cast over a long time ago.
That's an insanely early scout immediately. Yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe something for a horizontal cheese, but he's not going to get it because it's not over then. So, I'm not really sure about that. But something he wants to do involves having to know where precisely this small, fuzzy animal is actually located. Unfortunately for him, that's basically all the way across the par sector.
Yeah, his cage is pretty big. And
it's very
you're on the
spacious.
opposite end, yeah.
He is a very, very well-catered rodent.
You know, one of the things that he did comment on is that when he played StarCraft 2 with his friends, I guess they must have played some sort of co-op stuff or whatever, he would just always get slapped by them making fun of how much money he was floating. In that game, it didn't really feel like he floated that much money. Like, he got his tech pretty fast as soon as he hit the breakpoint for it. He felt like he was a little bit more on top of things. I kind of predicted him to start a little slow because I knew about the time zone situation, but it seems like he warmed up pretty quickly.
He floated a little bit at points,
yes.
But definitely not nearly as much as Btyb did.
Yeah.
Btyb could have built however many turrets and easily deflected all those Calculus and anything else that got thrown at him, but he didn't. And there was that lack of proactiveness, lack of actuation, and that's the kind of things that are really going to hold him back in this series if it keeps up. But, well, his Protoss, I felt historically, has been his strongest race, so maybe this will be a more accurate showing, more to form of what he has in the past. Because I feel like, in that game where he was attacking my Circus absolutely relentlessly, there was a level of dedication and aggressiveness to that I didn't really expect to see from him. So, and it just kept coming, which is why I just kept making more, because he just kept coming. And it was like, I didn't expect him to consistently be macroing and attacking as much. And
here's something you know what he's doing?
He's building a proxy engram.
I hope so.
Look at his gas.
I hope so. Well, the Dracoden is going to pop out and clear house with this worker pretty fast.
These quasis have no idea.
Yeah, he scouted
They
the
know-
Kagro with his scribe and then went off to the side. Yeah, there's a Matrix, actually.
Matrix first. I think he felt intimidated.
Well, he can just move the Dracodon across, and then suddenly, the Quasis are indeed going to feel the wrath of the 2-armor Dracodon.
Yeah, I thought he might build an engram first. Maybe that is still ultimately his goal, but I think he felt pressure to make the Dracodon, and his mineral just never really was at that amount.
Well, the other thing, too, is that he's up against Hamster, who did try to make Nathracores in the early stages of the game, right?
Yep.
So this is a little bit odd. The Matrix is done. Charges forward and makes another one. I believe that is in range, so the Quasis are going to investigate. That engram, or the Matrix, rather, does need to be canceled. It will. And a downtown shot from the Dracodon secures the kill.
That was
Engram
literally
coming
like
now.
a 360 no scope. Just go straight in. If he manages to actually finish this engram.
He will. I think
not
it's going to
gonna
be
be-
really hard for Hamster to hold this off. He's only got more Quasis on the way, right? And the Matrix will deal with
Well-
that. Another Warden even at the back foot. So, yeah, this is like 30 seconds away from being very difficult for Hamster to deal with. His Kagran's done, but obviously it can just be focused down here by the Dracodon. Zoned away a little bit. It's kind of like a tower war. The Scribe should also get in and activated on the fight. He's attacking it with his own Dracodon! Oh my god! Utter devastation! I thought that he had it. Mask, he had it.
Tragedy.
He could have killed him. He
The
could have just done it.
audaciousness,
He could have made
the
Proxy Engram work.
brutality,
But he's his own worst enemy.
the audacity,
Oh, Btyb.
the violence,
Oh
the
my god.
bodaciousness, the crassness.
A Stargate's coming as a follow-up.
That was one of the most disturbing things I have ever seen today.
Well, these Quasis can
literally
just
did
walk
his-
away.
He
Oh, Btyb. Oh, Btyb.
Does he even know? Didn't he even know it happened?
Well, I would have expected
Did he-
some typing, but no.
Didn't he think he, maybe
He was absolutely going to win that if the Dracodon kills
Quasis are
Quasis.
really powerful.
Yeah.
Like the Quasis machine gun down his Matrix. Who knew Quasis could do so much damage?
Well, I don't think the second
Now he
Matrix
wants to make a Panoptis, but he does not have the minerals for it. So
nor the gas for that matter.
there's so many Quasis and Zeths and other random Urian-colored objects in front of his
Dude,
base.
he could have been killing his opponent by now. There's like no hope. That engram would have finished. The Warden would have finished. He could have rallied a second Dracodon across instead of idling it at his base. The Matrix does finish. It has 2 armor. So
Get him, quick! No, don't let it happen again! Hamster, you gotta stop him from killing his own Matrix a second time.
yeah, it looks like that's going to be successful. The Nexus will finish.
No, there is an Aurora.
Well, that's it. GG. What a mess. Ah, dear. I can't believe it. I can't believe he did it.
Oh my god.
Well, I really think that could have worked. I really
My
think he was
soul
about to
burns.
win. But instead, he soul burned us. Surely, the redemption arc has to be now. Nitro Valley, another 4-spawn map, deliberately chosen yet again. Will it be Protoss? Will he get lucky? And then attack his own stuff again? I mean, there's not much analysis you can do about that game. He definitely could have had it, but he did 45 extra damage or more thanks to his Dracodon. So, Btyb, he will roll Zerg here.
Uh-oh.
And it
Well,
will
he's
be...
gonna get the full spread anyway.
Yes, the yellow Zerg in the bottom right, the purple Zerg in the bottom left. Nitro Valley, horizontal spawns. Is it going to be a 7-pool? No, he's making another worker.
Maybe not 6 pooling on Nitro Valley. What have your forethought for batters taught you.
There it is.
Kian is SMHing his head right now.
Well, there's
No
gas being
6
harvested
gold.
pretty early, so maybe he's going to be going for... Maybe what he's doing is going for fast naths? Because he's stopped building workers, so it is going to be a
Yeah.
pool. Yeah. Okay, so he's just going to be harvesting some Vespine. This is an unconventional way to make this build, but he will be scouted first.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be scouted. That won't tell him too much either unless he sends the scout out right away. I can't believe he killed his own matrix.
Yeah, it's going to
Just
take
the-
a while to regain our
viciousness.
composure for after that one.
That's going to haunt me for a while now. Good lord. Well, I don't know if Hamster even knew. I wonder if either of the players either player even knows that that's what happened. There was no comment from either player about that.
No.
Either they're just the most straight-laced, soul-burned individuals that don't respond to any manner of autism, no matter how deep or vibrant on the spectrum, or neither of them actually noticed it.
Well, a pair of quasis is going to be the weapon of choice here for Btyb. And another pair of quasis. So what's the gas for?
Okay. He needs his quasi speed upgrade.
Hmm.
Or the quasi range upgrade. But you have to make the MCV to get the quasi range upgrade.
And Hamster's looking around for the Torn Chieftain, but instead it's going to be a Kagrant in his mineral line. I think that's probably... He's going to get baited. Maybe that's what the gas was for. It's to bait his opponent. Is getting a Hydrith then behind it.
Oh my god. You know, it is. He's baited. He is baited. Btyb is back in the hot seat, boys.
Let's do
He
it.
completely baited out that Spraith. He is in command of this game. He doesn't even know it yet.
Well, he does need to actually...
He has to find his opponent to
Yeah.
squish him now.
Yeah.
It might be, it's unfortunate for him. He's gone in completely the wrong direction.
I mean, surely he could just waypoint his quasis outside the base.
Well, he could, but that would take some effort, and you never know what those hamsters might do. They might gnaw your legs off.
Well, his Hydrith is about to be done. We'll have to see if he's going to be going for skiths or something of that sort as a follow-up. It is indeed going to
It
be a
is
skith.
a skith.
Okay.
Well, unfortunately, now he's played himself. He baited his opponent into building a Spraith, and now he's going to build something this Spraith is actually quite useful against.
Yeah, at least in these low numbers. Another one just got ordered around, unless that's a pair of
take
Naths. Quasis are going to sort of zone away that scout. Yeah, second Spraith. Okay, he's just going to hide the skiths behind his mineral line. I think he heard us talking about how good they are, and he's just going to see if he can pocket them.
Pocket sand.
Pocket lint might be all he's got left after this, but we'll have to see.
I feel like he needs more gas if he wants to give him any reasonable amount of time.
No, he's just going to send 2 out initially. Nothing else coming from his base.
Off they go.
Going to be going for an expansion in the meanwhile. Now, he has done pretty well versus 3Crow. When 3Crow was playing Terran and Btyb played Zerg, there was a number of games where Btyb basically had him in the bag, and 3Crow extended the game long enough that his kids woke up. So, unfortunately, though, the Spraith is here. The Quasis are also here. Spraiths have very high range, and the Skithakor...
Rest in penises.
yeah, I think both of them might... Oh, just barely manages to escape.
Well, almost as disastrous as it could have been.
Almost.
Nothing was accomplished, but...
Hey, he's got the advantage when it comes to timing on his Hatrosk. He does not have the advantage when it comes to worker counts, however.
Yeah, no, he's definitely behind on workers, and the thing about Zerg is you just gotta keep making workers. You can never have too many of them.
Yeah, even the Bible will tell you that much.
And
He's told me that he's gotten up to 100 SCVs in StarCraft 1, and that's half of your supply caps. So you can imagine he
yeah.
doesn't
Oh,
win too
that's
much.
actually, I think, relatively common in high-level StarCraft is to have, like, 90 to 100 supply workers until you start mining out, and then you start getting them all killed.
It's more common in StarCraft 2, but even then it's not that high. You're dealing with like 50,
I've
60.
seen some very high. Maybe it was just specific maps that I was watching, but there was definitely cases of extremely high worker counts. I don't know, In Hunters, I wonder if that's just people just calmly mine. It's just like a Farmville kind of game, and it's more common in them.
Well, Skitter cores are softening up a lot of these quasis, but there's not really much ground army left to support it. A lot of extra production coming out here based on the 3-hatch, and, well, the third one is not even complete yet for Btyb. He's going to start setting up some defenses. His quasis should probably stand and fight, get a couple of frags onto those Zeths, but I think we might be on track for a 3-0 in favor of Hamster.
Hamster has sharpened his teeth for this one. He's got his eyes on Dad's ankles, and he's going to gnaw them right off, and then he'll work his way up the legs just like a fuzzy sausage. Oh, there's so many Zeths coming. You're going to need a lot of circuits to deal with this, Btyb. You got to channel the turtling Canadian energy, but you don't got enough, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's going to get popped nice and early in the fight. There's nothing left. Only a couple of workers hatching in the main. Not really what you want versus this, and I think he's typing out a message. G is the message, and it will be a 3-0 in favor of Hamster.
Oh.
The upstart, the newcomer, and the replay is finished.
You know, if Hamster had made just like 19 more units, he would have been at 69-42 in score.
Ah, I see.
So, coming out of that match, I want to ask you how you feel about destroying your own matrix.
That really just blew my brain.
That's like some kind of documentary on the state of psychosis within this project. We have seen people repeatedly destroy their own things within this various tournaments, and that one there was really like the biggest one to drop the nutsack on my chin.
Well, you know, the other part of it, too, is that, like, I guess if you're using grid hotkeys, you hit E, you left click. I mean, it's the same as A left clicking. I can understand it if you also have quick targeting on, but I don't know if Btyb has that. That's
I think he's just terribly violent.
Yeah.
He had to destroy something. He may as well destroy his own matrix. It's just the dad fury being unleashed. You know, it's like I know the people who work in like hospitals and shit, and they always tell me about work culture and how you always have to be this pretty princess that just plays by the rules, always smiling, and it just like slowly drives you fucking mad. I just imagine him. It's just like men are just violent creatures by contrast. They have to break things. See, everyone I talk to is a woman, so they just, you know, they're like passive aggressive, like complain to HR, slowly manipulate the political ranks of the workplace to fuck people over. No, men gotta break shit because they're fucking barbarians. So Btyb coming home from however work and screaming kids and, you know, whatever else, is smiling neighbors and their bloody white picket fence, the cunts. So he's got to go in this game, he's got to smash something. So the first thing he goes to smash is whatever's closest. Well, that was the Matrix. So
I guess
smash the Matrix he did.
I guess that is indeed what was closest. Yeah, you know, in Btyb's position, I do feel like he got a rough go of it, where he did try to do like it was a fairly standard macro game for the first one, and he got surprised by the drop. Okay, you can kind of walk that off. The second one, I don't know if he noticed it, but regardless of whether or not he noticed it, he tries something cheeky and it immediately backfires. In a way that obviously we could see, it didn't need to backfire. that was of his own doing. But whether he noticed it or not is kind of irrelevant at that point. So I look at that and I think to myself, man, he was actually pretty close to at least having a game off of it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was so cheeky. I didn't think the early Matrix was a good idea, but he was slow creeping it, and Hamster built his stuff just a little bit too close, so it was getting shots. And he had the Draken in there, and I think it was going to be very close even if he didn't destroy the Matrix. I think the Matrix was going to go down, and there would have been some Quasis that were wounded, and then the Draken left, and then it would have been a question of, does the other stuff finish before the Quasis kill whatever's left? And then whatever comes next. Like, it certainly would have been close either way, but... well, I never know the answer to that question, unfortunately.
Yes.
Some mysteries will go unsolved. Sherlock Holmes will open the book, promptly throw up, and then throw it into the dumpster.
And that kind of sets up our two upper semifinals, right? Mystery Me versus the Shambler, technically a match that was already played, will be cast from replays, opening up our Saturday day of casting, which is just in 2 days, not 3. So definitely check in on that time. But we also have Neblime against Hamster, and these guys did do a 7-game set, all on Sideshow, all on pre-release a couple while ago. And it was an interesting set because we got to see a full spread of strategies, a very, very long opening macro game where Neblime actually went on record saying it was really challenging for him to actually be able to think that he was ever in the game. He thought it was really oppressive and that he was losing the whole time. And then he saw the cast and he's like, wait, I was actually fine. And I feel like that might give him a little bit more confidence in those macro games against Zerg in particular, where he's remembering how volatile it can really be to be in that Zerg position. So I feel like the fact that they played so many games against each other, the fact that they played it with their main races, the fact that they played it on a recent map, I don't know. To me, it kind of feels like this is one of the rare cases where we have two players. They're fairly reasonably good in terms of their baseline skill. Like, I don't think that one of them is a clear favorite, and they're actually going to be going up with a lot of familiarity about how each other play.
Yeah, to hear that neblime felt stressed out by a game that wasn't against someone like Mystery Meat is surprising. So I'm not familiar with these games, so that'll definitely be something for me to see for sure.
Well, the other thing to mention, too, is that Hamster ended up clutching out a 4-3 victory, 7 games. So I treated it sort of like a best of 7. Yes, Hamster did win, technically, just by one, the majority of the games. One of the games that Neblime won was just a cheese where he lifted the stockade into the base. I feel like that's one of the reasons why Hamster started to patrol those outskirts, right? He's kind of aware that Terrans can do that. So, I don't know. I feel like the ways that Neblime sometimes get cheeky wins, they only really work once or twice. And if you're doing them in practice, you better have something else cooked up for the actual match, right?
Yeah. Well, that'll definitely be interesting to see. I didn't really peg Hamster as a Neblime kind of caliber, but I suppose we didn't really get to see what he was really capable of doing in these, since they all ended really quickly for reasons.
Yeah.
And, it'd definitely be interesting to see him go up against Neblime in that case for sure.
Yeah, well, you also think about his participation in Group A and how he was able to do some pretty good damage and, take Mystery Meat to the limits, right? Took a game off of him. Could have actually just 2-0'd him and got out of his group first seed, which would have been a real sight. That
would have been something.
Yeah, they would have been sort of swapping places inside the bracket. But instead, he gets to have a rematch against Neblime, which, for my mind, that's going to be a very exciting match looking forward. So
yeah, I'll definitely be looking forward to that. I didn't think they were so close that he was actually taking rounds with him just like that.
Yeah, and just to remind people,
these games were hard to really get a beat on that.
Yes,
right? So.
Yeah. The other thing to think about as we're sort of coming to a close here before I switch off to our lower bracket, which I'm currently preparing, the thing that really speaks to me about these matches is I do feel like maybe Btyb was riding some kind of high in group stage, and he comes into the playoffs, and now he's going to have to go up against 3 Crow for his lower match. But when we look at the state of Mystery Meat and the Shambler, we look at Neblime versus Hamster, just the top 4 so far, right? Those upper semifinal matches. They are some of the most competitive players. I think they are, with the exception of Keen, who's down in the lower bracket right now, they're kind of like the 4 best players that we can have. Now, I would say Keen should probably be favored over Hamster in aggregate, but Hamster's got a lot more practice under his belt, a lot more recent experience, and a lot more experience specifically dealing with people like Neblime. So that kind of makes me think, oh, damn, we could actually see him maybe cast Neblime down, or maybe at the very least he ends up being a real threat to whoever he faces in that elimination set. So this is looking like a real case where I don't want to say anybody is immediately favored to win the whole tournament, because it's still not clear, which is actually really exciting. Mystery Meat being random definitely added variance and volatility to his play. Neblime, okay, he did drop the one game against 3 Crow versus the Solarians. Otherwise, he looks interminable. That's the first match he's lost so far in the whole tournament, by the way. Shambler technically still completely lossless right now after the 3-0 against Keen and the 4-0 in group stage. Going up against Mystery Meat, I expect that to change, but I don't know who's actually going to take that match because, again, Mystery Meat's a bit more volatile as random. And okay, Hamster as obviously the second seed, so he did lose a match, or 2 matches in fact, against Mystery Meat. But if Mystery Meat's the only one who can defeat Hamster, it's looking a little dicey. I feel like all 4 of those players in the upper semis and Keen as well in the lower bracket, they could all make a run for the title at this point. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think that it's not really a set in stone who's going to take it. I think it of course, is going to come down to who brings their A game to their matches. I would definitely like to see Keen really get into, competitive form and really show, Neblime was saying he's a really good player. I want to see that. I want to see him really take form, and we've definitely seen him able to adapt and do things at a very high level. So definitely would like to see him be able to adapt, if anything, so that we have some Zerg versus Zerg that's more Tismistic than normal. 'Cause I want to see this Tism that Shambler keeps talking about. But yeah, a Hamster, to me, we didn't really get to see too much from that in this. So for me, it's hard to really get a beat on him just from those group stages. And Mystery Meat, I feel like if he rolls Zerg every single time, he's in for a very rough time against some of these players. Like, I don't know if his Zerg is going to be able to defeat Neblime, for example. So, or Shambler, I really don't think so. But you never know. Maybe he's practicing it to try to shore that up. And Shambler showed pretty strong. Again, like I said, you can depend on him to do practice and kind of prepare for things. So we saw a build out of him that he just basically just repeated every match, and it just worked pretty much every match. So there's not really too much for me for that, other than that, hey, it's consistent. He performed consistently, and that was really critical to see, is that he's getting more and more inconsistent. So he's like shoring up any inconsistency that he had, and that means he's not shaken quite as easily. I mean, maybe the matches were quite clean cut for him in the end. But that can most certainly change when Mystery Meat also rolls Zerg and ends up 6-pooling him on a 4-player map.
Well, not only that, but we do indeed have the lower bracket now on your screen. Elimination 1A is going to be the Beaver 99 against Keen, as mentioned, and 3Crow going up against Btyb for the second elimination series. Mess, to me, at this point, the only real one that I can give any immediate nod as like a potential candidate to get much deeper into the tournament, because obviously somebody's got to win, is got to be Keen. I think Keen is going to be able to handily dispatch the Beaver, although maybe the Beaver could get a round off with some early cheese shenanigans, as Keen has shown a bit of a weakness against specifically Terran, funnily enough, with regards to that, but also a little bit of early aggro, not cheese, but just early aggro version from Protoss can also seem to put him off kilter. 3Crow, on the other hand, I didn't think this was going to be true coming into this tournament. I suspected 3Crow to end up just capitulating, especially against like if you had to rank this particular matchup, if Btyb and 3Crow face each other, who takes it? I probably would have said like Btyb 3-1 or something. But 3Crow seems to have really developed a consistent style and has also been able to practice a lot more than Btyb at this point, right? So it almost feels like unless Btyb gets himself out of like whatever psychological situation he could be in, maybe then he can, take more games. Maybe then he can even take the series. Like in the past, Btb's always been favored in this particular matchup, but 3Crow somehow turned it on this time, and I don't think it's just the Solarians. Like, even before he built any Argosies, he looked pretty competitive on Sideshow against Neblime.
Yeah. Yeah, in general, he's improved a lot. You have to keep in mind the Solarians aren't going to be adjusted until after this tournament. It's only on pre-release, so that's always something that's going to be in his pocket that he can pull on you, but he doesn't have to go Solarians. He's in general, his skill level has improved substantially, and it shows on this where, I mean, Neblime is obviously a fairly high-level player, able to win the grand finals, and, Keen was still able to, go toe-to-toe with him for a while. It was maybe not necessarily super balanced or whatever, but when you put him against someone who's not as strong as Neblime, then things are going to start looking very different. Like I said, I had a very hard time taking rounds off of him, and there was a very good reason for that, and it wasn't just because I was out of his practice, it's because he was just in general doing better. The spaces in the game in which I would usually turn it around and win against him, I was no longer able to turn around and win against him. So, absolutely, I feel like he has a good chance of progressing and beating Btyb and then moving on and then encountering Keen, and then that would actually, I would be very interested to see that.
If 3Crow can take on Keen, you think?
Yeah, that would be an interesting matchup to me because they've played against each other before, I believe.
Keen said that he did some practice before he took on the Shambler, and he said that it was it wasn't useful practice because 3Crow is too bad. He said it in a nice way. He didn't say it like that, but that was the gist of it. He said, no offense to him, I appreciate him taking the time, but it's just not useful practice. If that's the case, I feel like 3Crow could probably surprise him a bit. Maybe what it was they practiced ZVZ specifically. But if Three
yeah,
Crow
that's
pulls
what I
out
was
his
thinking.
Protoss and Keen's like, oh, whatever, I got this guy. I sort of trolled around and won 3-0 the last
Yeah.
time I met this guy. Like, if that actually happens, then that could be big. But looking at the way that the bracket is borne out, Keen would have to defeat the loser of Mystery Me versus the Shambler in Elimination 2A, and then go on to Elimination 3, assuming Three Crow beats not only Btyb, but the loser of neblime versus Hamster. The only way I could see that happening, and the way that I am a little bit scared, because I feel like Three Crow could end up playing spoiler, I'll put it to you this way. I don't think he can win the tournament at all. I don't even think he can really make it to Elimination 3. But the one way that I could see it happening is if Neblime somehow manages to do better, and I say somehow, it's not really that unlikely, but he manages to do better than he did in that sort of show match set on Sideshow, and have Hamster, have Hamster's number, cast him down to the lower bracket, and then Hamster, who's very unfamiliar to how to play Protoss, doesn't know what the reaction should be versus the Solarian push. Maybe in that kind of situation, Three Crow could actually upset, to make it past Btyb, upset Hamster, make it to Elimination 3, and then assuming Keen also does that, maybe you could have the match you're thinking of.
Well, you know what to do, Three Crow. I'll be waiting for it.
There you go. Well, I'm looking forward to whatever happens. Now, we won't have to wait too much longer because, as I said, one of the series is already scheduled for Saturday. The other one is already played. So half of them have been accounted for. The remaining is Three Crow against Btyb, and, of course, none other than Neblime versus Hamster. So if we can manage to wrangle that this Saturday live, then we'll have 3 live series for you. Otherwise, we'll be casting more than just the Mystery Meat Shambler set from replays, and we will see what all is going to occur going into the next set. But with that being said, Mask, thank you very much for casting these playoffs matches with me. Do you have any other words for our viewers and our players?
If you see the Matrix, you shoot the Matrix.
Yeah.
Don't ask questions,
No,
just
yeah.
shoot it.
Even if it's yours, just shoot it.
It doesn't matter who it belongs to. You gotta shoot it, and then you gotta smoke weed every day.
There it is. Well, now that we've ended on our, mega note there, we don't have a big epic thing to play, no video, nothing to show off to end the stream, so I'll just have to show you guys my lovely end screen as usual. You guys can listen to some of the Enoz music for about a minute or two before I close the stream out. Thanks, everybody, for checking us out, and we'll see you Saturday.
Just imagine building your Iris in your expansion while listening.